Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Up first, Romero, Andres Figueroa. Romero, 7 years younger, 2-inch height advantage, 4.5-inch reach advantage. Romero unbeaten, 8-0, 7 by a knockout. Figueroa at 9-4, 5 by a knockout. To the ring, Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Dignity Health Sports Park here in Carson, California, Premier Boxing Champions presents FS1 PBC Fight Night Extra. And it's all brought to you by MGM Resorts and Brooklyn Boxing. Introducing our three judges scoring this bout from ringside, we have Jose Cobian, Marcos Rosales, and Fernando Villarreal. All right, fans, here we go. Lightweights in the ring. We're scheduled 6 rounds of boxing. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing gray trunks with red trim, hailing from Bogota, Colombia. His weight 134 3/4 pounds. His record 9 wins, 4 losses, with 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome Andres Figueroa. His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, enters the ring wearing green, white, and red trunks, and fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He weighed in at 136 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with a record of 8 wins, no losses. 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the undefeated Rolando Romero. A referee in charge now to give instructions. We have Rudy Barragan.
Thank you, guys. Center ring, guys, center ring. Belts are perfect, all right, guys? Belts are perfect. You guys both got your instructions. Do me a favor. Protect yourselves at all times and obey my commands at all times. Good luck to you both.
We are set for Romero and Figueroa. Closed captioning available for tonight's telecast. If you would like to hear the broadcast in Spanish, click over to the simulcast on Fox Deportes.
Let me see your mouthpiece.
Rolando Romero, unbeaten.
Let's go. Box, let's go.
Going up against the 9-4, Andres Figueroa. Kenny Albert, Lennox Lewis, Joe Goosen, Heidi Andro, coming to you from Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson, California. Scheduled for 6 rounds in the lightweight division. Good left by Romero.
Romero showing some good speed. Good speed, good power, because he actually does Figueroa with that left hook on the whip. And Figueroa's had it up, but he's been knocked out. Figueroa has, 3 out of his last 4 losses. So, I mean, if Romero catches him, he's going to be in trouble because he's got 7 knockouts in his last 3 fights, and he's fought good opponents too.
Figueroa needs to move his head a little bit more. He hasn't moved his head once. There it goes.
Romero, the aggressor, early. Romero's father was a boxer from Cuba, 3-time national champion. And his sister was a former 7-time judo champion who once defeated Ronda Rousey's sister a handful of times.
Romero just puts everything behind every punch he's got. Now you can see why he's got so many knockouts.
Listen, I love how he throws that jab and jab hook. You don't know if it's a jab coming or if it's a hook because he's so fast at it.
A combination by Romero, connected with the right.
Figueroa is trying to catch a little counter left hook off of Romero there off the ropes, and he's coming close. Romero better keep that right hand up when he's going to the body with his left hand, because Figueroa's looking to drop a little counter hook on him. You know, Figueroa does have 5 knockouts, so he's, you know, you just can't willy-nilly throw those punches with reckless abandon. You got to keep those hands up, even if you're having your way with the opponent like Romero is.
Romero has landed 23 punches to this point. Figueroa only 5. For Figueroa, this is his 3rd consecutive fight in the United States, 7th overall. He's won 2 of the previous 6.
He's doing a good job of avoiding some of the big punches now. The last 3 quarters of this round, Figueroa is.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Welcome back to PBC Fight Night on FS1, round 2. Scheduled for 6 in the lightweight division.
Number 2, guys, go.
Rolando Romero, Andres Figueroa. Good start, guys, for Romero.
Yeah, Morero's doing good. Morero's taking his time, still trying to land those shots. I think he should mix up his shots a little bit more. Joe, what would you tell him if you were in the corner?
Well, look, I would tell him to take his time a little bit more. Don't be in such a rush to knock this guy out. Keep your punches a little bit tighter, a little bit shorter. Don't be swinging for the fences. Look for the body a little bit more. He's head high, and Figueroa's keeping his hands up really well. Again, trying for that little counter left hook off that shot off of Romero. But that's all really Figueroa is showing us right now is that counter left hook that isn't handy. But you see, Romero's a little out of control right now. He's got to settle down. I think his shot's a little bit better.
What do you think about that left hand being down low? Because he's got his left hand down low, but his chin's high.
You're talking about Romero.
Romero, yeah.
Well, because he's got a quick counter left hook, and what he does is he teases you in. Like, you know, he'll backhand the jab, but what he's really looking for is to step back and see you, and then with that hook is what he'll do it. He's not doing it right now, but he will. If you step in, he's going to step back, and he's going to throw that counter hook.
I noticed that Romero, he steps on his heels. It's not like he's stepping with his toes. He'll get a lot more quicker action if he stepped with his toes a little bit better.
But you're right. You know, you're talking about that low left there. You're not going to get away with that when you climb the ladder. You get up there with the bigger and better fighter.
I know. When I seen that straight away, I said,
"Wow, you lift off of guys with their left hand low."
Yeah. Well, funny enough, I kept my left hand low a couple times, and
yeah, but you were like 6'4", you know, so you can get away with it.
Final minute, round 2, scheduled for 6 here in Carson, California. Rolando Romero, 23 years of age, unbeaten, 8-0, 7 of his wins coming via knockout.
Yeah. You did keep your left hand low at times, but you weren't really looking to whip that counter hook though, were you, Mike? Because you weren't much of a left hooker. You were always looking for that right hand pretty much.
Well, no, I was a left hooker as well.
Later on.
I was a pugilist specialist. That means you have to throw every combination.
Well, what were you really thinking? I'm going to knock him out with my left hook, or I'm going to knock him out with my right?
No, it was actually whipping the left hook.
Yeah.
So I would just whip it around and try and catch him on the chin.
Time winding down in round 2.
That's kind of a scary looking mask, Kenny. I don't know about you. If I would have worn that home, my kids would have been running for the hill.
I noticed you were hiding under the table when he first came out.
I'm not really big on clown masks. Okay.
I noticed that the boxers nowadays are wearing a lot of masks into the ring. I wonder what for.
That's a good question. It's Oh, let's get back to your left hook.
Notice Joe is the only one of the three of us athletics wearing gloves.
Yeah, well, they're 8 ounces, okay? What's wrong with that?
Ready at all times.
At all times.
Romero, who's landed 3 times as many punches as Figueroa to this point. Oh, big right by Romero. Romero came out as the aggressor in round 1. He's landed 51 punches to this point. Figueroa, only 16.
See, Romero, he's throwing punches like every punch he has to throw hard. He doesn't have to throw every punch hard. He can throw some soft ones in there to try and set him up for a hard punch.
Well, that's something he'll probably learn along the way. Because there are guys that have tight defenses, and what happens is you're just going to get tired of having your punches deflected, blocked, slip, and parry, you know?
Yeah.
So he'll learn that. He's only got 8 fights. But, and then the thing with the left hand, the cross left hand right there, that's going to work for so long until you get guys that have a longer right hand or sharper right hand. And the rounds go by, and you're in the 9th, 10th round, and the reactions aren't as good. Figueroa's doing a pretty good job at defending himself right now because, you know, Romero is throwing bombs, he's throwing hard shots, and Figueroa's like walking him backwards, you know, as if, you know, he's the big puncher, which he's not. They just landed like 3-4 good shots on Romero, as a matter of fact.
That's because Romero was just sitting there, you know, looking at his work, admiring his work.
Marcos Villegas, how have you scored it to this point?
I got both rounds going to Rolando Romero. And like you guys mentioned, I agree. You know, he's throwing everything with power. And, you know, I'm always reminded by an old trainer that used to talk to me. I call him Papa Joe. And he always say suavecito, suavecito, which means smooth, smooth, go in there easy, mix it up, mix it up.
But right now, that little counter hook that we talked about by Romero just landed on Figueroa. And they hurt him, and Romero's going in for the kill right now, and he's got Figueroa hurt, even though he just threw him down, he didn't knock him down.
That almost looks like a karate flip.
No knockdown, no knockdown.
All right, here we go. Here's that little left hook. He had already hurt Figueroa with, but there's 2 in a row right now. Figueroa tries to put his hands up. There's 3 and a right hand. Boom. 5, 6 punches he landed right there. But Figueroa still punching back.
I've gone a distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Contender Julian Williams. That's May 11th, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on Fox and the Fox Sports app. This is round 4, scheduled for 6 in the lightweight division. Rolando Romero unbeaten and Andres Figueroa.
I have a feeling Romero's going to try to finish where he left off, like he just did right there, 2 right hands. But look at Figueroa trying to get that counter left hook off after those right hands that Romero's throwing. I don't think they have much effect on Romero, but it looks like Romero wants to finish the job right here, and he's got about 2.5 minutes to do it.
I know Figueroa feels pretty comfortable on the ropes where he shouldn't be because obviously, like you said, he's trying to knock him out. So he should give him a little movement, a little different angles until he gets himself ready to throw more punches.
I agree. That's where he's taking the most damages on the rope right there. Here comes Romero, double left hook.
It was not a knockdown at the end of round 3 when Romero threw Figueroa to the canvas. Take a look at this earlier punch by Romero on the left with the sweat flying.
That was a great right hand. And in live action, Figueroa just...
Down goes Figueroa.
That's a hard knockout right there. He hit his head very hard in front of us. That was that left hook that Romero was looking for. He finished the job here. Figueroa wants to get up. He's coming to right now. But the doctors are smart. They're not going to let him move around too much.
Let me tell you, he hit his head when he landed. That's the worst way you want to land when you get knocked out, is bang your head, because it's the punch that hits you, and then the punch that really hurts you is when you hit your head on the canvas.
Yeah, well, they're going to keep him down even if he were to want to get up. And the danger is when you hit the back of your head, your armor isn't there. That you're exposed, whether it's your kidneys, you know, your brainstem, or the back of your head. So this is the danger, and this is why the doctors are so concerned and on top of it.
His dad's trying to get in the ring. They're not letting him get in the ring. He's obviously concerned about his son.
Well,
but the doctor's in there, so he's got the right guy in there. The doctor needs to be in there, the closest.
He's conscious, he's aware, his eyes are open. I think it's good that they're taking every precaution for this right now. The fighters, he's lifting his head, he's moving his hands around, he's chatting a little bit, but they're not going to let him move too much. They want to make sure that between here and the locker room or wherever else they're going to take him, that he's going to take it slow, and they're going to make sure that all his vital signs are good.
Yeah, sometimes it's not as bad as it looks, because, you know, I remember getting knocked down a couple times.
Yeah. Right. Oh, you remember?
Yeah, and I was trying to get up, and they said, no, just chill out.
Yeah.
Just chill out. Yeah. Take it easy. So I just laid down.
No, you're right. You're right. There's a lot of guys that fight laying down. They don't want to. They don't like the indignity of it, you know, in a sense, and they would rather not have to go through all this. But I think it's better, especially when a guy hit his head like that, because these things can manifest themselves later on in the locker room.
Yeah.
It doesn't. They don't.
Rolando Romero victorious. Goes to 9-0 in his professional career with the 4th round knockout of 30-year-old Andres Figueroa, native of Colombia. 9-0, 8 by a knockout for the 23-year-old Romero.
Joe, what do you think some of the stuff that Romero needs to work on when he goes back to camp?
Well, I think we kind of discussed that during the fight. You know, I mean, sure, he's got great power,
great speed,
great speed.
What do you think of his footwork?
I think it's all good. I think he's a good athlete, but I will tell you, the opponent Figueroa right here was, you know, not the biggest test in the world, and I think it proved not to be. But I think, yeah. But I think the real concern here is how's Figueroa doing? What are they going to do with him? And hopefully he recovers quickly from this.
A moment ago, Figueroa gave a thumbs up.
There it is. See, he knows internally he feels good, or else he wouldn't be doing that. And see, the medic even took his hand and put it down, even though he was trying to give the sign to his loved ones or his father that he's okay.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Welcome back to Premier Boxing Champions on FS1, PBC Fight Night. Time for the decision to the ring, Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a time of 1 minute 27 seconds in round number 4, referee in charge, Rudy Barragan, stops the contest. He is the winner by way of knockout, and he is still undefeated, Rolando "Rolly" Romero.
Rolando Romero goes to 9-0, 8 via knockout. Guys, let's take a look back.
Well, here it is. You know, it's that left hook. He hit him with 2-3, and then the right hand. This is on the ropes. This is the takedown at the end of the round before this. And here we go. Now, Figueroa slips out, and he's going to throw a hook, but he got caught with a hook at the same time. And believe me, Romero slipped that left hook inside of his glove right there. So, you know, Figueroa had his right hand up, but he puts it right inside of it, see? He knew exactly where he was going. His eyes were focused right on that.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Rolly Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Well, the wait is over. It is time for our opening bout of the evening. Isaac Cruz, Diego Magdaleno. Let's go down ringside. Here's Mo.
Thanks a lot, BC. It is fight night on Fright Night. Let's do the time warp again. Fans are back and in masks on this most unique Halloween night. 12-year pro Diego Magdaleno turned 34 earlier this week, coming off a career-saving victory over Austin Dulé in February. Meanwhile, the 22-year-old Cruz has gone 14-0-1 with 11 knockouts since his only pro loss in his 6th pro fight. In February of this year, he looked good, defeating Thomas Matisse by decision on Showbox. Well, Magdaleno started boxing when he was 8, had 130 amateur fights, including wins against Mikey Garcia and Saddam Ali. And, well, he has come up short in his most high-profile fights to date, dropping title belts to Terry Flanagan and Roman Martinez, in addition to a 2019 TKO loss against current lightweight champion Teofimo Lopez. But Magdaleno saved his career in his last fight, and he is here ready to show he has a lot left in his proverbial tank. Cruz started boxing when he was 8. He reportedly had 85 amateur fights, turned pro at 16, and yes, just 22 years old, has already had 21 pro bouts. His father and trainer, Isaac Sr., his 2 uncles, and grandfather also boxed. In fact, his grandpa Guillermo was one of the few to beat Hall of Famer Pepino Cuevas in May of 1973.
Take a look at the numbers, the tail of the tape for this fight, and one of the key numbers to zero in on is the age of Magdaleno. Morrow mentioned that at 34 he thinks he has something more to offer, but how much did that loss to Teofimo Lopez take out of him? We're going to find out tonight.
And the rules for our fights tonight: no standing 8 count, no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. If an accidental foul or headbutt causes a fight to end within 4 rounds, it's a no decision. After 4, they go to the scorecards for a technical decision. It's time for the official introductions. Here's Hall of Fame ring announcer Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you and welcome to the Alamo Dome here in the beautiful city of San Antonio, Texas. Premier Boxing Champions presents our big night of action coming away, and it's all brought to you by Mayweather Promotions, TGB Promotions, GTD Promotions, Santa Cruz Boxing Club, and Showtime. Sponsored by Proper Number 12 Irish Whiskey, the finest, the tastiest, the smoothest liquid gold in the world. And O'Reilly Auto Parts. Order your parts online at O'ReillyAuto.com and get free curbside pickup. This bout of the ring is sanctioned by the IBF. The president is Daryl Peoples. Introducing at this time our judges, all from the state of Texas. Joel Elizondo, Ellis Johnson, and Rafael Ramos. Introducing our third man of the ring, the referee in charge of the action, Mark Calloway. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing scheduled for an IBF Lightweight World Title Eliminator. Introducing you first on my left, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks with silver trim, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada. He weighed in at 134 3/4 pounds. His record stands at 32 wins, 3 losses, with 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the former world title challenger and veteran standout contender, introducing Diego Tu Fuego Magdaleno. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, hailing from Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico. He weighed in at a trim-ready 132 pounds. His record stands at 19 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw, with 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked the IBF number 6 lightweight world contender and known as Mini Tyson. Introducing Isaac Pitbull Cruz. Once again, a referee in charge, Mark Calloway, now to give instructions.
Restroom, I want you to obey my commands at all times. Escúchame todo el tiempo, okay? Aquí, golpes aquí para arriba está bien. Golpes, these are a little high. Golpes right here, para arriba está bien, okay? Choque en guantes, buena suerte.
Referee Mark Calloway, a 13-year veteran working his 294th professional bout, kicking off this 4-fight fiesta on pay-per-view from the Alamo Dome. Isaac Cruz in the black and gold trunks. Diego Magdaleno, red with silver trim. And boy, that name, Diego Tu Fuego Magdaleno, rolls right off the tongue. He's hoping these punches will roll right off his body.
And this is exactly what we thought this match would be. Cruz throws 68 punches around, and look what he did already.
Definitely not in Cruz control as he sends Magdaleno down to the canvas.
6, 7, 8.
Diego sat there too comfortable. He was taking too much shots. He had to move.
And in just the opening 30 seconds of the first round, Magdaleno goes down to the canvas for the 11th time in his career. And we have fistic fireworks to kick off this 4-fight fiesta. It's all Isaac Cruz. Right uppercut, another right uppercut, and Magdaleno goes down and out. Mamma mia, what a start! Magdaleno may be known as Tu Fuego, but it's Isaac Cruz who is en fuego tonight.
You got him? You got it, Doc?
First round, man. All right.
A scary stoppage to kick off Halloween night at the Alamo Dome. Isaac Cruz with his 15th knockout. Incredible stuff on display this evening, Al.
Yeah, very, for this young man who many people believe at age 22 already a 6-year veteran is special. And for Diego Magdaleno, if this is the end of his career, a tough ending, at 34 he was hoping to show a lot more than this tonight. Hopefully he's going to be fine and they'll take good care of him. That was Bones Adams in his first fight with Magdaleno as his trainer, and this did not go the way they planned, of course. As for Cruz at 22, he's a 6-year veteran, and he showed why he is a diminutive lightweight, but I'll tell you what, he's got power, and man, can he throw punches to the body.
Abner?
Well, I mean, I was really looking forward to see what Diego was, going to bring in with having Adams in his corner. But unfortunately, not unfortunately, it happens. Isaac Cruz, he's the younger fighter, the shorter fighter. I thought he was gonna. Well, he did what he had to do. He had to go in there and throw bombs, and that's what he did. And what a performance from Isaac Cruz. I was impressed.
Only 22 years of age, records his 20th victory, is now 15-0-1 since his lone defeat.
Take a look at the first knockdown. This came so quick out of the gate. Magdaleno got to a place you don't want to be against Cruz on the ropes. Cruz is very good at mixing his attack to the body and the head. Normally he lands half his punches to the body. That was the beautiful uppercut that sent Magdaleno down. And Magdaleno, as you pointed out, Mauro, has been down many times in his career. So you get the feeling still at this point, he could get himself back together and maybe still make things work. But, we take a look at it again, the first knockdown, and you'll see how it happened, working from a good distance, Abner.
It was the first round. I think Diego got too comfortable. He said, you know what, I'm going to feel this punch. I'm going to take his punches and see what this kid has. But unfortunately, he had power and took Diego out.
Yeah, that was the first knockdown, and then here is where we'll see the end of the fight. The body work, and again, the uppercut of Cruz. I thought Magdaleno's uppercut was going to be a weapon in this fight. Turned out Cruz's was much more effective, and he sent Magdaleno down, and that was that.
Well, that's a punch you throw right when you work the body, especially to the side. You make that opening out, and that's what he threw, the uppercut, and it was there. Beautiful punch.
Isaac Cruz, known as Mini Mike Tyson, showcased that vicious uppercut. Hey, another Mini Mike Tyson, known for his vicious uppercuts, known for being a player here in the 135-pound division. That named Gervonta Tank Davis, he headlines tonight against Leo Santa Cruz, but Isaac Cruz adding his name to the mix. A lot of young guns at 135. Let's make it official with the one and only Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 53 seconds of round number 1. He is the winner by way of knockout. He is the winner of the IBF Lightweight World Title Eliminator, Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
A family affair indeed, and a happy Cruz family celebrating a stunning first round KO victory here tonight.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Now listen, coming up, the main event. Tim Tszyu versus Terrell Gausha. Tszyu is making his U.S. debut tonight and looking to be really just as successful as his legendary father was here in the States. And like his father, Tim's goal, to become a world champion and a Hall of Famer. But he wants to accomplish those accolades, creating his own path in the sweet science. He talked about this fight, his father, and building his own legacy with our Hall of Famer, Al Bernstein.
Tim, this is your first fight in America. Fighting here is a part of your history because your dad had so many great memories on Showtime as well. Does it kind of factor into it feeling kind of special and nostalgic?
Yeah, 100%. I think the last 10 fights of my dad's was on Showtime, so.
Down goes Chavez for only the second time in his career.
I guess that was a special relationship.
Down he goes. A right hand, he's in trouble.
He's in real trouble.
It's over.
I remember after the Zab judo, I remember running to Mum and trying to find Mum. Yeah, it was just a good moment in our lives. I do remember the good memories, and we're only here to bring good memories forward.
You are, unlike a lot of fighters, very active. You've fought 5 times since August of 2020. Is that by design?
I think the whole part about boxing is just, you know, you got this window of opportunity. I think progression in life and especially in boxing happens through consistency, hard work, and that's what's allowed me to sort of progress every time, you know. I haven't been on honeymoons. I haven't been taking 8 months off in between fights. I've just gone straight in, so I think that's what allows me to get better and better.
Tim Tszyu with a beauty!
You've had some memorable fights, and you've created some memorable nights in Australia. None more memorable than your fight with Jeff Horn. Did you feel like that was a coming out party for you?
Yeah, I think that fight sort of cemented myself as, you know, I just took on a world title, a former world champion. I didn't lose a round, and I got him out by 8. So the respect for my own name, Tim Tszyu, should be stamped there.
Tim Tszyu has dethroned a legend in Townsville.
I just want to let everyone know that my name's Tim, not the son.
Let's go back in time. When you were young, of course, your dad was involved in all these great fights. Not every kid grows up with that kind of excitement in their life.
Yeah, that's for sure, you know. It was.
On this occasion, his son, 8-year-old Timofey, has come to Melbourne to lend his support. He'll be joined by nearly 30,000 fans here to cheer on his dad.
Every son sees their father as a superhero, and my dad was actually a real-life superhero.
How has the process been for you to make your own identity and still honor what he did?
Oh, look, I'm super proud as a son of what my dad did, you know. But at the same time, this is my own career, and you know, I've always wanted to step away from that shadow to be known as not just Kostya Tszyu's son, but I want to be known as Tim Tszyu. And then, you know, it's taken years and years of work.
Tim Tszyu is not as good a fighter yet as he will be in your mind, right?
Oh, 100%, 100%. I feel like I've improved each fight, but there's so much more to learn. It's an evolution, and each fight you get better and better.
You're in a division in boxing that is one of the best in the sport, which has 2 sides to it. One, it gives you an opportunity for big fights, and number 2, it forces you to be at your best all the time.
100%, and there's plenty of big fights to be made, and it's quite exciting. I'm at a good age now as well, 27 years old. Still haven't reached my peak. There's so much to learn, and there's so much to know that it's a never-ending story. This is the new chapter, and it begins now.
As we look at the tail of the tape, Gerald Gausha is a 34-year-old veteran, as we pointed out, coming in off that 12-month layoff, but he thinks he's going to be very sharp. He does have a big reach advantage, and he hopes that will keep Tszyu at bay when he starts those rushes. A reminder, as we look at the rules, and I'll point you to the key one, if there's an injury due to an accidental foul, and the fight would be stopped before the end of the 4th round, it's a no decision. After that, they would go to the scorecards.
All right, that's the setup for a fight. Let's go back to the center of the ring and Michael C. Williams for the official introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Armory here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as Premier Boxing Champions now presents the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by No Limit Boxing, TGB Promotions, Warriors Boxing, and Showtime. Our main event is brought to you by Geico and JD Sports, the undisputed king of trainers. This bout is sanctioned by the Minnesota Department of Labor and Industry, Office of Combative Sports, Operations Manager Matt Showalter. Introducing the judges, all 3 from Illinois, Robert Hecko, Bill Lurch, and Patrick Morley. And the referee in charge, Mark Nelson. And now for the main event of the evening, 12 rounds of boxing in the super welterweight special attraction For those fans in attendance and those joining us around the world, live from the Armory in Minneapolis, ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime! Presenting first, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the white, red, and gold trim. He weighed in 153 1/4 pounds. The 2012 U.S. Olympian holds a professional record including 22 victories, just 2 defeats, 1 draw, 11 wins. Coming by way of knockout from Cleveland, Ohio, the former world title challenger, Gausha.
Let's do this.
And his opponent fighting out of the blue corner. He wears the white with blue trim, weighing in 153 1/2 pounds. The son of a legendary Hall of Fame world champion. Tonight, he makes his much anticipated U.S. debut, bringing 20 wins without a defeat, including 15 victories by way of knockout. He is the WBO #1 ranked 154-pound title contender from Rockdale, New South Wales, Australia, introducing the undefeated Tim Tszyu. And now once again to give instructions, referee Mark Nelson.
Gentlemen, you received my instructions in the dressing room. You both know what I expect. A good, clean fight. Obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck to both of you.
All right, so we are set to go. This is our main event of the evening. Tim Tszyu, Gausha, and we are underway. Gausha has been a notoriously slow starter. I just do not believe he can afford to do that tonight.
Well, he wasn't in this last fight, getting that second round knockout. And we talked about it, in the opening of the TV, that Gausha has learned a lot from his defeats. He's great oppositions, great fighters whom he lost against, but he's learned a lot. And he's learned to let his hands go a lot more, as we're seeing now with the jab from Gausha.
Yeah, he started out, he's thrown 11 punches to only 4 for Tszyu. So he's starting and following with the right. So he wants to keep Tszyu from coming forward. Tszyu is a pressure fighter, but he approaches it responsibly. Yeah. He's got a good defense. He lands 18 punches in recent fights per round, and his opponent only landing 7. So he's not some wild attacker.
No, he's not, but he will come forward. He's got a very good uppercut.
Yeah. Oh, boy, does he ever.
Yeah, but, Terrell Gausha, he is a big step up in terms of skills, for Tszyu. So, we'll see how he manages applying the pressure against, a great boxer and counterpuncher as Gausha is.
And there's the right hand. Gausha knows his hopes tonight are on landing counter right hands or right hands that come off his own jab. He's got to land that punch tonight.
Well, we'll see if the knockout in the last fight against a very solid prospect was a learning process for him and a confidence builder for him.
And Gausha is really good at playing peekaboo. What I say about peekaboo, mean by that is when you close your guard really well, you wait for your opponent to throw, and then boom, you let your hands go. So we'll see if Gausha does that.
Hey, more than anything, Gausha's just happy to be in with the right-hander. He's faced 5 straight lefties. Almost nobody has ever done that. It's crazy.
I wonder if he feels awkward right now facing the right hand.
There's a right hand, and that drops Tszyu. Just like last time. 6, 7, 8. You good? Well, now let's see what it does for Gausha. Comes right back with the right hand lead, comes to the right to the body and a right to the head. Gausha looking for it to end it here. Took a right hand from Tszyu, but stays right there. There's another right hand to the head. And again, Tszyu wobbled a little bit. Tszyu tries to dig to the body. Couple shots to the body.
Tszyu has been down once before against Ryan Wade, so this is the second time in his career.
Yeah, but not this early on in the fight.
And look at him, he's coming back. He said, I've got to come back and do something dramatic in this round.
Yeah, I was going to say, he seems okay right now. He did wobble, though, after the knockdown. There's another sharp right hand from Gausha.
Wow, what a round for Gausha.
Oh, yeah.
Tremendous first round.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Well, we said the right hand was going to be key for Terrell Gausha, and boy, he landed one. A nice counter right as Tim Tszyu was coming in. And as we look at it again from any angle, it's effective. Yet lazy jab that just sat out there, and Gausha landed the counter right hand, just as he did against Clark.
So well timed for Gausha. And Tszyu was in the verge of throwing his own right hand, but it was Gausha's right hand that got in first, right on the button. But you got to give it to Tszyu also. He came back, he held his own.
Stay there. Well, big start for Terrell Gausha, of course, a 10-8 round. So Tszyu already on the cards behind.
I mentioned that, you know, fighters in recent fights have only averaged landing 7 punches per round. Gausha landed 20 in the last round, so that's a big difference.
It is. Yeah, talk about, you know, keeping that momentum going from that last fight. Right in the first round, knockdown for Gausha. And again, he's gotta stay really professional with the jab.
And maybe equally as important, Gausha threw over 60 punches in that last round. We haven't seen Terrell Gausha throw 60 punches in a round in a while.
No. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Well, again, that last fight might have done something just mentally for Terrell Gausha. Another good right hand right there.
Tszyu has kind of a weird cut on his forehead, it looks like. I don't know where that came, maybe they clashed heads.
It looked like they were working on a cut between rounds. I thought I saw that, but I was kind of unsighted, but I saw they had the swab out.
Yeah, Gausha being cautious here because Tszyu also has a really good right hand of his own, really lethal. And I saw him seconds ago trying to go for that uppercut that Tszyu has. He has a really well uppercut, both hands.
Yep, he does. It's done damage in the past, but he's got to get things under control here. There's a body shot.
Well, and Tszyu is attacking in a straight line. You know, he normally is pretty responsible defensively, but he also moves his head a little bit more than he is tonight. He's not moving his head much and attacking from a straight line, and Gausha's countering effectively.
Yeah, I gotta think there was a bit of a case of nerves in Tim Tszyu coming here on this night, in this place, and fighting the guy that he's fighting.
Yeah, no doubt. U.S. debut here for Tim Tszyu. You know, letting his hands go a little bit more. Gausha will give you those opportunities, though, especially when he lays on the ropes.
Yeah, Tszyu appears to be getting his timing back a little bit now. He's fine. No after effects of that knockdown.
You know, Gausha sparred with Brian Castano and also Virgil Ortiz getting ready for this fight, 2 attacking fighters, and he said that was great sparring for him.
Yeah, I was there for a few of those sparring sessions as we do train in the same gym.
Manny Robles gym, and of course, Prentice Brewer now working also with Gausha.
Well, Gausha still having a pretty solid round. There was a left-handed back Gausha up. Now Gausha covering up a little bit of his back to the ropes. A better round for Tim Tszyu.
We talked about the cut on the forehead of Tszyu, and it came courtesy of this clash of heads. There's where they kind of banged together, and it created a little bit of a cut. So as if Tim Tszyu didn't need anything else to create a problem for him, and a little punch afterwards as well. We see this also creates a problem for him.
Yeah, and it's on the hairline.
Okay. Step with the first one, step with the second one, you're going to step and then you put right hand behind him. Yes. Done. Half step back and you pull. That's it. Make it a double jab. Okay, let's go. So drop that back foot. Let's go.
So the cut, as we said, along above the ear on the hairline.
And you know what? The aggression from Tsyu does help Gausha a lot. It benefits him because Gausha, again, not known for a fighter that, lets his hands go so effectively, or at least puts pressure. And when you have a fighter that's just going to pressure you and that's going to be in front of you, well, Gausha will just take his time and let his hands go when he has to, when he needs to.
He's got that nice high guard. Tsyu trying to go downstairs here as we begin the third round.
I had, in the keys to victory that I created for this fight, the main one was for Gausha to start quicker and land the right hand. He certainly did that, and for Tszyu, smart pressure was important, and he needed to land his right, which he's now trying to do.
And he's finding a place for it, too. Yeah, Gausha against the ropes.
Yeah, I want to see Tsyu let go with some body shots also. He's a good body puncher. There it is.
There's that uppercut, too.
He wants to open up the guard. How do you do it? Body shots.
First uppercut for Tsyu. So now he's starting to mix that punch in.
There are 2 overhand rights and then an uppercut again by Tsyu.
And by the way, I also had in that those keys stay off the ropes, and Gausha's not doing that right now. Now he wants a counter punch off those ropes, but it also puts him in danger.
Yeah, no doubt, especially against a guy that has really well uppercuts, and he'll give you the opportunity there.
Yeah, Tszyu starting to swing the momentum of this fight in his favor, very slowly. Gausha was not as busy in the second round, and he's less busy in this round. Tszyu with a combination.
Yeah, now a lot of those punches are blocked by Gausha, so he's good at that high guard that Abner pointed out, but not everything is getting blocked. And the one thing Tim Tszyu isn't doing as much of is going to the body, and he's a very good body puncher. That's a big part of his normal routine. He landed 90 body punches against Takeshi Inoue in the last fight, a 12-rounder.
Yeah, and if anything's going to bring the guard of Gausha down, it would be body shots.
And it's there for him to try right now.
Yeah, I guess we talked about Gausha giving you those opportunities, especially when he's on the ropes. He gets too comfortable for his own good.
3 jabs, nothing significant at all from Gausha. That was a left hand, pretty sharp left hand from Gausha. I think Tszyu the busier of the 2 fighters in this round.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tszyu's still there for that counter right, though.
Yes, he is.
He really is.
Живот больше. У тебя стойка, ты стоишь, он свою печень прикрыл из-за того, что позиция между тобой неправильная. Встань пошире и заходи в него туда под лево. Лево твоя сторона. Сори, право.
Speaking Russian in the corner, that is Igor Golubev, who is the trainer of Tim Tszyu and also a relative of Tim Tszyu, an in-law.
And the man who trained Costa Tszyu.
Exactly.
Бомби чест его. Не бей одиночный с правой руки, он видит. Уже второй раз он опять ты правый кинул, право на правое.
Can you make out anything they're saying, Barry?
No, and you know what? I actually did used to speak Russian, believe it or not.
Как и план был. Работа, разбивая воду кровь. На этой дистанции среди.
Hey there. We come to round 4. Things leveling out a bit in this fight so far.
And a reminder, as you pointed out, that first round would have been a 10-8 round for Terrell Gausha. And round 2 was close, one that might have gone either way. Round 3, it looked like Tszyu was so much busier that it was likely his.
I'll be interested to see Steve Farrell's card. I gave both the second and third rounds to Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, we see Gausha not letting Tsyu win so easily. Good jab, right hand.
And a nice right hand.
That's what you need to do, yeah.
The thing about what Tim Tszyu doing in this fight, and it's a little different than some of the video I saw, he's not moving his head much, he's not feinting as he comes in, and he's not jabbing as much as he comes in. All three of those things make it difficult to come in without being hit by a counterpunch.
And I think the point that you made earlier is that he is still there for that right hand from Gausha.
Yeah, he's walking in a straight line.
There was the right hand, a little bit short. But he's gotten there with it a couple of times.
Now, having said all that, remember, Tim Tszyu has fight-changing power and could rip a left hook or a straight right hand or one of those big uppercuts and change, you know, and really make a big difference. Absolutely. This has been a good round for Gausha.
Yes, it is.
But the pressure that Tszyu is applying right now, it's
and down goes Gausha, and that is a knockdown, but no. Mark Nelson saying no knockdown.
Ready? Good. Come on, guys. Give me a clean round here.
Mark Nelson, one of the better referees in America, I believe. And he said it was no knockdown. I'm going with that.
There was an uppercut in there, but well, I don't know if it calls knockdown, but at least that was Tszyu throwing a kind of a power punch. So I don't know. Gausha looks like he may have been affected by something.
He does. A couple of chopping right hands. Still got some ropes. There's the uppercut. Gausha a little bit slower here now. Good job by Tszyu to force him back into the ropes. And there's a big left hand from Tszyu and another one. And now Gausha covered up for a moment, still with his back to the ropes. And a body left to the body by Tszyu and a sharp right hand by Tszyu.
Gausha's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. Tszyu's coming. Whoa!
Another sharp right hand by Tszyu. And finally, they separate him. Big sequence for Tim Tszyu. And you kind of feel this fight changing a little bit.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
We'll go back and revisit where there may or may not have been a knockdown from a punch. There's an uppercut. I don't know if it landed or not. It doesn't really look.
It doesn't seem like it landed.
Doesn't look like it does. Another look may give us a better idea. Yeah, we'll look at it from this angle. And you see the left come up. May have gotten there, but I don't know. I think it was more him grabbing and then getting off balance. Now, something did affect him, though, because he did go into a shell after that, and certainly Tszyu was able to turn the round around. Gausha was winning it at the beginning.
Very close, very close. This is round 5.
And Gausha, if he's going to move back to controlling this fight, is going to have to stay in the center of the ring more, not against the ropes as much as he was.
Yeah, he's got to turn him. Yeah, you got to do that, exactly. Stay in the center of the ring, turn him, go in circles, do not go back on that ropes as he's doing right now. Going to give Tszyu the opportunity of just manhandling you. Ooh, that was a beautiful
body shot.
Yeah,
another one.
Those hurt.
Tszyu, there's a chopping right hand, and that hurt Gausha. Gausha almost went down, not quite. Almost about to go once again. A big right hand again by Tszyu. Gausha trying to hold on. Tszyu forces him up against the ropes again. He is still on wobbly legs. 2 uppercuts. The third one missed. And then a right and a left to the body. And another big shot up top. Gausha taking a lot of punishment. Punches his way out of it for the moment. And holds on.
Gausha was hurt against Erickson Luben a couple of times. He was able to withstand his power. Right now, Tim Tszyu has got him in trouble.
And he's in reverse right now.
Ooh, that body
shot again. Those body shots are vicious from Tim Tszyu. There's a left to the head and another one caught partially on the gloves. Back against the ropes again.
Tim's different things, Tsyu, with the body shot, uppercut, hooks.
Tim Tszyu is doing a smart thing. He's getting close enough to not get countered, but still not too close to counter to smother his punches.
And I think Terrell Gausha's legs are betraying him here a little bit. There was a right hand from Gausha and a left hand that was mostly caught in the gloves.
There were some good counter punches there from Gausha.
Look at his legs, Al. His legs just don't seem.
And that's partially because of that body work and the fact that he's been hurt so much to the head as well.
Counter right hand. Gausha just trying to cover up.
Yeah, the pressure that Tim Tszyu is applying is really destructive. He breaks you down little by little.
Picking his shots, a right hand at the top of the head. Gausha tries to fight off again. But once again, Tszyu forces him into the ropes.
You know, Tszyu is squaring himself up and getting hit with some counter punches, but he's getting past that with his power punches.
I think at this point, a body shot is going to hurt a lot more than taking a right hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that's what Tsyu's doing. Oh,
again, a counter right hand drives Gausha back into the ropes.
Obey the bell here.
Gausha still wobbly and managed to get through this round, but he's taking a circuitous route to his corner.
How we feeling?
Let's go. I'm ready.
Let's go.
Hey, interesting.
Hey, listen.
I think
you got to keep your head up. Stop. Go and put your head down for me. You hear me? All right? How we feeling? You all right? Let's go. Off the rope, son. Okay. Away from the ropes.
Well, the right hand of Tszyu, that was the counter right hand, is what caused the big problem here. It was almost a knockdown, but his knee didn't quite touch. And what Tszyu did in that last round was not just throw the right, he was throwing uppercuts, he was working the body, especially the body work was very impressive. From a second look, kind of a wide right hand, but boy, it got in there. And sometimes Tszyu will throw a wider right hand just to get it there.
It's the way he changes his punches. He's not just throwing one type of punch, he's throwing different various angles and punches that Gausha is not seeing.
Now that last round was so dominant, I really wonder if you could make a case for a 10-8 round.
You could in theory, yeah.
So now we'll see what Gausha has.
Tszyu has landed 24 body punches, and most of them came in that last round.
And they're not pity-pat punches.
No.
And it's going to be so hard to push Tim Tszyu back. He's trying, Gausha. He's having, so far in this sixth round, he's having his way.
Boy, remember round one where that right hand sent Tim Tszyu down and he looked just not quite himself. Oh, it's different now.
Yeah, he's just forcing this fight.
And the punches per round tell you the story. Round one, clearly one in which Gausha got his way, but clearly in the last round, a huge edge for Tszyu.
I think it's going to get a little bit uglier for Gausha if he doesn't find that right hand again or a way to hurt Tszyu.
Yep, and he just landed a nice counter uppercut, Gausha, but it didn't stop Tszyu this time.
Tszyu just following him around. Now he's got him against the ropes again. A sharp right hand to the head. Still has Gausha pinned to the ropes. Came with another overhand right, and there's another one.
And now it's becoming a lot harder for Gausha to counterpunch. Because Tszyu is throwing different variety of punches. Again, there's the body shot. He's going to throw it up again. Yeah.
3 body shots, and now again, back up against the ropes. Gausha goes to the body, now comes with an overhand right. Another just touched him with a right to the body and a left hand to the head, and Gausha gets out of there.
He's sneaky when he throws that left hand. I mean, the hook, speaking of Tsyu, he brings down Gausha's hand first, and then he throws his hook on top.
And I still think Gausha's legs are shot.
Kind of reminds me of the triple G hook.
Yeah.
Going in.
It's a good analogy.
Guys, let go, Terrell. Terrell, you're holding. Stop.
Now Tsyu doing, Gausha doing a lot of holding, and Mark Nelson gives him a warning for that. Of course, he's trying to buy some time.
Again, Gausha just biding his time here. Looks like he's looking to counter Gausha.
Yeah, for sure. But he just, now there it is. He's trying that right hand. He knows it's a desperate situation.
Tsyu just continues to wear down Terrell Gausha. Another good body shot at the belt. Of course, I meant Tim Tszyu.
Yeah. Hey, one of us is going to do that eventually.
Hear me? Give me another towel. Right there. You're allowing this guy to get back into the fight. Where's the water at? Hear me? Hey, you gotta establish that rhythm behind that jab, behind that 1-2. Don't allow him to set up. Jackson coming in behind that 1-2 for me, man. And then follow up with your left uppercut.
Tim Tszyu has several punches that are very effective. One of them is the uppercut, and he can use either the right or the left for it. In that case, it was the right. One of the things that makes Tszyu a good attacker is a variety of punches, and we saw it there.
That, and I don't know if you noticed, but he was placed in a southpaw position, so that's why he's able to land with the right and with the left.
Good point.
So this is round 7, past the halfway point now.
You know, Gausha had a brilliant amateur career. Tim Tszyu only had about 35 amateur fights. He's learned as a pro. He's learning as a pro. He told us, I still have improvements to make. And we've seen in this fight that, yes, he does some defensive liabilities, but his power and the variety of his offense can change anything.
Let's bring Steve Farhood in. Steve, how are you seeing this thing?
Well, after a very slow start for Tim Tszyu, he's dominated 10-8 round for Gausha in the first. The 5th round, I did score 10-9. It could have been a 10-8 round, but I thought Gausha fought back just enough to keep it 10-9. So I have it 58-55 for Tim Tszyu. It's all happening at the zoo, to quote Paul Simon.
Whoa, I wish I thought of that. Excellent. Meantime, Gausha is trying. It's not like he's spit the bit here, but Tim Tszyu pretty much able to do what he wants to do right now. And he's being very patient.
You know, one of the sneaky punches from Tszyu is the counter right uppercut when Gausha throws a right hand. And he landed it a moment or two ago. And that body work. I mean, he's just a very good body puncher.
Yes, he is. And again, Gausha up against the ropes and gets himself out of there.
He's taking some hard shots in this round, Gausha.
And there's numbers on the body. 39 landed by Tim Tszyu. And it started really in the 3rd round when he really started to get that punch in a little bit more.
Throwing a lot less this round, Gausha. He's being more defensive now. Worried more about what punches are coming than really what he's going to throw.
I think I would be too.
Yeah.
And a good sharp right hand from Tszyu, just walking Gausha down now. Gausha tries again off the ropes, missed with a combination.
That was a nice uppercut from Gausha. And here and there, he would land that overhand right.
His problem is he has backed himself against the ropes most of these rounds now, since the 2nd or 3rd round, and it's just target practice for Tszyu, even though he's occasionally counterpunching.
And once again, Tszyu just kind of taking control. He's being patient, he's waiting, but when he sees an opening, not missing very much. There's a body shot and an uppercut, right back with a straight right hand.
And the difference is when Gausha lands a counter right, which he did a moment ago, it's not having that kind of impact on Tszyu that the first one did.
Yeah, now it's almost impossible not to be on the ropes when someone applies that pressure that Tszyu is doing right now.
Yep.
Saw Gausha take a deep breath And now goes back to his corner, being dominated right at the moment.
So what I'm gonna tell you right now, son, this guy's got nothing left. Hear me? He's lapping his shots. He's got nothing behind his punches. You're starting to find a hole for that right hand, son. Hear me? You're starting to find a hole for that right hand. Set it up. Set it up behind that jab. You got that?
And here's where the right hand comes. So Manny Robles, while he's doing that partially as a cheerleader, is also accurate. There are places for that right hand. However, that was few and far between, and more of what we saw in the round was like this, with Tsyu on the inside, working the uppercuts, the body work, and just being very effective on the inside.
Yeah, those body shots and those short uppercuts that Tszyu is landing, really effective.
This is round 8. Going 12, of course, in this fight. Tsyu just out-quicking Gausha now as well. That was a nice right hand from Gausha.
Really nice right hand from Gausha. Had Tsyu thinking there for a second.
Tsyu comes right back. There's a counter right hand from Tsyu, and a good one.
We saw Gausha a moment ago try that counter right again, and Tsyu was able to get away from it. But it's going to land from time to time. The way Tsyu is coming in, squaring himself up, and keeping that left low.
He does do that, and you would have to think that's something he's going to go back and look at.
Yes.
And he's aware. When Gausha landed that right hand, straight right hand, Tsyu said, all right, I took it, but guess what? When you throw that right hand again, I'm going to land my uppercut.
Yes.
And he tried, so he's aware of that right hand.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. He lands a counter right uppercut when Gausha throws the right hand.
Well, Gausha, again, really trying in this round, but just getting out-quicked, out-muscled.
And Gausha has thrown more punches than, you see Tsyu on Steve's unofficial scorecard, controlling things. Gausha has thrown more punches than Tsyu in this round, and this has been a fairly close round.
Yeah, Gausha a lot more effective when he lets his hands go, but it's going to be hard to even try. There it is. You want to throw 1 or 2 at a time. Really not let all of them go in a combination, because there it is, the counter punch from Tsyu.
It's so funny. Every time Gausha throws the right, we see the right uppercut come back from Tsyu. It's almost as if both men are programmed.
Tsyu right back on the attack, though, with Gausha against the ropes, where he has spent a good portion of this evening.
Stop, don't punch. Be careful. I got it. No problem. Step back, guys. You good?
Again, Tsyu just in pursuit. Gausha laying up against the ropes. Chopping right hand from Tsyu. Left hand slips in, and another right hand.
And those are punches that are not being smothered whatsoever. They're really hard punches that Tszyu is throwing right there.
And Tsyu has found a way to throw that right hand wider so he can get it past the guard of Gausha.
Almost taking about a half step to his right to throw.
There it is again.
And then the left hand behind it. He took a right hand from Gausha. Gausha, as we said, is trying.
He's still landing.
And there's a great uppercut and another uppercut.
What a fun round.
Got the crowd on its feet. It's been very entertaining. Tsyu's going to win a lot of friends here in America.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Nice and relax for me. There we go. You landing some big shots on my ball right now, man. It's only a matter of time, hear me? It's only a matter of time. But you gotta set it up and you gotta follow up.
Tsyu doing what we've seen a number of times, landing those big uppercuts. Give Gausha credit for walking through that punch and landing his own. And another look at it as Tsyu gets ready to throw that punch. It's a go-to shot for him, both as a counter punch and when he's initiating the action.
And the leverage he gets, the leverage he gets with that uppercut. Ooh. And again, there was moments where Gausha was trying to come back even after getting hit with that uppercut.
Well, there was a part of that round that was a great firefight.
Yeah.
And Gausha landed a lot. He landed 17 punches in that last round, so he had his moments.
He's been absolutely game in this fight. There's no question about it.
And starting out this round with lots of combinations, if he could keep this fight in the center of the ring, he'd have a much better chance, but he just can't.
No, he just has not been able to. And it's really Tszyu just walking him down. He's not doing it behind the jab necessarily.
No, he's not.
Another good sharp right hand from Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, Gausha's not a guy known, to push fighters back.
No. And they wanted to do that in this fight.
And more or less, he can't. You're almost going to be. It's impossible against a Tim Tszyu who manages the pressure so well.
But to Gausha's credit, still got his hands up. And even though he's taking a lot of body shots, he's still.
At this point, you just want to set up punches. If you're Gausha, set up a punch. There's the right hand where you want to let go of that right there. So not so much working combinations, but more than anything, just set up a big punch.
Yeah, you're hoping one of those rights will create a big problem again. Big left hook downstairs by Tszyu.
Yeah, I mean, Gausha is absolutely being game, and on the other side of the coin, Tim Tszyu, since that first round, it was a flash knockdown. He's been in complete command, even toward the end of that first round.
Tszyu has been 12 rounds against Takeshi Inoue. He won it. Gausha's been 12 round twice. He's lost both of those to Erickson Luben and to Eruslandi Lara.
That's a double right hand from Gausha, but then he takes a straight right hand from Tszyu, and now back against the ropes. There's a left hand from Tszyu.
Yeah, against Luben was more of a technical fight. This one is just some type of fighter he's got in front of him.
There's a nice combination from Tszyu, and again forces Gausha into the ropes, and again Gausha fights off the ropes. So you gotta give it up for Terrell Gausha. He's absolutely game.
He's landing punches. According to the show stats, he's landed 15 punches this round, and I wouldn't dispute that because we've seen them, but the pressure of Tszyu has just been impressive.
Again, Gausha is looking to counter, but that time he took a shot and was not able to counter.
You saw the bad intentions, I'm sorry, from Gausha.
And again, Tszyu just peppering him with hard shots with his back to the ropes.
Fans here in Minnesota. It filled up the armory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right before even the fight started, it was packed. Great crowd.
Дыхание восстанови. Это первое. По защите ты что пускаешь руки иногда? Ну вообще ни за чего. Подними их.
Right? We gotta take them back. This is championship rounds. We got 3 rounds coming up, son. You hear me? We good? We good? Look at me. Let's go. Hey, don't. You're doing a good blocking, doing a good job blocking, but you gotta be able to come back and counter. You got that? Block, counter, off the same hand. Block, counter, off the same hand, son. You hear me? Close your eyes, please.
Let him push you back against the rope.
Let's go. 10th round coming up. Deep breath.
Started to say this was the sometimes home of the Minneapolis Lakers, who later, of course, became the Los Angeles Lakers.
I just learned that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The Lakers come from here.
George Mikan, Elgin Baylor played here, did he not? Or no, he played only in LA.
Did. I don't believe
George Mikan. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, maybe Elgin started in LA.
I like the encouragement from Gausha's corner, Manny Robles, saying, hey, okay, you're doing a fine job of blocking the punches, but you got to give me something. You got to come back with your own.
He's really absorbed a lot of punishment in this fight. He still keeps coming back.
And when you think of the power punches he's been hit with and has not hit the deck, he came close once, but didn't go down.
And again, Tsyu just been busy. All those shots are being caught on the gloves. You're not getting through, really. That right hand did right there. Again, Gausha backing up into the ropes.
Yeah, but if you're a hard hitter, wherever they land, they hurt. Trust me. And I think Gausha's felt those punches. And eventually, one of them's going to land really nice, really clean.
There's an uppercut again. That's been a great weapon for Gausha. Been more than 1,000 punches thrown in this fight so far. Right out of the body by Tsyu.
Nice jab.
We talked about how Tsyu often responsible in his pressure. He's showing that now because he's thinking his way through, how do I attack this guy? But he also doesn't want to get countered. He doesn't want to, oh, beautiful body shot by Tsyu.
Body work is excellent from Tsyu.
Yeah, that was well said, Al. He's really responsible with that pressure. He's not, right now he's really thinking what he's going to throw before. He's in a position where he knows what he's going to land.
A little combination from Gausha.
Tim Tszyu will look at this, though, and ask himself, why didn't I jab my way in more, even though he's effective in walking in?
Yeah, you're right, but the jab has been a rumor.
Yeah, for him. And kind of for Gausha at times.
Left hand, now right hand, and a left to the top of the head. Double right hand, and then another one.
Again, it's that right that he throws a little wider, and there he tries it again, and he gets countered, too. This is a fascinating fight stylistically.
That was a nice body shot. Another right hand drives Gausha back into the ropes. Gausha has spent most of the fight there. All right, let's bring Steve Farhood in. How are you seeing this so far? I think there's only one possible way, right?
Yeah, it's still all Tsyu. We're gonna take a look at the top contenders at 154 pounds, of which Tim Tszyu and Terrell Gausha both are on the list. You see them. As far as 154, the winner of the Charlo Castaño rematch will have plenty of deserving challengers. Tsyu is trying to stake his claim tonight, and on April 9, we see Lubin and Fundora clash on Showtime with the winner in good position. Looking at the champions at 154, well, this looks like a throwback to years past because there's only two names here, Frank Castaño and Jermell Charlo. There's never been an undisputed 154-pound champ in the four-belt era. Last July, Charlo and Castaño tried to change that, but they fought to a draw. They'll do it again on May 14 in a very significant match.
Yeah, so it hasn't happened before, but we may see it happen here on Showtime just down the road.
Just one of the best divisions in boxing, and one in which, as we said, people fight each other. And this has been an interesting and I think exciting fight, even though Gausha has absorbed punishment or whatever. I mean, there have been those counter punches, and it might be a wide margin. I don't know on the scorecards, but it's wider than the excitement level is. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, yeah.
The volume of punches that have been thrown in this punch says it itself. How exciting and how active this fight's been. Obviously, Tsyu being the most aggressive one, but Gausha holding his own and throwing his own punches.
I think now would be a badge of honor for Gausha to finish this fight.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, though he's been stunned, he has never gone down, which is kind of nutty. You'd think he might have, but he has not. By the way, I'm told Alderson Baylor played 2 years in Minneapolis.
Yes, you were right. I was about to correct myself.
Right, I'm just,
I'm so ashamed.
No, don't be.
And again, Tsyu just right on top of Gausha, and Gausha's still trying though. Gausha's taken 4 punches to every one he lands, and it's been that way since the very first round.
You know, Tim Tszyu's made a little bit of an adjustment the last round or so. He's not loading up on as many of the punches. He's saying, I can throw and land some at different varying, now that one he did. Yeah. You know, I can throw a combination and land a few and then set up something else.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And yeah, it shows. His punches
He's varying the speed.
He definitely is making for openings, and when he does, he lands with really bad intentions and authority. There, especially those body shots.
2 body shots, and then he took a right hand from Gausha. There he is, right back at it. And right back into the ropes goes Gausha. Combination, both to the head.
You know, both men are landing their power punches at almost the same percentage, in the 30s, but more have been thrown by Tim Tszyu. And so he's landed a total of 169. That's everything other than the jab.
I gotta say, Tyrell Gausha must have been in great shape coming into this fight, because he was taking a ton of body shots.
Yep, boy, that's a mouthful.
Tsyu was setting up the right hand. I'm calling it right now. I was throwing that body shot right there as a right hand. He's waiting for Gausha to bring his guard down.
And he's getting there. There it is. Punches now.
That's why Ramirez is sitting here.
Yeah, that's right. Body shots again now, right up the middle. Well, it's really been a clinic, I think it's fair to say, for Tim Tszyu since that first round. He had a flash knockdown, showed some character, got up from that, and even by the end of the first round was starting to take control of the fight.
Только ты дистанцию встаешь, он тебя достает. Прилипни, ближе.
Give me a tight defense. Give me a tight defense and find a hole for that right uppercut.
Earl, you good?
I'm great.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm great.
All right, last round, touch gloves.
Right?
You got to dig deep. You got to fit everything. You got to punch in that round. Okay. You got to finish strong, son. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
So last round coming up.
Here we go.
Go. All right, tight deep.
So we come to the final round. They touch gloves. 3 more minutes in this fight.
And again, Tim Tszyu has been 12 rounds once. He beat Inoue. Gausha has been 12 rounds twice. The loss to Luben and the loss to Arislandi Lara. But as Abner pointed out, the Lara and Luben fights weren't like this. They were more tactical, other than the last part of the Luben fight.
And
good
again,
hook by Gausha.
Yeah, it was. But in the meantime, he took 10 punches before that.
At this point, really, that's all you wish for. A lucky, good punch from Gausha.
No, he's absolutely game, and he's really trying. I think both these guys are going to walk out of this ring with more fans than they walked into it with.
Yeah, and you know, Gausha at age 34, clearly knowing he needed something. He needed a win here tonight to stay relevant in the 154-pound division, and he's tried his best to make that happen. True to his word, he did start fast.
Yes, he did. Knockdown right away.
Yeah. And Tsyu was trying to close the deal here.
Yeah, but right after that, Tsyu got back up, and what you're seeing right now is what we got for 10, 11 rounds.
Yeah. And in this round, Tsyu is throwing about 3-1 in terms of punches. So in terms of who's fresher in round 12, it's Tsyu.
No question about it. His body shots have just been really effective from Tsyu.
He's now landed 90 body punches, the exact number he landed against Inoue in his last fight.
Really impressive. Most impressive thing is Gausha is still on his feet.
Oh, not a big right.
Huge shot, yeah.
Gausha he's going to go out on his shield for sure.
Give him all the credit in the world for hanging in there in this fight.
1 minute left in this fight. Again, Gausha is getting cuffed around, comes right back with a right hand, and forces Tsyu backward.
Yeah, see what I mean? You gotta wait for a right boot. There it is, a right punch.
And a hook too.
Well, as we said, both men, I think, have made fans here tonight. Tsyu, in his first appearance here in the United States, had fought all his fights in Australia, with one exception, that was in New Zealand. And Gausha, the former Olympian, fighting like a real Olympian. Final 15 seconds. And it ends pretty much the way it's been for the entire fight. It's over. Very entertaining fight.
What a sign of respect from both men. They know this was hard fought, and so do these people.
Absolutely.
Well, it was a treat to watch Tim Tszyu. Welcome to America. I think he did make a statement tonight. You don't always have to get a knockout, but a performance like we saw tonight from Tim Tszyu, that's quite a show.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question about it. He's going to be very popular here in the United States.
And facing adversity early made the story tonight, I think, even more dramatic.
You know, it isn't often that I think it's a very lopsided fight, unless we're all really wrong about it.
Yeah.
And it isn't often you could say great fight about a fight that is as one-sided as this one.
Absolutely, and they both, we mentioned well over 1,000, well, there it is. 39% of the power punches for Tsyu landed, 93 body punches. I mentioned that's almost exactly what he landed in his last fight. They played a big role in this. And give Gausha credit. He landed 35% of his power punches, and some of those were terrific shots, including the right hand that knocked Tsyu down early.
Tsyu threw more than 700 punches in this fight, and of the 700, 500 of them were power shots.
Yeah.
That says something both about Tsyu and Gausha.
And I think he would have liked that margin to be a little more jabbing on his way in. And don't you think, Abner, they'll talk to him about that?
I'm sure they are. And again, this is a great fight, great learning experience. A big step up for Tsyu and wood sportsmanship right there. Gentlemen.
Two good guys. Gausha is a good guy, and so is Tim Tszyu.
And you know, I think it must be said too, there's still some things to learn for Tim Tszyu. I mean, he still squares up a lot.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really entertaining fight. There's no question about it. Let's go to Michael C. Williams, and we'll get the official verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's main event, we'll go now to your three judges at ringside. Your first, Robert Hecko, scores the fight 114-113. Judge Bill Lurch sees the fight 116-111. And your third and final judge, Patrick Morley, 115-112. All three have it for the winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated Tszyu.
I guess we saw the fight right. Pretty dominant performance from Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, one judge drew that much closer than we would have anticipated, but clearly, Tim Tszyu did enough to win it and gets his 21st victory. And I'll tell you, that was an impressive performance coming back.
Rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Well, when you look at a tale of the tape involving Sebastian Fundora, it's impossible not to mention his height and reach, which is extraordinary, even if that isn't what ends up being the deciding factor in the fight. The fascinating thing is that Carlos Ocampo at 5'10" with a 73-inch reach, normally that would be good at 154 pounds. Tonight, it puts him at a disadvantage.
And the rules for the main event. In California, referee or doctor can stop the fight. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell. Fight becomes official after 4 complete rounds. The always dapper Jimmy Lennon Jr. has your official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson, California, as Premier Boxing Champions and Showtime present the featured bout of the evening, sponsored by DraftKings. This bout is sanctioned by the WBC. President Mauricio Suleiman, the supervisor is Jose Suleiman Jr. Along with the California State Athletic Commission, the chairman Peter Villegas, executive officer Andy Foster. Our 3 judges scoring from ringside: from California, Rudy Barragan; from Massachusetts, Dan Fitzgerald; and from California, Dr. Lou Moret. Introducing our 3rd man to the ring, he'll be in charge of the action. We have Jack Reese. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the interim WBC Super Welterweight World Championship. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from Carson, California, it's showtime! Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing gray trunks with black trim, hailing from Ensenada, Baja California, Mexico. He weighed in at 153 1/2 pounds with a fine record of 34 wins, only 1 defeat. He has 22 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, seeking his 13th consecutive victory, here is the former world title challenger and current world rank contender, introducing Carlos Chema Ocampo. And his opponent ready to go on my left, fighting out of the blue corner, standing at 6 feet 6 inches, wearing blue trunks with white trim, hailing from and representing his home of Coachella, California. He weighed in at 153 1/2 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with a record of 19 wins, no losses, 1 draw with 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the all-action southpaw battler, the popular and undefeated interim WBC Super Welterweight Champion, introducing the towering Inferno, Sebastian Fundora. Once again, our referee in charge, Jack Reese, now to give instructions.
Okay, guys, these trunks are high. Right here is the hip line. Anything below here is bad. Same thing, right here, cutting the 3 and 4, everything below the hip line is bad. Préstame atención, protégete en todo momento. Buena suerte, pelea duro, pelea limpio. Listen, you heard everything, right? Good luck to both of you.
That's good. The multilingual Jack Reese, he can do it all. 22 years as a pro ref, working his 872nd professional bout. The bell, round 1, scheduled for 12. I mentioned it at the top of the telecast. I think it bears repeating. The average height of the 154-pound top 10, 5'9½". You mentioned it. Ocampo comes in an inch taller than that. The problem is Fundora has 8 inches taller, and his 80-inch reach is 2 inches longer than that of the unified heavyweight champion, Alexander Usyk. It's up to Ocampo to try to solve that puzzle.
A moment ago, we saw Ocampo land a really nice right hand to the body. Very important for him to do that. He has scored 9 knockdowns in his career with body punches, so he has power there.
None would be bigger than if he were to do it here tonight.
Yeah, oh boy, yeah, that would be huge.
And the fact that Fundora is so tall, gives Ocampo that easy access for the body shots. Really, it's right in front of it.
Yeah, it's head level.
Extra, read all about it. Fundora's already thrown 18 jabs and just got clipped by a left hand from Ocampo. So maybe he wants to actually utilize the stick tonight.
That could happen.
I know it would make his dad, Freddie, happier.
Yeah, Fundora normally throws 73 punches per round, so he's very, very active, lots of volume, and we expect to see that tonight.
But it's a good look for Fundora. I mean, you want to show different things, you know. It's going to come natural as far as him sitting in the punches, being aggressive. He's trying something new, and, you know, maybe you could do it against Ocampo.
It's hard enough to master the sweet science. I know that it just leaves a lot of people feeling incredulous that he doesn't utilize God's gifts that have been given to him. Final minute of the opening round, and already 42 jabs thrown by Fundora. That's the good news. The bad news, just landing 3.
Both these fighters, by today's standards, in here off short layoffs. 4 months for Ocampo and 6 months for Fundora. And Ocampo, this is his 4th fight already in 2022, so he's been active.
Henry Armstrong by today's standards.
Yeah, true, right.
30 seconds left here in the first frame, and again, Fundora Abner pawing with the jab, and Ocampo parrying it, and Ocampo's had some success.
Some good success to the body. Again, you know, that straight to the body. Trying to time Fundora's jab. As we see, he's pawing with it. He's trying to, there it is. He timed it, and he came right in.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
The bell in round number 2. And immediately Fundora again. It's like a telescope, that jab. He wants Ocampo to see stars, but Ocampo is very cool, calm, and trying to get to the body, trying to close the distance. And there's a left to the body by Fundora. Of course, his uppercut proved to be the money shot against Luben.
By the way, if you're wondering, the 34 on his trunks is a tribute to Fernando Valenzuela, the former great Dodger pitcher. And we were in the middle of the playoff. Yeah.
And again, Fundora doing, you know, what a lot of us like, you know, which is, or using it to his advantages, which is the reach, the jab. But I want to see that left a little bit more, just as he did right now. He's jabbing really, really good. But he's got
sharp jab that lands for Fundora.
There it is.
And there's the left.
The jab's a good setup punch, and the left is going to be there all night because Ocampo's going to come.
Oh, good counter right hand by Ocampo upstairs as Fundora went to the body with the left. Fundora's definitely committed to the jab here in the first 2 rounds of this important battle at 154 pounds.
Well, you know, Erickson Luben landed 48% of his power punches, which is everything other than the jab against Fundora. And he does, from time to time, get hit with power punches like that right hand Ocampo landed. So it's going to happen from time to time.
Ocampo wide punches, leaving a lot of space in between.
Yeah, Ocampo, I mean, he's trying to get in, but Fundora really making it almost impossible to get in with that jab.
You know, Ocampo moved up to 154 right after that loss to Spence. Making 147 was hard for him. He's been a better fighter at this weight class, but of course, he's up a big notch in terms of the competition he's facing.
Making 147 was difficult for Ocampo. What about Fundora saying he could make 147?
Yeah, that's staggering.
And the scary thing is, back in 2017, he actually weighed 147 1/4 for a fight, the lowest of his career.
Crazy.
Fundora fighting really smart this second round. I like what I'm seeing right now. I know we're used to seeing him staying in the pocket, but I like this boxing.
We'll take a look at what these fighters need to do. Look at our keys to victory. For Fundora, create doubt early. You know, that loss to Spence, the early loss, he wants to make his opponent believe he doesn't belong in the same ring with him. Stay off the ropes. From time to time, he's gotten caught on the ropes, so Ocampo's good at putting fighters there. He doesn't want to stay there and let him tee off. The big power punch I think that could be super useful tonight is the uppercut from Fundora. He scored knockouts and knockdowns with it. As for Ocampo, he's got to be defensively responsible when he's attacking. And I mentioned those 9 knockdowns to the body. He needs to go down there. And he does have a good power punching left hook, although tonight the right hand has been his best weapon. But I'm going to tell you, take all my keys to victory with a grain of salt. I'm the guy that said Adames should stay as a righty. So, you know, everything I'm saying tonight comes with a warning.
Fundora begins his 100th round as a professional, this being round 3 for Ocampo. It's his 178th round as a professional pugilist, so a little more experience than Fundora.
It's time for Ocampo to press on the gas, pressure a little bit more.
It's got to find a way to do that without getting blasted by some big counter punch.
Well, you want to double jab your way in now.
Yes, exactly.
Use angles. There it is. Try to catch him with that overhand. But, you know, the key here is to try.
Yeah, exactly. 144 jabs thrown by Fundora so far in this fight, so he has certainly utilized that weapon.
There it is, and when he lets go of that right hand, it's
there's a clipping left hand that lands upstairs for Ocampo, and Abner, not to cut you off, but going to the body as well. Ocampo has had that success.
He's gotten knockouts with the body work in the past.
Al mentioned it. What was it? Al 9 knockdowns?
Yeah.
Ocampo trying to be defensively responsible as well. Again, pairing the jab, putting together a combination, starting with the right hand to the body. And of course, because of the physical dimensions, much harder for Fundora to go to the body, but that just means the majority of his shots upstairs and has shown some pop in the recent stages of his career.
Hold the head.
You know, Ocampo's used the jab a little bit, but he hasn't followed the jab inside, and I think that's what he wants to try and do. There he's going downstairs to the body. It's been a little better round for Ocampo.
And what makes Fundora exciting, you know, is that he is vulnerable to those punches. I mean, he gets hit.
Ocampo continues to invest to the body. 45 seconds left here in the third. And meanwhile, Fundora, over 160 jabs now thrown in this fight, has landed 21. Ocampo credited with only 1 jab out of 51 thrown. But again, Ocampo's his modus operandi is to get inside and work that body.
Yeah, but if he were to use that jab, he'll make him.
And he has, we've seen it. Gensowski has a really good jab.
Yeah, it's not non-existent. You know, Fundora is 7-0 against undefeated opponents. Obviously, you know, he's not, but that shows what Fundora can do.
And Ocampo continues to chip away, lands the right to the body, followed by the left hand upstairs to Fundora. Been his best combinations.
He tried to play games where you're like moving. Yeah, we're good. Want to take him up, pizza? Yeah.
Well, Carlos Ocampo got a little bit accomplished in that last round. Here he's going to come with a left hook. It wasn't perfect. It was kind of wide. It landed on the neck of Fundora, but it did get there. And then Fundora, we've talked about throwing now 170 jabs. That one did get into Ocampo, and so he is certainly getting that punch in a lot.
Don't be second. Thank you, volado. Be careful. Punch out landing here. So lean back a little bit. Right, get up. Take a deep breath. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. You want to make him overwork. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. He's going to get slowed down.
Meanwhile, relatively speaking, a bit of a power outage in terms of power shots thrown by both fighters, and especially Fundora thus far. As we begin round 4.
He's only thrown 39 power punches in this fight. That's other than the jab is what that is, and he's connected with 10 of them.
And for Ocampo, connected on 20 of 68, and they begin to open up a little more to kick off round number 4.
And Ocampo just threw a combination to the body, which was good. You know, that's what you want to do.
Remember, it was the paralyzing left-right combination to the body that spoiled his lone opportunity at a title against Errol Spence Jr. Abner, how hard is it to punch up like you have to do against a guy like Fundora?
It really, at least for me, it's not. I actually like it.
You faced a guy like Fundora?
I thought taller fighters.
I don't know if anyone brings what Fundora brings to the ring at this weight. You know, it's just crazy.
But one thing I did like was fighting taller fighters because I was an overhand type of fighter.
Yeah, you're the overhand right. And everything.
Exactly. So, you know, it works for Ocampo. Ocampo has to keep doing that.
And the range for Ocampo is better in this round. Yes. He might get whacked by an uppercut and knocked out. Who knows? But guess what? He's in a position to land some punches.
Two-way action here coming up on the midpoint of the 4th. And Ocampo making it a fight, going to the body with the right, and they're cuffing right upstairs by Fundora on the left. And this is the Fundora we're used to seeing.
Yeah, there goes the boxing out the window. 4th round. It lasted 3 rounds.
And you know, you could feel the uppercut coming, and there's one by Fundora.
Pour one out for Fundora's boxing.
Oh, nice left hand by Fundora, too. He's a good inside fighter.
Yeah.
He's really good in there.
And this is the kind of action that fans want to see, and Ocampo just
like you said,
sitting down.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He is a great fighter in the inside, Fundora, but I was liking him more in the outside. Right now he's getting tagged a little bit and making it a lot easier for Ocampo to land those overhand.
Ocampo continues to attack the body. The uppercut hasn't been as prevalent for Fundora thus far in this fight, but still in close, leaning on Ocampo again, surrendering those advantages, but trying to land the power. Uppercut, shot the jaw of Ocampo, but Ocampo fights right back.
Left hooks by Ocampo. Those were his best punches of the fight.
Toe to toe.
Somebody told them they're here at this location.
We talked at the top whether this would enter the pantheon of the pitched battles that we have witnessed over the years, the near 2 decades of existence. This venue hosting professional boxing cards, and boy, this one beginning to unfold as we anticipated. Great round of action between Fundora and Ocampo.
Well, this round was fought at close range, and that's the body work that Ocampo so badly wants to accomplish. And there's Fundora trying to land his own uppercut. And then on the inside, here's Ocampo throwing, getting countered, and Fundora countering him very effectively, but Ocampo continuing to throw. And then later in the round, we see some more good work by Fundora, who, as we point out, a good left hook by Ocampo, but on the inside, there's the uppercut. You know, Fundora can fight very well at short range, but he puts himself in danger of getting hit with left hooks like that one by Ocampo. Collectively, they landed 28 and 27 punches respectively in that last round, so a lot of good offensive work done.
High-octane offense in the 4th. We begin the 5th, and Fundora beginning to sit down on his punches, and again they exchange at close quarters. Ocampo continues to dig away to the body. Left uppercut on the inside by Fundora.
Yeah, here comes the towering Figueroa. Speaking of Fundora, and one thing that I like that he was doing towards the end of the last round is that he's timing Ocampo. He's waiting for him to open up right when he's about to let his punches go. Fundora beats him to a punch.
I was going to mention that, Abner, and Al, for Ocampo, he's had success, but throws a lot of winning punches. If Fundora can manage to punch in between those combinations, there's a very easy path to attack, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, that's true. And Ocampo, sometimes he does throw wide punches, but you know, some of them are getting through, and you see. But again, we talk about Fundora on the inside. He's very precise with his punches. But boy, they're both getting a lot done offensively.
Ocampo's thrown. Well, he threw over 100 punches in the fourth, and here in the fifth, they continue to just go at it.
Yeah, Fundora's got
fighting.
He's got to work those inside punches. Like you mentioned, Mo, I mean, Ocampo opens up. Right when he opens up, you want to throw the uppercuts.
Time it, right.
Exactly, time it. Don't just take turns.
You know, Ocampo's not setting down on those left hooks to the body as much as he normally would. You know, he's kind of throwing it, but not pronating it, not setting down on it, and he wants to do that.
20-foot ring, but this fight being fought at very close quarters, mostly in the center of the ring. And Ocampo continues to dig away to the body. Fundora head hunting. There's the uppercut on the inside. You wonder how much can they continue to sustain this kind of pace. We saw Fundora against Luben, obviously, and for Ocampo.
Yeah, Fundora can definitely keep this pace for a very long time.
And Ocampo wants to match him punch for punch. In fact, he's thrown 65 punches in this round compared to 53 and counting for Fundora. And there's the uppercuts on the inside for Fundora.
Look how Ocampo is leaning his whole body on Fundora. If Fundora takes a little step back, I mean, it almost seems like Ocampo's going to lean forward. He's going to go forward, so that's where you throw that uppercut.
The leaning tower of Ocampo here in Carson, California. 20 seconds left. Body shot by Fundora, clubbing right hand over the top by Fundora.
And Ocampo, you see how squared up he is, making himself a more open target.
There's a clipping right hand by Fundora.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Well, after several rounds of Fundora fighting at distance, he is now close. And that was an interesting sequence. Nice uppercut by Fundora, but he was also hit with a counterpunch because he threw the uppercut from a little bit far out. But here, we're going to see that uppercut again. I mean, it's such an effective punch for him. And it's a punch that he generates a lot of power with during the course of a fight.
Keep throwing the combinations. We have enough here for 20 rounds. Give him a little water here. Chema, listen to me. You gotta rip his head off. Let's go. Counter punch and then to the head.
Halloween season and grisly instructions from Ocampo's trainer, Rafael Guzman, who has trained Ocampo his entire career. Quote, rip his head off. He's trying to do that.
Yeah, and I also always find it interesting when the coach tells you you can go 20 rounds and yeah, you're not the one in there.
Here are my shoes, you do it. But Ocampo leaning in on Fundora. Fundora, as you mentioned, guys, creating that separation and the distance enough to deliver these shots even to the body now. Fundora's going downstairs.
Yeah, Ocampo's still opening up a lot. Fundora has to take advantage of those. Lubin overhand, there it is. That uppercut, perfect timing for Fundora.
Ocampo is, you know, he's just so squared up right now. If he would turn, he would have much better, and he'd get better leverage on the left hook if he turned and was a more traditional righty instead of squaring himself up.
Yeah, there's no real way to derive much power here in the way that he's attacking Fundora, leaning it exactly.
But it's not always about outworking your opponent. Speaking of Fundora, and he does with the volume of punches. You got to start being more smart about choosing your punches.
But Ocampo, you know, he landed a real nice left hook there. From time to time, he's getting leverage on the left, but not as much as he would like.
And there, Ocampo catches Fundora. It was in round 7 against Luben where Fundora was forced to take a knee, the first knockdown of his career. Ocampo's lone knockdown came in that first round against Errol Spence Jr. 4 years ago. The jab returns for Fundora momentarily.
There was a body shot, I'm sorry, Al, that Fundora landed, and it was really good on Ocampo.
Oh, nice straight left hand by Fundora. Ocampo eats it.
Wow. What a stark contrast. The first 3 rounds completely at range, and now it's been totally
a Carson-type fight.
Yes, and Fundora did that by just walking on the inside.
And there's the uppercut by Fundora. Final minute, leaning in on each other. There's a body shot from Fundora. Ocampo again goes to the body.
Yeah, Fundora found a home for that body shot. There it is. He knew he hurt him.
Yeah, and you know, Fundora's landed almost as many body punches in this fight as Ocampo has, so he's gone downstairs as well.
And look at the leverage he gets when he throws that body shot, and you're going to see it. He's going to come back with that hook. There.
Body shot again by Fundora. Oh, straight left hand popping Ocampo, but Ocampo continues to come forward. He's proven he can take these shots from Sebastian Fundora. The question is, for how much longer? We've reached the halfway point of this 12-round main event.
All right. Sometimes you got to build your space a little bit. You know? Yeah.
Sit back and let that left hand straight. Don't always have to stay.
In what was probably the best round of the fight for Fundora in terms of landing power shots. From range, he does what he was tempting us to think he was going to do in the first 3 rounds. Use the jab at range and land the straight left. He did it there, and here he does it again, showing the jab very effectively, and then here comes the left hand. When Fundora does that, what is he doing? He's using his height and reach, but still punching with power.
Round 7.
Hey, vivo, vienen los huecos.
Ocampo seeking his 13th consecutive win. Fundora hoping to extend his winning streak to 7 as we begin round 7. And Fundora going downstairs with the left, followed up with a right upstairs to the head of Ocampo. And Ocampo continues to just square up, Abner, and lean in on Fundora, giving away his leverage.
Well, you know, Ocampo's, it's almost impossible for him to get away now from Fundora's pressure. And he's going to have to fight his fight, you know, which is, you know, throw punches right after Fundora there, the overhand rights.
Let's bring in our unofficial scorer, Steve Forward. How do you have it at the halfway point?
Oh, Mo, I have it 57-57. What's interesting is that Fundora didn't do much offensively in 3 of the first 4 rounds. Once he went on the inside, he's been very effective landing the bigger shots. He's won round 5 and 6 very clearly. But still, I have it 3-3 after 6 rounds. Close fight.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, I'm not really that surprised that Steve has it that, because there were a series of rounds that you could have given to Ocampo. But what's happened is Fundora's changed the tenor of this fight.
And the body language of Ocampo begins to become a bit of a concern for his corner. He's throwing punches, but again, just off balance and not a lot of leverage. And Fundora just kind of biding his time, going to the body.
The punches from Ocampo definitely are more of a, you know, just trying to fight out of a fight.
Yeah, arm punches. Really more so now.
And especially Fundora keeps working that body.
Fundora's father, Cuban, his mother, Mexican. Ocampo, Mexican. Hispanic Heritage Month, and we are serving up another barn burner here. 1 minute left in the 7th, and there you have it. Fundora with 30 body shots landed compared to 20 for Ocampo. There's a headline.
Yeah, it is a headline. You know, it's interesting. We saw those 2 replays of Fundora throwing a jab, a straight left hand, and landing them beautifully. When he fights like this, though, he doesn't give himself a chance to do that. I'm not sure he couldn't end this fight by doing that, you know? By just getting a little distance, nice jab, nice straight left hand, and I think
you don't think he can by doing that?
Well, he's standing, not when he's standing right here. I mean, he can't land a jab at a straight left range. That's my only point.
Yeah, if he were to get that distance like he has it right there, 100%, yes.
Agree. And there's a winging right hand delivered with a prayer from Ocampo.
Well, Ocampo said, hey, not so fast, guys.
Man, just at close quarters, chucking all kinds of nasty leather at each other. And we have reached round number 8.
Come on, let me get some ice there for the legs. Chema, listen to me. Come on, you got to demonstrate to me that you want to win. You got to let him go. Both arms, you have to let him go. Both of them. Both. Just keep working to both hands. How are you feeling? Good, good. Both of them, both hands. Come on. Both hands, both hands. With a lot of confidence. Let him go. Both hands. You want to win? Then both of them. Let's go. Let him lose. With confidence.
The bell and round number 8. Unbeaten Sebastian Fundora. And the once defeated Carlos Ocampo again renewing hostilities in the center of the ring. And Abner, again, I always ask this question. You're the pro, and you've been in there. As we reach the latter stages of the fight, adjustments you would like to see Ocampo make and Fundora as well.
Well, from Ocampo, I want to see him work the body, keep him busy with that body work as he's doing right now, and then boom, over, just throw the overhand right or left, surprise Fundora.
Wow. And
from Fundora, I'm not liking what he's doing. I would want to see a little bit more uppercuts as he did right there and set up that uppercut and that hook. Every time he gets leverage for that hook with that uppercut.
Man, a gutsy Carlos Ocampo just continues to throw punches out.
Oh, yeah, he's hanging in there. And, Fundora not allowing himself to have any range at all. He just is insistent on being so close to Ocampo. I'm just wondering why that is so. Yeah, he gives Ocampo a chance at least to land punches in that finale.
And, Ocampo's thrown twice as many punches as Fundora in this round, and yet they have the same connect rate. And, again, it speaks to the efficiency of Fundora, the timing, biding his time, and the desperation of Ocampo to try to get into this fight.
Well, Ocampo, he's got a right, the right hooks of Fundora are good when he uncorks them, and there's
a right hook from Fundora on cue, Al. But, man, this is the type of fight that will gain entry into that pantheon we talk about, the Carson Classics, Ocampo and Fundora.
You got to give it to Ocampo, too. You got to give it to him.
Absolutely. He failed in his big test against Errol Spence, moved up to 154 pounds, has had a 12-fight winning streak, and he didn't come in here in this fight to just be an opponent.
We've seen bobbing and weaving and more of that than the leaning Abner would serve him well. And Fundora was a good combination.
Stationary, I mean, it makes it a lot easier for Fundora. But if he were to move his head a little bit more, speaking of Ocampo, he would have more access to that overhand rights.
The jab remains a part of the arsenal for Fundora here in round 8. Ocampo goes to the body again, but these punches just lacking steam, and yet right there, and there's a double left hand right on the the nose of Ocampo by Fundora.
He doesn't stop trying. Ocampo keeps coming with that overhand right. Great jab to the body.
It's another fan-friendly affair in the open air. Carson, California.
Time out. Time out. Time out.
Good jab. Real good jab. Hey, Phil. You got this round good.
Good job. Good job. Taking a lot of punishment. We're not going to let this go on unless he brings it to the table and he says okay. He has nothing on his punch. And his body language is he's falling all over the place. You got to protect yourself. Protégete en todo momento. Necesito pelea. Okay, thank you.
Al, you're a guest. I'm going to let you say something here.
Okay, go with the right and left, and they're saying that you need the punches to be harder. That's what they're saying to you. Okay, keep with the right haymaker and left with everything you have. The left and then the right. A little Vaseline here. On the top, what's wrong with you? Top of the head. Breathe, breathe deep from the mouth. What?
Nueve. Necesito pelea. Okay. No duro.
Bernstein is apoplectic. What's happening?
That's outrageous. Abner, am I nuts? How can you walk to a fighter like that who's banging away and tell him his body language is bad and you're getting ready to stop the fight? He hasn't been down. He hasn't been in huge trouble. How can you do that?
I kind of alluded to that in the round myself, but
I mean, come on.
Abner, what do you think?
I mean,
is that wrong or am I? Well, look at him. He's still
fighting. I mean, he is throwing, he is fighting back. But I do get the referee maybe not seeing a lot of power behind him, but really he's not a big power puncher. Yes, I get that.
He's not a boxing commentator, and neither is the commission. Just because he's not fighting up to the standards you want, that's outrageous. I'm sorry. I know.
And Ocampo continues to throw punches to the body.
And they're making more of a point for Al. I mean, he is throwing, he is landing the body work.
Fundora goes to the body as well.
I mean, this is a pitched battle on the inside.
I was going to say, this is a good round for Ocampo.
Yeah, I mean, it's a close battle in the inside. They're both winging away and throwing punches. Guess what? You don't decide a fight by the press clippings coming in. And right now, in this round, Fundora's landed 15 punches according to show stat, and Ocampo 13. And Ocampo's thrown 12 more punches. It's a close round. Now, it is absolutely true that Ocampo is throwing arm punches and not getting as much power on his punches. No question about that.
Yeah, but he's also not getting tagged with big, heavy shots.
Not landing those kinds of shots in this round. You're right. Under a minute left and 9. Ocampo's legs do look a little unsteady to me, I will say, as we talked about the body language. But again, Al, you're right. He's not been down. He continues to throw punches.
But he is an awkward fighter, and his stance, it's like that.
Yep. But he is definitely leaning forward. And Fundora, you know, Ocampo's having a good bounce-back round here in the 9th. Nearly 1,300 punches thrown in this fight. 650 by Ocampo. 101 in the last round. Again, adding fuel to Al Bernstein's conflagration.
Just saying.
But again, if Fundora really wanted to make a case and make it seem like that, you got to get on top of him.
Well, and Jack Reese again working his 872nd professional bout, 22 years as a referee. We will see round 10.
Good job, Chema. Demonstrate to them that you're a fighter. Come on, you got to keep demonstrating to him that you're good to go. They got to know who the real Chema is. He's okay. He's very good.
Well, the last round, again, the posture was fighting on the inside. Good work by Fundora with the body shots. Ocampo not landing all those, certainly. A lot of those were blocked. And yes, he is throwing some arm punches to be sure. And I think that round, you know, might have been, was a close round. You could give it to either man. The jab from Fundora, which has not been as pronounced as it was. A close round.
Action resumes, round 10 of 12. Jab from Fundora. Fundora missed with the right hook, and again Ocampo just leaning in, but again winging those punches.
He always has an answer back from Ocampo for Fundora's punches.
Yeah, he just got two.
And our unofficial scorer, Steve Farhood, gave Ocampo round number 9.
So how would you stop a fight? Now it's unofficial scoring, Steve Farhood. But Steve Farhood knows a little something about boxing.
Yeah.
How are you going to stop a fight that is maybe a 1 or 2 point fight and the other guy is throwing punches back?
There's a right uppercut on the inside. Oh, left uppercut, right hand combination, and yet Ocampo returns fire.
Now, all of that notwithstanding, Fundora's doing a very nice job on the inside still of landing some good right hooks and some uppercuts, occasionally getting hit with those wide punches by Ocampo. In this round, Fundora has been more precise even on the inside.
Who you're on out, Sebastian?
One thing that I have not seen from Fundora, he forgot about the body. He was doing a great job with the body. He's going a lot of head hunting now. Good uppercuts. He's landing good, but you know, I would like to see him throw that body shot.
You wonder how much, sorry, Alba, you wonder how much Jack Reese's warning changed the strategy for Ocampo.
And Ocampo just landed like a 3-punch combination there. Yeah, maybe that made Ocampo even more aggressive.
I was going to say, Brad, as a fighter, would that change how you approach the fight?
100%. If it's being close to being stopped, I got to do something to let the referee know that I'm still in it. And that's exactly what Ocampo is doing, yes.
Now at distance, at this range, it's very dangerous waters for a guy like Ocampo against Fundora, but Ocampo again leans in. He has thrown 15 more punches than Fundora here in the 10th round, 79 now to 63, but Fundora has been credited with landing 13 more, 30 seconds left in the 10th.
And it's likely Fundora's winning this round, likely. But he hasn't dominated it every second.
Bravado, and then eats the jab as we go to the penultimate round.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Now he's getting stronger.
Well, here was in the last round, and we said there was more urgency from Ocampo. Now, were those fantastic punches? Maybe not, maybe yes, maybe no, but they landed. And Ocampo has done some good work on the inside.
Let's get some ice going there. Chema, 2 more rounds.
¿Cuál es la izquierda? Ok.
That's the left. Left's okay?
Tírame de la derecha, upper. Volado. Y el volado de derecha. Otra vez, el upper.
Put a little movement, okay? All right, give him a little movement. And the jab. Get yourself away where he can't lunge to you, right? If he starts to want to come in, I'm going to
It's time for the championship rounds. Round 11.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Hey, Mark, that was willful and purposeful for a stall. I'd like you to find them. They stalled for time right when he said 10 seconds. You understand what I'm saying? We don't take a point, but we're taking money. Okay.
Lots to unpack in this fight.
Listo? 11. Time.
So, referee Jack Reese said it was a purposeful stall, the spilling of water. He wants Ocampo's corner fined. It's, you know, Jack Reese, one of the most respected, best referees in the sport, but definitely becoming center of attention in this fight.
No comment.
You're gonna get fined.
I think maybe I commented enough.
All right, well, let's continue to comment on what has been a good fight here. And Sebastian Fundora and Carlos Ocampo in the 11th.
And you know, for Fundora, here we are at a point where it's very likely he's ahead in this fight. We think, maybe. And there's Steve Farhood scoring with an edge to Fundora. We don't know how the judges are looking at it. And so now Fundora's mission, it would seem, is to put a stamp on this, to fight this these last couple rounds in a way that, from the outside with the jab and the straight left hand, and let everybody know, guess what, I'm in control of this fight. And for Ocampo, then it's the opposite. He's got to get on the inside and still land something significant.
100% agree with you. I mean, there's got to come a point in certain rounds for Fundora to take full control of the fight, get the cleaner punchers, use that reach that he has like he's doing right now, instead of just, you know, sitting in the pocket and giving Ocampo the opportunity to land.
For what it's worth, I 99.9% agree with you, Mr. Bernstein. A minute 11 left in the 11th.
I will take your 99.9%.
But it's Fundora again using the jab and keeping Ocampo at distance with 1 minute left here in the 11th round. There's a nice combination by Fundora upstairs.
And a very nice counter left hand. Again, he's fighting this whole round at distance, and he's kind of controlling the tempo of the round, I think.
And the punches are just that much heavier and cleaner for Fundora.
And Ocampo's only thrown 34 punches this round because Fundora is keeping him at distance.
Double jab from Fundora, and yes, Ocampo unable to get in the inside.
And not everything's getting in for Fundora, of course, but he is, you know, the jab, the straight left hand getting in from time to time, and he controlled the round.
There's a combination to punctuate the round for Fundora as we go to the 12th and final round of this 154-pound showdown. Feature attraction here tonight at Dignity Health Sports Park in the great outdoors in Carson, California.
Beat him. This last round?
Yeah, I think like that one?
Yeah. But make sure that doesn't lean on you and all that, yeah?
Just get the distance a little closer and set that left hand. Come on. You might have to do it 2 or 3 times.
No, se rompió.
He broke.
Pretty convenient.
Se rompió, pum.
Last round.
Gemma, you need to give a lot of pressure in this last round. This round, you really didn't throw a lot.
We're approaching the 12th and final round of this bout. This cheer one is the end of the 7th.
Both hands.
Sebastian Fundora has completed the 12-round distance once, a win over Sergio Garcia in December of last year. Carlos Ocampo has never been the 12-round distance.
They got me so distressed with all that I always do that, and I forgot to do it in this fight. Thank you, Mauro.
Hey, we're here for each other, Al. 30 seconds elapsed here in the 12th, and Ocampo, Abner has to just, again, wing in a prayer at this stage. Steve Farr unofficially has Fundora up by 3 points. And for Fundora, it looks like he wants to utilize the jab, wants to, instead of, again, here in Carson, California, looking to close the show. Feels maybe he's done enough to ride out a decision.
Well, there was never a round where Ocampo was not trying. He's been trying this whole fight. This is the 12th round, but Fundora's doing something that, you know, that we've been talking about, which is using that reach, using that jab, and making it a lot difficult for Ocampo to get in.
And there's a sharp jab by Fundora.
And he can win this round offensively by doing that. And even the last round, we heard him question his father, I won that round, right? You know, and his dad said yes. They, you know, wanting to make sure that strategy was also
that lets you know how mentally he is, that he feels that sometimes if he doesn't throw enough punches, he doesn't feel like he's winning rounds.
Right. Very good point. Yeah.
Fundora's thrown 333 jabs, landed 55, and here's another stat that stands out: 57 to 27 body shot landed edge for Fundora as Ocampo tries to ratchet up the offense.
A very good point to bring up, Marl, and we came in pointing out that Ocampo, with those 9 knockdowns from the body, wanted to work the body, hasn't done it as much as he wanted to.
But I mean, can we agree that, yeah, I mean, he didn't throw as much body work as speaking of Ocampo, but he did throw a lot of headshots, and that favored him a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially after he got, you know, warned that they might stop the fight.
Right. No, you're Abner. You couldn't be more correct. He said at that point too, "I've got to land to the head," because apparently the commentating by the officials on my style they're not appreciating. So you know, I have to change up a little bit. Was there enough sarcasm in that comment?
The shock jock version of Al Bernstein tonight. 30 seconds left in the fight. Ocampo looking to shock Fundora's system here in the final seconds, but unable to really put it together. Fundora continues to flash that long stick of his. So we saw Fundora use the jab effectively. We saw Fundora go to the body effectively. And for the first time, Carlos Ocampo going the 12-round distance. And Fundora and Ocampo giving each other a sign of respect, and we mentioned it already, Fundora having gone the 12-round distance. What was a great victory over Sergio Garcia.
Yeah, very good win.
And for Ocampo, we don't know the official decision, but hey, a victory going 12 rounds with...
No one expected, I don't think, very few people expect Carlos Ocampo to go 12 competitive rounds with Fundora, or a lot of people did.
No, you're right.
And they thought if he had a chance in this fight would be by doing something dramatic with a knockdown or a knockout. He went 12 tough rounds with a very good fighter.
Competitive rounds, you said it out. He fought every single round. He never stopped trying, and you know, I like Ocampo for that.
And for Sebastian Fundora, as we look at the numbers of this fight, it was a workmanlike performance. You know, not every performance is going to be electric like his win over Erickson Luben. You see he landed 40% of his power punches, which is excellent. That's everything other than the jab. He threw a lot of jabs when he did stay back, and the body shots were very effective. There were uppercuts mixed into those power shots, so you know, he threw only a couple more punches than Ocampo. He wasn't quite as busy as he normally is, but nonetheless, that's a lot of punches, 871. Let's go inside the ropes and see this fight in microcosm, and it's really kind of fascinating because early on, look, at range, there's Fundora at range, giving himself room to punch, and Ocampo's getting a few things in, but that's where Fundora can land those clean, visible shots. But there were lots of times in this fight where he didn't stay at range like this, right? Where he just laid on the inside with Ocampo. Didn't mean he didn't accomplish something, but it gave Ocampo more of a chance. But those are the segments, and it was great that the truck showed those. That's Fundora at his best in this fight. An engaging young man who boxing fans really like. And I think even tonight in a performance where he was pushed hard, he still did.
12 rounds of action. We go to the scorecards. We have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Rudy Barragan scores about 117 to 111. Dan Fitzgerald sees it 118 to 110, and Dr. Lou Moret scores about 119 to 109. All three in favor of the winner. And still the undefeated interim WBC Super Welterweight champion, the towering Inferno, Sebastian Fundora.
Sebastian Fundora remains undefeated. Winning streak reaches 7 for Carlos Ocampo. His winning streak ends at 12.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Young guys that have a ton of pop.
And he's getting away with the style that he has right now of throwing everything hard. He's throwing a jab and not really committing to it in the previous fights that I've seen. It works until it doesn't work, Bernardo. So he's going to have to keep learning other aspects of his game as he keeps progressing.
100%. It's the quality of opposition is what really proves just how good of a prospect you are. And so far in his 10 professional fights, his opponents only have a 73% win percentage with 56 wins, 20 losses, and 1 draw in 77 fights. But this is the time to move up, step up, and this is the first time either guy, Ahmetovs or Romero, has been scheduled for 8 rounds. Nice left hand from Romero as he walks down Ahmetovs. Ooh, nice counter there from the Latvian fighter.
See, when you're in range to get your shots and you're looking for big power shots, you better believe your opponent is as well. And the young fighter has to keep that in mind.
Ahmetovs is a former Latvian champion at the amateur level. Had an extensive amateur career spanning 7 years from 2010 to 2017. He's got 21 rounds fought in 5 fights. Romero has 2 more rounds in twice as many fights. So he gets guys out of there.
Watch your heads, guys. Watch your heads. Let him go. Hands free. Let him go. Box out.
Quick combination on the break from Ahmetovs. There you see that 1-2 from Romero, whose father was a amateur Cuban fighter. Said he was problematic, so in a communist country that does not fly, so he was never part of the Olympic team.
Stop!
But he got some of his training there when he lived in Cuba at the age of 7, did Rolando Romero. So Rolly's doesn't look like he's got much of a defensive style, but
no,
it's in him.
Not at all. I mean, he's gotten hit with probably, you know, almost 8 to 10 flush shots, and it was just unnecessary. You know, when you're facing this level of competition in the first round, you should be establishing your jab, establishing the range, staying out of harm's way, and looking to set your bigger shots up over the course of the next couple of rounds. So again, he's getting hit too early and too often for my liking.
Off his head, off his head. Stop! Here comes the bell. Let's break clean. Time.
Head and start ordering right now, as this place will be packed and rocking later on this evening when Deontay Wilder puts his WBC heavyweight title on the line against the Gypsy King, the lineal champ Tyson Fury.
Don't fight back. Don't fight back. Let your hands go, okay?
Seconds out. Come on.
Derek Santos out of Florida with the instructions for Artur's Ahmetovs. The bell tolls for round number 2. This is a scheduled 8th rounder, the first time either guy has been scheduled for the distance. What adjustments would you like to see from Romero here in round number 2?
really just to settle down. I mean, he's not going to settle down because
yes! Maybe no need to settle down
tonight, but it's moving forward that you got to worry about.
5.
Good shot though.
6, 7, 8. Come to me. You doing good? Hands up, hands up. All right. You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So far, so good after a big right hand from Rolly's Romero, who goes right after Ahmetovs. Big left hook now, and he's down for the second time in the fight. Look at that high.
3.
That happened
4,
quick, Bernardo.
5, 6, 7, 8. Come to me. Come to me. You ready to go?
The danger here is he can't see the left hook that just dropped him out of that right eye, which is swollen immediately here in the onset of round number 2.
Yeah, this will be over soon. One more good shot lands, and that may be it. But you see the young fighter getting hit again. He gets away with it tonight, but 5 fights up the road, will he still get away with it? You have to think like that if you're a trainer.
That's it. That's it.
That's the end of the fight here as Rolando Romero stops Archer's Ahmetovs.
It's over.
People are complaining here in the corner of Ahmetovs, but at the end of the day, that mean mug showed you exactly what he came to do. Rolly's Romero improves to 11-0, 10 knockouts.
Thank you, babe.
That eye was only going to get worse and make things much more dangerous.
Yeah, that corner's not getting hit, so it's easy to say that fight should have continued. I think that was a great stoppage by the referee. No need to let that continue because, you know, what's going to happen? The guy take 5 or 6 more shots, just unnecessary.
I mean, Rolando Romero, Rolly's was able to establish himself early in round 2, but the concern is still the same. Moving forward against top-level oppositions, and we're talking about Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia in this weight class. You can't afford to make those mistakes. Here, that right hand was just good enough.
Good exchange and good jab that stood his opponent up, and he landed a straight shot right on the button, and down he went. Just missed the right hand and landed his own right hand. Good shot. Seems to be a decent puncher. We'll know as he keeps moving forward. Here we go again. Boom. Good shot. He stayed in position as he got out of the way. That's why he was able to get that right hand off.
This is how he dropped him for the second time.
But here's the anxiousness right here. He's getting hit and he doesn't care because he knows if I just get one shot in there, and that wasn't even a clean shot, but it was a hard enough shot to put him down, then young fighters don't care about the defense. So good exchange. All the offense looks good. He looks strong. He's aggressive. Those are pluses. You don't take that away. You don't take away his aggressiveness. You just keep polishing it. That's all you got to keep working on. But good talent, and I like him.
Yeah, I mean, he's
nice
got
fighter.
the tools. He's got to put it together in terms of polishing, but a rough diamond that if you take care of it.
Yeah. He's got upside.
He definitely has upside with 10 knockouts in 11 professional fights. Ray Flores with the official time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes 1 minute, 22 seconds of the second round. Referee in charge, Robert Hoyle, waves off the bout for your winner by technical knockout and still undefeated, Rolando "Rolly" Romero.
So Rolando.
I've gone a distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Now, when Cruz weighed in for this match, he originally came in over the 135-pound limit, 1.5 pounds over. But he re-weighed in after that when he went to his hotel room and lost some weight, and he got in under the weight. Now, 40 is the numerical elephant in the room for Gamboa. And, you know, we've talked about the career layoff, the injury, the losses, so he is really testing the terms of time for this fight.
With the official introductions, here once again is Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, from AT&T Stadium here in Arlington, Texas, Premier Boxing Champions presents the co-main event of the evening, brought to you by Man Down Promotions, TGB Promotions, and Showtime. This bout is sanctioned by the WBO. The president is Francisco Valcarcel, supervisor Gino Rodriguez. Our judges scoring from ringside, from Texas, Javier Alvarez. Also from Texas, Jesse Reyes. And from Puerto Rico, Jose Roberto Torres. Introducing our referee in charge, he'll be giving instructions after the introductions, Mark Kaloy. All right, fans, here we go with the co-main event of the evening. 10 rounds of boxing scheduled for the WBO Intercontinental Lightweight Championship. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red, white, and blue trunks, fighting out of Miami, Florida, by way of Guantanamo, Cuba. He weighed in at 134 1/4 pounds with a record of 30 wins, 4 losses. He has 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the acclaimed former unified champion of the world, known as El Ciclón de Guantanamo, introducing Yuriorkis Gamboa. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red trunks with black trim, hailing from Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico. He weighed in at 134 3/4 pounds with a record of 22 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. He has 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the exciting former world title challenger and the current WBO and WBC number 4 ranked lightweight in the world, introducing Isaac Pitbull Cruz. And once again, a referee in charge, now to give instructions, Mark Kaloy.
Guerreros, ya hablamos de los reglas. We've already talked about the rules in the dressing room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. Most importantly, protect yourselves at all times. If I say stop, those martillos stop working, all right? Touch gloves, buena suerte.
Huge crowd on hand here at AT&T Stadium, Arlington, Texas, set for a scheduled 10 rounds at 135 pounds.
Hazte para atrás. Hazte para atrás, ahorita. Hazte para atrás. Hazte para atrás. Hazte para atrás.
The bell and the opening round, and immediately Cruz goes to the jab, lands an overhand right. Gamboa fires off a jab, but immediately it is Cruz putting the pressure on Gamboa.
Yeah, we all knew that was going to happen in the early rounds.
And he's already tagged Gamboa. And he saw Cruz. Gamboa, the veteran, holding on and doing exactly what he needed to try to stay on his feet.
Gamboa's been down 17 times in his career.
And remarkably, has only been stopped 3 times.
He's hoping not to have number 18 here.
And in fact, in the fights that he's been knocked down, Gamboa's 10-3, but Esau Cruz does not want to let Gamboa escape the opening round, much like he did against Diego Magdaleno, excuse me, in San Antonio.
Yeah, you definitely don't, especially when you know you got Gamboa already hurt. And we talked about it. You know, he's been down many times, especially he's going to be cold in this first round.
And Gamboa's had a point deducted from him in the past for holding. He's going to do a lot of it here. The referee's going to have to maybe deal with that as this fight goes on, if it goes on.
It happened against Devin Haney.
Yeah.
The most recent infraction, and man, Esau Cruz walking down Gamboa. Gamboa trying to flash the jab, but having issues with his balance as well, and gets tagged with that right hand, but took it well.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's pulling straight back with his hands down. Speaking of Gamboa, he's trying to get back into his fight, trying to box a little bit, use that jab, but again, pulling back with his hands down.
And Cruz not overcommitting, not in a rush to get it done. Continuing to show the wrinkles that he has under the tutelage of his father, Esau Cruz Sr. Meanwhile, Gamboa working with Pedro Roque, the former Cuban national amateur team and Olympic team coach.
Cruz is trying to land that overhand right. He landed it before, and that would be the punch for Gamboa to really worry about right now.
Yeah, 100%. Especially, again, he's throwing the jab. He's moving straight back in the line with his hands down. So that overhand right is there for Cruz. There, you tried it right there. You barely missed.
Yeah, Gamboa's had a lot of injury woes recently. We talked about what happened against Gervonta Davis, and while his chin may not be as strong as he would like, you can't question his heart.
No.
And it looks like Yuriorkis Gamboa is going to survive what has been a horrible start to this fight for El Ciclón de Guantánamo.
You can't go punch to punch. You got to be nice and calm, okay? Wait, Geraldo. Let me give the instructions here. Keep with the left. When he comes in, then you go with the haymaker, with the right haymaker.
Okay.
Well, twice in that first round, the power of Isaac Cruz made itself apparent. He would land this left hook here. Was the first punch that created issues for Gamboa. He was trying to hold, and then he got really wobbly and almost went down, but was able to somehow keep his balance. And later on in the round, it would be Cruz. This time, I think it was the right hand. Yeah, that was the overhand right. And Gamboa did a great job of staying upright in that instance.
I mean, this is a guy that fought how many rounds? 6, 7 rounds with the torn Achilles.
Almost 10, almost 8.
So that is not bringing him down.
Hey, what are we talking about? He fought almost 10 rounds with a ruptured Achilles against Gervonta Davis in a firefight. Here and now it's Gamboa sitting down, and he's having some success against Isaac Cruz. And remember, when Gamboa first came on the scene, he was a breathtaking, power-hitting risk-taker who was capable of overwhelming opponents, and then, well, his chin began to betray him.
Gamboa has scored only one knockout win, one stoppage win since 2014, but he showed a little pop there.
Yeah, he definitely, again, the pop is there, the experience, the combinations from Gamboa, and I think Gamboa is like one of the few fighters that would need to get knocked down in order for him to wake up. Remember, Tino Trinidad will go down and automatically just become a monster. Great defense there by Gamboa.
Felix Trinidad, by the way, supporting Yordenis Ugas in the main event. Zab Judah supporting Earl Spence. So the luminaries, a lot of so many great champions at welterweight throughout the years. That's why it has been the glamour division. And what a main event we are expecting. But what a fight this is turning out to be here with less than a minute and a half remaining in the second round.
Yeah, at moments we're getting glimpses at the old Gamboa that we used to see back in the days. Explosive, he comes in with this combination, pulled back and starts boxing.
Under a minute remaining here in the second round. And you know, when you look at the average age for a lightweight, it's 5'8". Cruz is today's shortest 135-pound contender. And when you look at lightweight champions who've stood only 5'4", luminaries like Ray Mancini and Tony Canzoneri.
They did pretty well, especially Tony Canzoneri in the long run, and of course Ray was a great fighter. You know, in this round, Gamboa has thrown more punches than Cruz. You wouldn't necessarily expect him to be winning the volume battle in any round, and he got off to a great start in this round. And Cruz has been a little wild with his left hook in this round.
A good bounce-back round for Gamboa.
Definitely, he's made Cruz miss a lot and found a way to kind of neutralize him.
But then right at the 10-second warning, he drops Gamboa.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dame los manos, dame los manos. Time!
Wow. I was saying. A good bounce back round. Well, it didn't end very well for Uriorkis Gamboa.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Listen to me, you gotta keep your hands up. This is a war, come on. Your arms are still low. And you gotta move to your right, please. Keep going to the right.
Well, after, as Morrow said, a decent comeback round, right toward the end of the round, Cruz would get there with the left hook, and then another left hook and the right hand, and that was when Gamboa went down. He did also land a punch when Gamboa was down. Ref Mark Calloy pushing him back there, but the 18th time for Gamboa to go down in a fight.
Yeah, spending more time on the canvas than Picasso. 18 times in a career in which he's gone 10-3. That still is the stat that sticks out to me. He is victorious majority of the time.
This fight's not over yet.
Oh, and Cruz going to the body, dropping, Gamboa again.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dámelo guantes, dámelo guantes. Box.
I keep jinxing Gamboa. Every time I feel that he's coming back, he gets knocked down.
And this is simply now a firefight, and it's Gamboa who is being rattled. He's being rocked, and the veteran trying to hold on for survival. Cruz coming forward, using good movement as well. Oh, shoulder strikes, watch out.
Yeah, he's got no legs underneath him anymore, Gamboa.
Cruz is getting so wild, he's trying to uppercut from way outside, but he isn't worried about being countered at this point, I guess, by Gamboa.
Oh, another devastating body shot, and the takedown by Gamboa.
That's going to buy him a little time.
Vamos a boxear, no lucha.
Cruz has gone the distance in 5 of his last 6 fights, but tonight he's looking like he wants to try and get out of there early.
Dropping Gamboa twice already in round 2, and again here in round 3, and swinging for the fences is Isaac Cruz backing up Gamboa, and Gamboa can only hold on.
Cruz just swinging for the fences, really just trying to look for the perfect shot as he did just there. He's got a jab.
Real chance here, I'm sorry, is to land a solid right hand that would hurt Cruz. A straight right hand as he's coming in. He's trying to land that.
He did a few times, but I mean, Cruz,
I think he's trying to tire Cruz up by just leaning on him and holding on to him.
Well, last round I said he was trying to neutralize the volume from Cruz by doing that, but he chose to exchange, and that's when he went down.
Final minute of the 3rd. Cruz bobbing and weaving, going to the body with the right, short right uppercut on the inside lands for Cruz, and for Gamboa, he just wants to make this a wrestling match. He's not throwing many punches, and he's not able to.
Yeah, I think he's already fatigued for all this.
And it's crazy how Gamboa can fight on skates all night. He could do that.
Yeah, he does for long periods of time when you think he can't.
We saw with a ruptured Achilles go an extra almost 10 rounds with Gervonta Davis before being stopped. Final 15 seconds of the 3rd. And Uriorkis Gamboa needs a dramatic reversal of fortunes.
Listen to me. You gotta get the timing. Get the timing down. You want to go toe-to-toe with him? Okay, but get a timing then. Get it down. Go with the 1-2, and then he leaves himself open. But you gotta attack him. Let's go. But keep your hands up.
Well, more drama that did not benefit Gamboa in the last round. Left hook by Cruz. He didn't even, he let off with the hook. He feinted to give himself a chance to land that punch and then got in Abner. It was a great effort by him.
Yeah, great punch there. You know, that's one of his money makers, which is the right or the left hook, really.
Got both of them.
And against Gamboa, you want to keep doing that. Especially, again, because he has his hands down all the time, well, most of the time.
And then this was the awkward action in which they took a spell. Oh my, big right hand hurt him.
Huge right hand to kick off the fourth, and he saw Cruz swarming Yuriorkis Gamboa, just trying to push Cruz off of him. And Gamboa tries to deliver the jab, but is just getting hit at all angles, uppercuts.
Cruz wanted to get a knockout in this fight at some point because Devin Haney was not able to knock out Gamboa, and it took Davis a while to do it, so he'd like to at least make a favorable comparison by getting him out sooner.
Yeah, it took some rounds for Davis to stop him, to get the TKO, and Haney went the distance. So Cruz definitely trying to make a statement.
And right hand again connects on the noggin of Gamboa by Cruz. 1 minute has elapsed here in the fourth, and when you look at the show stats in terms of punches thrown, they're almost even.
Yeah, which is a little bit surprising. Cruz is he's landed the point one.
And yeah, 2-1, he's outlanding them in terms of connects.
You know, the interesting thing, though, is that in terms of body punches, Cruz has landed 10, but he hasn't gone to the body as much as we normally see from him.
Yeah, no, he's head hunting right now, speaking of Cruz. And again, we get glimpses of Gamboa, you know, what he does well, the combination punches, stepping back, but he does not have his feet underneath him anymore. That's a problem.
A left hook to the body lands for Cruz. There's a jab, another jab by Gamboa, but it's...
Stop!
It's been a horrific start for Gamboa, having gone down already multiple times in this fight.
And the jab for Cruz is kind of a rumor. Doesn't even need to jab his way in. He's just coming in and saying, well, I'll lead off with the left hook or the overhand right. I'll take my choice.
But that would make it a lot easier.
It would, yes. I was going to say that, but I don't
Stop! But this is what happens. You get excited. You see that in, overhand rights like crazy.
Yes.
And you just get happy with that. You continue to do it. But if you're in Cruz corner, you want to tell him, all right, set up those hooks with the jab.
That left hand was a Cruz missile, and somehow Gamboa pops right back up to his feet. Someone should test that man's DNA. How did he survive that shot?
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Keep the hands up. This guy's putting the arms, everything on you. You have enough to win this fight. Let's go. What are you doing?
Well, another round in which Gamboa would hit the canvas. Just a lead-off left hook. We talked about the fact that he's been leading off with that punch to the overhand right. That was maybe the best left hook Cruz has landed in this fight. And as Morrow pointed out, astonishingly, Gamboa able to get up very quickly from that punch. I mean, he's remarkable in his recuperatory powers. I mean, it's staggering.
Seconds out. Let's go. Ahora sí. Limpio. Stop. No.
we've seen Gamboa go down many times in many fights, and it almost became, you know, normal, I guess, to see him down. But at this point, you got to be careful.
I agree.
Gamboa is 40 years old, and you know he gives shots like that to make it seem that he's still in the fight, but his feet are not underneath him. It only takes one shot, and I think Cruz might land it.
Man, it's incredible the amount of shots he's taking, Gamboa, right now. A walking Chumbawamba song, but it's Cruz that's doing the thumping.
You know, Gamboa in this round came out with a purpose. He's throwing a lot of combinations and straight right hands, knowing that's the only ticket he has to win this fight, to hurt Cruz as he's coming in with one of those.
But you know what's going to happen is going to make him want to get hit even harder, I would say.
The more he opens up, the more opportunity it provides Cruz.
Cruz attacking the body with 3-4 punch combination.
Would you want to do it another way? A great knockout for Cruz. He is what people are talking about. He impressed a lot of people against Tank Davis, and tonight he showcased that again.
You know, back in the ring only 4 months after that fight, he fought 3 times in 2021. He's being active, and he continues to develop as a fighter.
Father and son embrace. What a long, hard road it has been for the Cruz family.
In 5 of his last 6 fights, he has not been able to have this moment with a knockout win, but he gets it tonight.
And an incredible family pedigree, mentioning his father, who fought champions Vernon Forrest and Junior Witter. His granddad, Mimo Cruz, beat world champions Pepino Cuevas and Alfredo Escalera. His older brother, Diego, is an active fighter, but it is Isak Pitbull Cruz who is definitely not in cruise control. What a fight by the youngster who turns 24 next month.
Talked about the DNA of Gamboa. His boxing DNA is special, and we will look at the end of this fight. It's an overhand right. He ducks down. Well, he lands the left hook. Then the overhand right comes in, and those 2 punches were the story of this fight. And he always had just enough head movement dipping down Abner to create the openings for those punches.
He dodged a punch there. He was able to dodge Gamboa's jab, came over with the overhand right and then the left. And then let me tell you, it was the ropes that held Gamboa up. But if it wasn't for the referee stopping the fight, Gamboa, he would have wanted it to continue. But great stoppage for him.
Cruz soaking up the adulation of the crowd here at AT&T Stadium, and now sharing a moment with Gamboa's corner. And for Yuriorkis, Gamboa now having lost 3 straight fights at the age of 40 and taking an incredible amount of punishment in this fight.
And the numbers will demonstrate that as we take a look at them. You know, the power punches, I direct your attention there. You know, Cruz landed 56, that's everything other than the jab. And so many of those were big left hooks or overhead rights. And in fact, those 2 punches is what did in Gamboa in that last sequence.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
All right, let's make it official with the inimitable Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time, 1 minute 32 seconds in round number 5. A referee in charge, Mark Colloy, stops the contest. He is the winner by way of technical knockout. He is now the WBO Intercontinental Lightweight Champion, Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
I know there's at least one person in the Philippines smiling ear to ear right now, and that is, of course, Manny Pacquiao, one of Pitbull Cruz's idols and a man who has been instrumental in helping Isaac Cruz get to this point. Let's go.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Kudos Bank Arena here in Sydney, Australia, as No Limit Boxing and the Rose Brothers present the featured bout in association with TGB Promotions and Premier Boxing Champions. This bout is sponsored by Destinations New South Wales, and it is sanctioned by the WBO President Francisco Valcarcel, and the supervisor is Danny Wright. Introducing to you our 3 judges scoring from ringside. From Hungary, Zoltan Enyedi. From Japan, Katsuhiko Nakamura. And from Canada, Benoit Roussel. Introducing our 3rd man to the ring, the referee in charge of our main event, Danrex Top Dunsan. All right, fans, here we go with the main event. 12 rounds of boxing for the interim WBO Super Welterweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance, and boxing fans joining us around the world, live on Foxtel Main Event NKO Sports Pay-Per-View, and live from beautiful Sydney, Australia, it's showtime! Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks with white trim, fighting out of and hailing from his hometown of Detroit, Michigan in the United States. He weighed in at 69.62 kilograms, or 153.5 pounds. With a record of 29 wins, 3 losses, and 1 draw, he has 21 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight making his Australian debut. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the WBO number 3 ranked contender, the hard-hitting former WBC Super Welterweight Champion of the World, introducing Tony Superbad Harrison. And his opponent across the ring, ready to go on my left, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing blue trunks with gold trim. From Caringbah and fighting out of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, he weighed in at 69.68 kilograms, or 153.5 pounds. Proudly representing the outstanding family boxing tradition, he is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with a record of 21 wins, no losses, 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the WBO global title holder, fresh off of his U.S. debut victory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome boxing's popular superstar of Australia, currently ranked the WBO number 1 contender in the world, introducing the undefeated Tim Tszyu. Once again, our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Donrex Top Dunsan.
Okay, Tim, Tony, I gave your instructions in the room. Check yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves. May the best man win.
Donrex Top Dunsan is the third man in the ring. 14 years of experience. This will be his 525th fight.
Ready? Let's go.
Tim Tszyu, Tony Harrison. This one is high risk, high reward. This is round one, and it's Harrison in the red trunk, Tszyu in the blue. And Harrison popping the jab, which is one of his staples.
Yeah, that's what you want to get on right away if you're Harrison. That jab, throw that jab, put that jab in his face. Upstairs, downstairs. Don't let Tim Tszyu think.
Tszyu, typically pressure fighter, likes to come forward. Harrison said he wants to keep this fight at range. And more than anything, he said, stay off the ropes.
To apply the pressure, keeping his guard high, try to block that jab.
And continues to stab Tszyu to the stomach with the jab, going up and down with the stick.
I'm liking the all-beat jab that he has. It's a little good all-beat.
Yeah, a really sharp jab by Harrison in this first round. Really winning the round just with the jab.
Tszyu misses with the left. 90 seconds here in round one.
But here comes Tszyu. This is what he's going to do with the entire fight. Pressure, corner Harrison. Put him on the corner, put him on the ropes.
Still have over a minute to go in this round, but Tszyu giving the round away by inactivity.
And this works right into what Harrison told us. He feels like he should be able to bank at least the first 6 rounds with his jab. Tszyu throws a 3-punch combination.
Yeah, and again, you want to entertain Tszyu with that jab and perhaps get that right hand in early on like Gausha did. And catch Tszyu right in the chin, walking in.
Here's the jab again, splits the guard of Tszyu. Now Tszyu a double jab. Good jab, pops the head back of Tim Tszyu.
And here I am thinking, where's that right hand? But again, you want to keep Tszyu guessing when that right hand is coming. So you don't want to throw it too often.
Final seconds here of round one as Tszyu connects. But around, Tony Harrison dominated with just the jab.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
We take a look at some action from round one, and you see Tszyu did have some success, especially with the 1-2, but he just didn't throw enough of them.
Yeah, he did, and he tried, but again, he didn't want to commit just yet. He saw that jab was working for him.
How you feel? That's a great round, boy. Good round.
LJ Harrison, the older brother of Tony Harrison, his trainer.
See, in round one, all Tony gonna do is just continue to jab. So now Tim just gotta start picking up his pressure and start picking up more punches. So it'll get more active right now.
And again, Harrison trying to keep him at range.
Tony as well got a sneaky right hand, so I'm just waiting on him to throw it.
Harrison likes to take a step back and throw that counter right.
You know, Tsyu has a really good uppercut when he gets in the inside. Again, still early second round. He's trying to find his way in, but definitely Harrison making it difficult with that jab.
There was a left hook. Harrison blocked it, though, with the right hand.
Harrison not using a lot of lateral movement because he doesn't need to.
Yeah, you're right. Not in this round, Tsyu's not pressuring it enough. He's keeping a little gap, just enough for Harrison to feel comfortable in that distance.
Jamel, have you seen anything different out of Tony Harrison that you haven't seen in those two fights that you fought him?
Well, I know I usually see Tony moving his legs and, you know, moving around the ring, but, you know, as I see, this is a smaller ring, so, I mean, he's doing good by not moving so much, but he do need to start picking it up so he can land that right hand that he throws.
There's a right hand that's landed by Tsyu. Here's that right hand by Harrison.
But there was that uppercut too from Tsyu. He's got a sneaky one.
Yeah, one of his favorite punches, Abner.
Yeah. So maybe perhaps, you know, Harrison doesn't want to commit with that right hand because he knows that uppercut is coming also. Smart fight, talented fighters. I mean, IQ is there.
For sure, he needs to make sure that Tsyu stays off balance, and right now he's not doing that. So he's getting caught with different punches, and that got that uppercut.
Right uppercut by Tsyu.
And you see Harrison holding for the first time. He's generally not a fighter who does a lot of holding, but he doesn't want to be on the inside with Tsyu, and by not being on the inside, he's not very vulnerable to body punches. There haven't been any body punches from Tsyu yet.
So we take a look at power punches here from Show Stats.
Yeah, Harrison's effective punches have been jabs, so you don't see them listed on the power punches.
Here comes Tsyu. The volume is there now. Putting 2-3 punches together.
Jab, left hook by Tsyu.
A lot better round in round 2 for Tim Tszyu.
Here's the final seconds of round 2, and Harrison throws a 3-punch combination.
And Tim Tszyu won that round with his right hand on my card. Much closer round, but a couple of counter right hands. Very nicely placed. That's one of the things he does really well. He places his punches very accurately.
Yeah, he was able to stop the jab and counter beautifully with the uppercut.
He only throwing the left hook. He ain't gonna hit you with the right. This is the only shot is hitting you over here. Keep that motherfucker up. All right?
See, in round 2 right there, Tony needed to at least move more. That lateral movement was his problem.
Well, you said that you thought Tim Tszyu would pick up the pressure, and it seemed like he did. Picked up the pace at least in round 2. This is round 3, scheduled for 12.
Yeah, and Jamel has a good point there because Harrison is pulling straight back. He's not using the lateral movements, you know, making it more difficult for Tsyu, you know, to get in. You know, and there he goes, 2 steps back. This ring is really small. And where did you find yourselves? Back in the ropes.
Right. Like Derrick James say, step over, step over.
Here's a right over the top by Tsyu.
And Tony's jab starting to mark his face up.
There's a double right hand by Tim Tszyu. You look at the jabs, that's what Tony Harrison, his staple.
36% of his jabs landing. That's a very high percentage. It's been Harrison's jab against Tszyu's right hand.
And you know how you take that jab away is by throwing your own jab. Tsyu having a little bit more, you know, success with his own jab, and even better following it up with the right hand and the 3-piece.
Tony, again, pops Tsyu back with the jab. A double jab by Harrison.
Nice. Again, keep doing that, but jab to the body also.
Well, in terms of ring geography, there's no doubt this fight is being fought at the exact distance Harrison wants. If he's effective enough to win the rounds, that's the second question.
And he's doing what you said, Steve, that he wanted to keep the fight in the center of the ring. We're seeing a lot more in this round.
Yeah, no. There's a right hand. That one rocked Harrison. Back to the ropes. Under a minute left here in round 3. Biggest punch of the fight so far comes from Tim Tszyu.
We were asking for a right hand from Harrison, and Tsyu was the one that landed that powerful right hand.
Tim Tszyu very poised in there. He's in no rush. It's a good chance for him to go to the body. He's not really taking it.
Yeah, and he's a great body snatcher, Tim Tszyu.
That left uppercut just missed. Here's the other right again. A right hand by Tszyu. And another right hand. And a left hook. Big round for Tim Tszyu.
Which one you want to do? You can't sit on the ropes that long. You sitting there waiting. I told you that all camp. You can't sit there and wait. You being too fucking defensive. Hey, I watched you all fucking camp do 15, 14 rounds with dogs.
Big round for Tim Tszyu in round 3. Close to a 10-8 round. I scored a 10-9 for Tszyu unofficially. But he certainly had Harrison hurt. And he wasn't in a rush to finish him. There was plenty of time left in the round when he hurt him with that right hand. You see Harrison going sideways.
That was a beautiful overhand right that Tsyu connected. But, you know, one thing that you pointed out, he's not going to the body as much, you know, perhaps because he saw him hurt in this round.
Again, we're getting the feed from Fox Sports Australia, so sometimes we'll take hiccups in the feed.
Fox.
You heard LJ, his trainer, say, look, you've been too defensive. You're waiting. Talk to us, Jamel.
And see, in round 3 right there, Tony just not moving his legs again, not stepping over, just observing, just taking the punch, just taking the power shots from him. But maybe he took his best shot. Let's see.
Double jab, right hand to the body by Harrison to start round 4.
Yeah, this is where you pick it up from the veteran, Harrison. Yeah, you want to jab, keep him busy, but, you know, again, let go of that right hand. Be more offensive.
And, you know, you can't help but wonder, being that Harrison got caught with a right hand, will he jab less, worrying about getting countered?
That's a good point.
Tszyu missed with that right hand. Minute gone here in round 4.
Every time Tony jabs, his jab goes down. He's not bringing it back to his face, so that's causing him to get hit with that counter right hand.
You know, watching Tim Tszyu, you just get the impression that this is a fighter whose game plan is to fight the same speed and intensity in rounds 10, 11, and 12 that he's fighting in rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4. Very poised, very in control, oozing confidence.
We look at our show stats and the total power punches.
Yeah, a high percentage for Harrison, but very low output. Only 6 power punches landed in almost 4 completed rounds. That's not going to get it done.
It was a really good round, man. Really close. Both having their moments. There, that's where you want to be if you're Harrison. Jab, right hand, step back, and then come back and move. Yeah, exactly.
Under a minute. Here's Tszyu now. Missed with that right hand.
Now Harrison is moving.
He seems more comfortable and more confident. Here's the final 30 seconds of round 4.
And you see Harrison moving slowly along the ropes, but Tsyu in no rush to take advantage of that situation.
None whatsoever, right? It almost seems like he's just waiting for the right time to let go of his overhand right.
Missed with the left hook.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
We take a look at action from round 4. As the round advanced, Tsyu was a little more effective with his power shots. Harrison a couple of times got caught along the ropes, but escaped without paying any price.
Yeah, and Tsyu, again, that powerful jab getting in, and he had some really good body shots also.
Tony Harrison, ranked number 4. Tim Tszyu, #1 contender. The winner gets the undisputed champ, Jermell Charlo. This is round 5.
See, in the last round, I saw Tim throw more jabs. Tim landed more jabs. Tony's starting to move now. He's starting to become more, don't want to get hit with the hard shot. So now it's time. They're going to take it up now.
Against the ropes, there's the right hand that lands for Tim Tszyu.
So Tim, so you know you study this, Harrison really well, and this is the rounds where he's going to press a lot more.
There's the body shot, the left hook to the body by Tsyu. Counter right hand by Harrison.
Yeah, even more to the body, knowing that Harrison could start fading.
Tsyu trying to keep Harrison on the ropes. There's the right uppercut.
And it's really the first time in the fight, guys, where Tony Harrison has had an extended session along the ropes.
That one went a little low. And again, you see Tsyu applying the pressure.
Yeah, if you're Harrison, you don't want to fight Tsyu toe-to-toe.
There's the right hand. Backs him to the corner.
You're definitely not going to win that fight against a younger fighter.
Harrison, jab to the stomach.
Keep your hands on top. Coming up. Go your foe. One more foe. Good try. Sticking now. That's it. Nice work.
Harrison seems content to fight off the ropes. There's a right to the body by Tsyu.
And that's what Harrison needs to do too, counterpunch. I haven't seen the counterpunching much from Harrison.
This is a dangerous time for Tony Harrison because generally against the better opponents he's faced, he's been either ahead or very close on the cards at this point in a fight. I think he's fallen behind here, and this is a tough spot for him given how important this fight is to his career.
And considering he's fighting in Tim Tszyu's homeland there of Australia. There's a good 1-2, and then a left hook to the body by Tsyu.
Harrison's still effective with the jab, but that's all. There hasn't been enough power behind the jab. He needs to land that right hand the way Terrell Gausha did in round 1 against Tsyu.
There's a right by Harrison that scores.
And that's exactly the distance that Tim Tszyu fought in this last round. Great body work, putting his punches together really, really good. I like how poised he was, though. Always in command, always great combinations. and always one step ahead of Tony Harrison.
And as well, he always keep his hands up.
Yeah.
You pay attention. Tim never dropped his
Yeah, no, he
guard.
doesn't. He comes right back up.
11,740 in Kudos Bank Arena. Tony Harrison, Tim Tszyu. The winner fights the undisputed king of the division, Jermell Charlo. Ooh, there's a left hook.
They both kind of hooked each other right there. But look how Tsyu doesn't commit just yet. He's waiting for the right time.
You know, I know when you look at what you've seen out of Tim Tszyu, is this what you were expecting when you were training for him, or
Correct.
anything different?
Correct. I see that a lot of stuff that we was preparing for, and just coming forward, a lot of pressure, pick it up later in the rounds. He don't really just get off too fast and throw a bunch of power shots and you know, the same thing we're seeing right now. No jabs.
There's the jab and then followed with the right hand. Double jab by Harrison as he works his way off the ropes.
I know we're only at the roughly the halfway mark of this fight, but it's not too early, I don't think, to realize that the fact that this is a scheduled 12 as opposed to a scheduled 10-rounder is a big advantage for Tim Tszyu. He's so poised, he looks like he could box 20 rounds.
Definitely is. You're right, Steve. And now he's maintaining this fight, you know, little by little, poised, not throwing too much, just right. And really just the pressure that he's putting right now is tiring Harrison, mentally and physically.
Here's a double jab by Harrison. He tries to give Tszyu some movement.
That's when Harrison is at his best right here, as he's moving around the ring and pop shotting, making him eat jabs.
Here's that jab. Avoids the right hand.
Gotta put his hands back up. Short knife.
Here's a left hook to the body by Tim Tszyu. Overhand right. And he's got Harrison against the ropes.
When Harrison lands in combination, Tszyu just seems to do a little bit more every time.
Here's the final seconds of round 6. And Harrison finishes it with a double jab.
In round 6, Tony Harrison certainly had his moments, but again, the more effective punches, the cleaner punches, the bigger power punches were landed by Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, really close round, to be honest. Both had their moments, but it was Tim Tszyu at the end that started pressing. He barely missed with that right hand, but it was always the pressure from Tim Tszyu at the end of that round. There's that jab from Harrison. You want to continue to do that, make Tim Tszyu miss just like he did right there.
We've come to the halfway point of this fight. Tony Harrison, Tim Tszyu. The winner gets to fight for the undisputed title. Brian Custer, Steve Farhood, Abner Morris, and Jermell Charlo here with you as these two fight it out in Australia. And since we're at the halfway point, let's see what our unofficial score. Steve Farhood, how you have this fight scored thus far.
Well, Cuss, I gave Tony Harrison the first round. I've given him no rounds since. Maybe a couple were close and arguable, but for the most part, I think it's been dominated by Tim Tszyu. I have him 59-55 at the halfway mark.
Abner, you heard LJ, his brother, talk to him in the corner. What can Tony Harrison do? Does he have enough power to keep Tim Tszyu off of it?
I don't know about that right now with the power, but he does have enough arsenal as far as volume. He's got good punches where he can keep him at bay with that jab, right hand, and move, get out of the way. But another thing that Jermell pointed out when the fight started, it's the ring. I think the ring is a little small, man. And, you know, every time Harrison takes 2 steps back, he finds himself on the ropes already.
But now it's when he's going to have to dig deep and fight off the ropes and try to keep Tim in the middle of the ring and keep him on his front foot. Just keep him, like, moving, you know, like he's doing now. Stepping on the side, keep stepping.
Let's take a look at our show stats and power punches. How about this round by round, Steve Farhood?
Yeah, and that's exactly why Tim Tszyu is winning this fight fairly handily on my card. He's landing the biggest shots, and Harrison very, very low output in power shots. And as far as the size of the ring, guys, Tim Tszyu is fighting at home, and the smaller ring favors him. What a shock.
Of course. Even when there's not a lot of volume from Harrison, you want to keep doing that. Make Tsyu miss like he's doing right there, but come back with your own punch. There you go.
Couple of jabs by Harrison, trying to keep Tsyu off of him.
Keep him entertained with that jab.
There's the right hand. Jab, and again, Tsyu with the hook.
Tsyu's also vulnerable for the uppercut. When he leans forward, the uppercut's there for Harrison.
Here's this right hand by Tony Harrison. Then jabs to the body of Tim Tszyu.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Action from round 7. Again, Tszyu had his moments where he landed big power shots, and as this fight progresses, it seems to me that more and more of the rounds include long portions where Tony Harrison is against the ropes. And that's not a place he wants to be. He landed his share of shots in the 7th round, but not enough to win the round.
Tim Tszyu has talked about, this is a legacy fight for me. I want big fights. And Abner, talk to me about what this does for Tim Tszyu. Here you are now in round 8 and appears to be well in command of this fight. From an experience standpoint, what does this do for Tim Tszyu, considering he wants to fight this guy who is with us tonight, the Undisputed King?
Right, getting a lot of experience tonight against Tony Harrison, and pretty much
rocked him too with that straight right hand, Abner.
Beautiful right hand from Tszyu, uppercut. I mean, pretty much, you know, giving him a little bit of his own medicine, because Harrison came in here saying, hey, you never fought anyone like me. You never fought anyone, period. And here we go. Here we see Tim Tszyu just, you know, putting the pressure and putting the works into Harrison. But definitely does a lot mentally and, you know, physically if he gets his win tonight.
Let's take a look at what these guys have done past the 7th round. Harrison, 7-3-1. He's got 1 knockout. Tim Tszyu, unbeaten. 6-0 with a knockout as well.
And what's interesting about Harrison's 3 losses, in all 3 of those losses, at the time of the stoppage, he was either ahead or even on at least one of the cards. So he indeed has faded late.
Here's a left hook to the body by Tim Tszyu. Follows up with a right hand, but there's Harrison with an uppercut.
Yeah, you're right about that, Stephen. The 3 losses that Harrison has, you know, he was closing those scorecards. He was doing his work, but it is in this fight has been Tim Tszyu pretty much all fight.
Now against the ropes, Harrison trying to fight his way off. Sneaky uppercut, overhand right. Tszyu comes back with a right of his own, and then a left to the body and a right uppercut.
That's the story of the fight in microcosm, Cus. A nice punch from Harrison and 3 back from Tszyu.
We hit a minute of round 8. They battle out in a phone booth. Uppercut by Tszyu. Harrison comes back with a right hand.
Harrison holding his own on the inside, but is that a place where he can turn the fight around?
I don't think he can move anymore. That's why he's staying in there. He tires more by using the whole ring. Just stay there. But hey, choose your punches wisely. Use those lateral movements.
Harrison slipped.
Oh.
Wait. Time. Go there. Tony, go there. Stay there. Please.
Obviously some kind of moisture in the ring.
Please, yeah. Okay, stay there, okay? Stay there. Stay on the neutral corner.
I don't think Harrison would have any objection to a little timeout.
No, he needs it.
Yeah.
Okay, stay there. Okay, come on, let's go. Box.
Looping left hook by Tsyu misses. Harrison pops it with a double jab and then another one.
Round 8. You see Tsyu using the jab there, not a weapon he's used a lot of. And again, Harrison lands a shot, but Tsyu comes back with his own right hand and then goes to the body and has him against the ropes and lands 2 or 3 shots. So that's why it's so hard to, on my unofficial card, so difficult to score any rounds for Harrison.
Yeah, and Harrison's hands are not, powerful enough to do any type of damage or at least back up Tim Tszyu.
Mike, sit there and be calm with that motherfucker, all right?
You can see that right eye, a little shiner under Tony Harrison's right eye.
Go there. Please.
And round 8, you see a whole different fight now. You see Tony standing in the middle. You see him not really moving much. The pressure just being in Australia something is wearing him down, and it's just not. It's just not the normal Tony that fought Sergio Garcia.
Well, to your point, champ, if you watch the range of this fight at the beginning, obviously it was Harrison with that jab, but there's another left hand by Tsyu. Now it's in close. This is where Tim Tszyu wants this fight.
Yeah, and that happens early on in the fight. That's why you got to wait until like the 3rd, 4th round. Like, all right, this is the beginning. Tsyu trying to fill out Harrison. That's why, Harrison had his moments with the jab, but it's that pressure that Tim Tszyu is applying right now, and at a good range.
And keep in mind, this is the round where Tim Tszyu said, I'm going to turn the tide and start to drown Tony Harrison.
And what did Tony said? If he drowns me,
I've been drowned before. I came back to life. We'll see.
The irony of this situation is this is about the time in Tony Harrison's fights where he's faded and gotten stopped. Tonight, he may need a knockout or at least a couple of knockdowns to stay in this fight against Tim Tszyu.
Double left hook by Tim Tszyu. And then a right hand. Harrison pops his head back with a jab.
And again,
just got to follow it up with that right hand.
Yeah.
He's throwing that jab, but he's not throwing nothing else.
There's that right hand, as you talked about, champ. Double jab. Another one, but no right hand. As we take a look at the total power punches, which is everything minus a jab.
Yeah, that's almost 3 times the number of punches thrown, power punches thrown by Tsyu, and almost 3 times the number landed. And that's the story of the fight right there.
There's a right hand. And another right hand right on the button to Harrison. And a right to the leg. Harrison's hurt. He's hurt. Tsyu backs him to the ropes. There's a left hook.
No movement, no holding.
Yeah, he needs to grab him.
He's got to hold on. Double uppercut by Tsyu. He's looking to stop Tony Harrison and drops him.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come here. Walk there. Walk there. No.
Dan Rex Top Dawson says that is it. Tim Tszyu said, I'm going to drown him in round 9, and he gets the stoppage.
He predicted that, and he did it. Wow, 9th round. Again, the pressure from Tim Tszyu. It was just too much for Harrison tonight.
A steady, even performance by Tim Tszyu. And if I had to use one word to kind of put in perspective now his eventual challenge of our man Jamel over here, it's he further legitimized himself as a contender.
Jamel, tell me what you saw.
I mean, he did what he was supposed to do. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He stood in there, he fought, he had his hands up, kept punching. Tony Harrison fades at the end. He dominated during his time, and that's it. But I'm none of those guys, you know what I'm saying? I'm not no Tony Harrison. I'm gonna get in there and do what I gotta do and move my beat.
Let's take a look at the show stats totals here. And again, it was those power punches that did end Tony Harrison.
Yeah, 39% of Tszyu's punches landed, but 45% of his power shots. When you land 45% of your power shots and you throw as many as Tszyu did in this fight, you're going to win every time.
Here's the finish, the uppercut as you talked about.
And it wasn't just one uppercut. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 uppercuts. He kept missing 1, 2, and with the overhand right, that's the one that did it.
And I would like to have seen the referee step in there. I mean, when you see Tony Harrison's head getting hit like this,
wow,
especially as he turned away there, I think that would have been a good time for the referee to come in. But the referee didn't, and as a result, Harrison suffered the knockdown.
Last time Tim Tszyu had gotten a stoppage, it was July of 2021 when he stopped Steve Spark. He gets the stoppage tonight, and once again has set himself up with a showdown against the undisputed king of the division, Jermell Charlo.
Yeah, quite the statement from Tim Tszyu in this fight. And it's the way he fought this fight, how composed, how poised he was. He never overcommitted. He was waiting for the right punches. And when he saw that he had him hurt, which was in this round, guess what? He went for the kill, and he got the KO win.
4th loss for Tony Harrison. And again, all 4 losses, stoppages.
Yeah, that's tough, because at his age, another stoppage loss. He's obviously not going to get a rubber match now with Jermell. Yeah. And, you know, I don't know, maybe my peripheral vision wasn't catching it, but every time Tony Harrison landed a jab, did I see Jermell smile just a little bit?
Tim Tszyu, certainly impressive there in his home country of Australia. He gets the victory and gets an impressive stoppage over a top-ranked contender there in the 154-pound division. And as he talked about, I want legacy fights. I want to show people that I am for real in this division, and I think he showed himself very well tonight.
Well, you know, his previous biggest win was against Terrell Gausha, a very good fighter, a former Olympian, but not, at the time at least, a top 10 contender. Now he's beaten a legitimate top 10 contender, which legitimizes his chance to fight for all 4 belts against Jermell.
Yeah, you know what, that fight against Gausha, even though he won that fight, and again, you know, against a great fighter, Gausha's a tremendous fighter, but the fact that he got hurt in that first round against him, you know, a lot of question marks in that fight, but now tonight's win.
Gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes 43 seconds in round number 9. A referee in charge, Don. Stop. Still undefeated, and now the interim WBO Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Tim Tszyu.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
All right, BC, stakes could not be any higher for these 2 top-ranked fighters here at the theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Erickson Luben, Sebastian Fundora about to enter the Theater of Truth. Luben looking for a second crack at a title, while Fundora hopes to get his first opportunity at championship glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the main event, we extend a special welcome to the brave men and women serving around the world, joining us tonight on AFN, the American Forces Network. And now, the time has come for the bout you've all been waiting for. It's time for Luben versus Fundora. First, to make his way to the ring from Coachella, California, the towering Inferno, Sebastian Fundora.
Just 24 years of age, Sebastian Fundora, 18-0-1 with 12 knockouts. He is 8-0 with 4 KOs against 0 loss opponents. But tonight he takes on an opponent who has lost just one time. That came in a title fight when Erickson Lubin was 22 against Jermell Charlo. And now, here at 24, Fundora, Al looking to set himself up with an opportunity to claim a championship.
And you know, all the rest of it notwithstanding, when you look at Fundora coming into this ring, he's reveling in this moment. He is trying to enjoy what's happening, and one thing that he's exuding is poise, and he's done that all week and leading up to this fight. You get the impression that he is understanding completely what this task is all about and what he needs to do. It doesn't mean it's going to translate to victory, but it means that at 24, he's showing great maturity in this endeavor.
Fundora says, hey, I know what this is about. This is entertainment. This is show business. I'm a product, and you got to show off the product to the people that will buy it. If it's fighting on the inside or knocking a guy out with one punch, whatever it is, I'm going to do it. Poise, confidence. Sebastian Fundora is ready to face his toughest test.
And now, joining us from West Palm Beach, Florida, Erickson Hammer Luben.
Erickson Luben, impressive 6-fight winning streak, including 4 knockouts since that first round KO loss to unified champ Jermell Charlo just 2 weeks after Luben turned 22 in 2017, coming off a huge win over a former unified champion in Jason Rosario. And Abner, you suffered a first-round knockout loss, but bounced back to become a champion. Talk about what it takes, what intangibles that it takes, what qualities that you and Luben share, because Luben has bounced back impressively.
Well, I think a lot of character as well. You know, a lot of people are going to talk, a lot of people are going to put you down, and it's the character you show, the willingness of coming back and not only proving to the people, but to yourself that you are still worthy of a championship fight and that you can become world champion. And Luben, listen, I think he took a harder path to a title eliminator now than he did the first time. The fighters that he's faced these last two fights have been great opposition, great fights. So that's why I really don't take much about the defeat against Charlo, because ever since then he's learned so much, he's improved so much, adding to his game. And tonight he gets the chance to prove and to showcase that this is going to be one of those fights where it's either going to show that, you know, he still got it. That fight was just not a fluke, but one of those, it happens, you know, first round knockout, or, you know, a fight where it's going to be a tough night for him.
It has been smooth sailing since he hooked up with a southpaw whisperer, Kevin Cunningham, as we go to the tail of the tape for the main event.
we look at it, and the numbers that you would look at and probably want to talk about would be the height and the reach of Fundora. However, as we've said throughout the evening, he doesn't necessarily use those advantages, so it's likely whatever turns this fight, it won't be those numbers.
And the rules for the main event, no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. The fight is official after 4 rounds. With the official introductions, here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas as Premier Boxing Champions and Showtime present the featured bout of the evening, sponsored by Geico. This bout is sanctioned by the WBC President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Jill Diamond, and by the Nevada State Athletic Commission Chairman Stephen J. Luben, Executive Director Jeff Mullen. Introducing the judges at ringside, from Nevada, Tim Tszyu, also from Nevada, Dave Moretti, and from New Jersey, Steve Weisfeld. And the referee in charge of the action, Russell Mora. And now for the main event of the evening, 12 rounds of boxing in the super welterweight division. For those fans in attendance and all those joining us around the world, live from the theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime! Presenting in the red corner, he wears the black trunks with silver trim, weighing in at 152 3/4 pounds. His record undefeated with 18 wins, no losses, 1 draw, 12 wins, coming by way of knockout, fighting out of Coachella, California, introducing the WBC #2 world-ranked contender, the towering Inferno, Sebastian Fundora. And his opponent fighting out of the blue corner. He wears the blue, gray, and black trunks, weighing in 153 1/4 pounds. The former WBC World Title Challenger tonight stands with a professional record, including 24 victories, just 1 loss, with 17 wins coming by way of knockout. From West Palm Beach, he fights out of Orlando, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, the WBC #1 ranked 154-pound title contender, introducing Erickson Luben. And now to get instructions once again, referee Russell Mora.
Trunks here are good. Trunks here are good. Anything below this line is a foul. Gentlemen, we went over the rules in the dressing room. I want to remind you, protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands. God bless you both. Touch up.
Russell Mora, 25 years of pro experience, working his 598th pro bout. Judges Tim Tszyu of Nevada, Dave Moretti of Nevada, Steve Weisfeld of New Jersey. What we want to see, the best fighting the best. 1 versus 2 in the WBC. The winner setting themselves up to potentially face the winner of the undisputed title fight coming up May 14th as Jamel Charlo and Brian Castano run it back, and immediately Erickson Luben launching the right hook upstairs on Fundora and going to the body with the jab.
You know, new territory in a way. Luben hasn't faced the lefty in 8 years since his 3rd pro fight. And for Fundora, the only fight he really struggled badly in is against Jamonte Clark, a left-hander who, by the way, sparred with Luben in advance of this fight.
Yeah, Fundora's got to be careful. He just took 2 great jabs by Luben. He hooked that last one, got him right in the chin. Really setting up his own distance. Speaking about Luben. But then again, Fundora is not known to use his own reach. He likes to fight in the inside.
They are doing just that, and Fundora with some success with the uppercuts on the inside. Luben looking to stick and move, looking to stab in the body with the jab.
Yeah, and that jab to the body is designed to set up the overhand left or the right hook following it. They think that that's the right way to begin things.
And Fundora bringing the combinations.
Yeah, and that's the way you want to start if you're Fundora. Volume punching, aggressiveness. Luben is just gonna, he's gonna be choosing well his punches. He's a sharp shooter. That's what he is.
Nice body shot by Luben, and Fundora responds with a multiple punch combination, as he is wont to do. Oh, there's a right hook upstairs that landed for Luben.
We mentioned Luben sparred with Germonta Clark. He also had a couple of sparring mates that were well over 6 feet to prepare him for this. Luben has got the right hook kind of untracked so far in this fight. But now Fundora is showing us what he can do on the inside.
He curled the right hook behind the guard of Luben, did Fundora, and there's a left uppercut on the inside. Nice counter left hand by Luben.
Yeah, that's what you want to do if you're Fundora. You don't want to give Luben enough space to start thinking and start shooting his shots. You want to close the gap.
Final half minute of the opening round.
Do you ever think you would say that about a 6-fight fighter?
Never. And you're right, but we've never seen him box. And even when he tried in this last fight against Garcia, he didn't look that good.
Another jab to the body by the southpaw Luben.
We're going to take a look at what each man wants to do in this fight for Luben. When he jabs consistently and well, it sets up his attack. You got to be here. And the other thing it does, it helps him stay balanced. He's had issues with balance from time to time. We saw that very well in round one. His money punch is the right hook. Fundora has been hit with right hands, and Luben used that punch in round one. For Fundora, he should not just plant himself in the pocket. I think he needs to attack from angles if possible. The Luben right is coming, so he can't drop his left hand during this fight, and he has a terrific uppercut. It can change this fight.
All southpaw affair begins round number 2. Both of them stick the jab immediately. There's a lead left by Luben.
Kevin Cunningham, the trainer of Luben, feels that Fundora has defensive flaws, and he feels they can take advantage of them.
Yeah, and you got to give it to him as well. Cunningham, he's done a fantastic job with Luben.
Hands free, hands free.
There's Fundora trying the uppercut on the inside. We're going to see that punch a lot in this fight.
Yeah, from the inside, and he can also throw from the outside at a good range.
Good point.
We saw that against Garcia. So we expect, because of what Fundora's shown us in the past and with Erickson Luben, Fundora putting the pressure on Luben, bringing the fight to him here in the second round, ratcheting up his offense. They exchange uppercuts on the inside.
And aside from the size from
body
Fundora,
shots by Luben.
You got to know that he is the bigger man in there, so he's got to use that as an advantage also. Put pressure on Luben. Put your whole body on top of him. Make it uncomfortable for Luben.
Fundora working very well on the inside, and Luben doing some nice body work.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Luben to miss in the body, right? It's right in front of him.
True.
Midway point of the second round, sustained action on the inside. Sebastian Fundora landing some nice uppercuts and continues to put the pressure and pump up the volume on Erickson Luben. But Luben coming back to the body. But it's Fundora who is doing good things, and then Luben does good things, and we expected these kinds of exchanges as Fundora landed the uppercut, but then Luben fires back. A minute left in the second, and already look at these stats.
Yeah, a lot of power punches thrown and landed, especially Fundora landing a little more and throwing a little bit more.
A lot of back and forth.
Lead left by Luben.
Good left hand by Luben.
Luben going to the body, misses with the left uppercut, but lands that left hook.
A lot of back and forth.
Right uppercut by Fundora.
Ooh.
Oh, and he staggered Luben. Fundora clips Luben, but Luben fires back with the left.
And there was question marks about Luben's chin.
Well, it's being tested here by Fundora. Fundora beginning to light up Erickson Luben's chin. Uppercuts. Luben fighting back with the left. Oh, down goes Luben with an uppercut.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You good? Put your hands up. Give me your gloves.
Here at the end of round 2, Erickson Luben hits the deck for the 3rd time in his career.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Why did you do that, dude? You went out there and boxed beautiful. One more. Give me my buck. Why did you do that, bro? You controlled this man that first round, boxed beautiful. Your legs feel good, right? Yeah. You got good legs and everything, right? Yeah. So why you stick to the program, man? Box and step around and slide around and turn this man, man. You ain't had no business sitting in there. That's his fight, man. Wipe his face off.
Kevin Cunningham, apoplectic in the corner.
Great advice. We're going to go back and look at it. And what he doesn't want is him to stay in the pocket like that. And that's why I got hit with that uppercut. They want him turning Fundora. Fundora has a great uppercut. We talked about it in the keys. This is his payoff punch in terms of power. And that was a beauty.
And it was a right uppercut that knocked out Erickson Luben in the first round when he challenged Jermell Charlo back in 2017. And now, here we begin. Round number 3, and Fundora all over Luben.
And he needs to, he has to. He's still hurt, Luben.
And Luben valiantly trying to fight off the attack, but he's on the ropes. The worst place you want to be against a guy like Fundora.
He can't stay on the ropes. He's got to listen to his corner, step around. Well, it might sound funny, but you got to use your distance. You got to look for your. You can't fight in the inside against a taller fighter in this fight.
But he's not using his lateral movement. He's stepping, as you say, stepping to the side. He's staying in the pocket.
Yeah, you got to step around against this bigger man, Fundora.
And the problem is he's still hurt.
And yet Erickson Luben continues to still try to fight. Yeah. And there lands a right, another right hand.
You know, Fundora does have defensive liabilities, but I'll tell you what, he's got a chin too. He's been hit with big shots like that one.
And has never been down.
Never been down, yeah. That may change in this fight, we don't know, but so far.
Well, fantastic action, as expected, between Fundora and Luben, but Fundora attacking Luben on the ropes. Luben fires back with a right and a left, and Luben sitting down on these punches on the ropes, but he's unable to escape, and it looks, Abner, I mean, it's an incredible exchange, but he's not listening to his trainer.
Good exchange, good action, but again, you did mention it, he's not listening to his corner. He's got to step around. He's got to use the entire ring.
You know, Luben's getting his right hook in. He's just not able to hurt Fundora with it.
No, and Fundora is lighting him up with his shots, including a buffet of uppercuts.
He's not going to be able to keep up with that volume with Fundora. That's Fundora's sweet and butter right there.
Under a minute left here in the third. Terrific action throughout Luben. Four-punch combination, sneaks in the left.
At that distance is where you want to throw your punches if you're Luben.
free. Let him go.
Got to move for the ropes.
Fundora averages 71 punches per round. He's thrown 77 in this round.
Lead right, hook by the southpaw Luben, trying to batter Fundora, trying to break him down, but Fundora with an uppercut. And there's a nice combination by Luben.
You got to come in and out for Luben.
And good body work.
You can't
Left uppercut by Fundora. On the inside, Fundora continues to feed him a steady diet of uppercuts. There's a nice jab from Luben. Right hook, another right by Luben. What a fight! Fundora's 19-year-old sister, Gabriela, professional unright, helping in the corner. It's always been a family affair for the Fundoras. Mom and Dad boxed.
Turn him, sentadito, you're in shape. Yeah, tú estás cansado. Yeah, turn him, porque he's going to tell you. Boom, you can go fight. If you can get a fight, you get the 6. They both hurt. All right? Well, you're going to see some punches landed. Both men landed 30 punches in that last round. Here are some of them. Luben against the ropes, getting hit again with an uppercut. That was the punch that knocked him down previously. And good combination punching. But a lot of great back and forth action. And Luben, even off the ropes, was able to land some shots. Then later in the round, Erickson Luben controlled the last minute of that round in a big way. His patented right hook getting in, left hands. Luben was able to do very well in the last minute of that round.
They resume hostilities here to kick off round 4, and immediately Fundora walking down Luben. Luben fires off the jab and then pivots away, so now beginning to utilize footwork a little more, although Fundora walks him down, throws a few punches.
Who said that Fundora needed a box? He used his reach, his height. I mean, this guy, that's what he does. He's a volume puncher. He's aggressive. That's what's been working for him. If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Riddick Bowe, Diego Corrales, Antonio Margarito, a lot of big guys who love to fight on the inside, and Sebastian Fundora doing that here against Luben, but then Luben fires back and lands a nice right hook behind the guard.
Well, that's the money punch for Luben, and there come the uppercuts. Luben's been able to get that right hook in. It just hasn't been enough to really stun Fundora. Fundora, he won't stop punching. That's the problem for his opponent.
Yeah, if you're Luben, you want to invest a little bit more to the body. Go up to the chest.
You had mentioned at the top of the show that in 2018, the last time we were here at this venue, the 154-pound division served up the fight of the year between Landy Lara and Jared Hurd. Erickson Luben, Sebastian Fundora are saying, hey, hold our water bottles.
What an amazing battle. And in this round, Fundora has landed 20 out of his 49 punches already.
And it's only when Luben is given that space right there where he gets a chance to really think about the shots he's going to throw. But once he is in the inside, as Fundora likes, it's all Fundora in the inside, uppercuts.
The right hook of Luben, the body shots, but the uppercuts of Sebastian Fundora, and there's a left hook. He has Luben again on the ropes. Steady diet of combinations on the inside, many of those uppercuts landing.
Hey, I take it back. I said his chin is questionable. Luben has been taking a lot of shots and he's still game.
Well, he got up and has shown great determination since then. And doing good body work.
Showing the growth, that maturity that we talked about. He talked about how much his ring IQ has improved exponentially under the tutelage of Kevin Cunningham. And even when he was knocked out by Jermell Charlo, in his post-fight interview, he says, I'm just going to go back and prove to everyone that I'm still going to be a champion. He's exhibiting the mettle and the heart here after being knocked down by Sebastian Fundora. Luben beginning to take the fight to the towering inferno.
And for the first time pushing Fundora back in this fight.
And with more on this dynamite weight class, let's go to Steve Farhood.
Mo, you gotta love the 154-pounders. We look at the notable contenders at this weight. saw Tony Harrison take a big step forward. Sergio Garcia went backward tonight. Brian Perella with an unsatisfying draw. And of course, Tim Tszyu 2 weeks ago beat Terrell Gausha to take his claim. And the cream of the contenders are Luben and Fundora, and we don't know who's going to win this fight. When we take a look at the champions at this weight, Romero Charlo has 3 of the belts. Brian Castano has 1. On May 14, they'll fight to try to create the first undisputed champion in 154-pound history. That's 5 weeks from tonight. Of course, they fought last July to a draw in a very exciting fight. So storylines at 154 just keep on changing.
All right, Steve, thank you very much, and an amazing start to this fight between Fundora and Luben, and immediately they meet in the center of the ring and start firing. Lead right by Luben. That lead right hook has served him well.
Yeah, he's done great with that. He jabs it and then he hooks it. It's really good for Luben, but you know, they call him the hammer, so the hammer has to chop down the tree. He's gotta invest a little bit more in the body.
Of course, Luben was a Olympic medal prospect, chose to turn professional instead, and when he was an amateur, he actually worked with Fundora's dad. His dad took the child Luben to many tournaments, and of course, Fundora being a few years younger, he wasn't on the scene yet, but so there is a connection here that runs deep. But it's all about business tonight. Respect is saved for afterwards.
How much of an investment to the body will matter for Luben? His uppercuts keep landing. He's certainly done it early. But Fundora's a young guy who, you know, his engine doesn't stop. So.
And yet I have a feeling that Kevin Cunningham is probably seething in the corner, Abner, and it's a testament to Fundora bringing the fight, but Luben needs to make adjustments. He wants to prove that he can stand toe-to-toe with Fundora, and looking at the body shots out.
Yeah, that speaks to the point I made, that he's done a good job downstairs, but your point was very well put, that he's still not turning him, which is what they want him to do, even though Luben does have some success in there.
Well, you want to invest in the body a little bit, and then also you want to set up punches by throwing to the body and getting the attention downstairs to Fundora for him to put his hands down, and Luben coming upstairs. But again, like you mentioned, Fundora just keeps coming. He's doing a good job in the inside, like he's done since the beginning of the fight. The uppercuts have been landed really well from Fundora.
Oh, and a right hook by Luben, and yet Fundora fires back. And again, Fundora's never been down. Luben went down earlier in the fight. In fact, with 10 seconds left in round 2, courtesy of a right uppercut, which proved to be the bane of his existence in his first title opportunity. But Luben has proven that he's got plenty of mental fortitude. What a pace.
And that mid-range is where Luben wants to be, when he just has enough room to punch, but he's not right off the chest of Fundora. And Fundora gets him on his chest by coming in.
He's got to be careful, especially when he comes in.
Fundora's done a great job of controlling the distance in this fight.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
You gotta go there, drop, and cut, and finish back up top to the head. Okay. All right? You go in there, and you take it too long to get off. If you go there, dropping your knee, cut, fire, right back up top, all right? Okay. And step over when you get through work.
All right, great advice by Kevin Cunningham, but we're gonna go back to the last round, and there's Luben working the body, but gets Fundora looking to hit him on the way out, and the right hook again of Luben, he's landed it, and those are the kind of Luben right hooks that are supposed to hurt you and have hurt other fighters. Not so much with Fundora.
This is round 6, scheduled for 12. The winner will be in line for championship glory. looking to become the mandatory challenger. Of course, Luben would love another crack at Jermell Charlo. Fundora, he just wants to remain undefeated and prove that not only is he got championship ability, but he is a showman, an entertainer. Both of them entertaining the crowd here at the theater at Vegas Hotels and everyone watching on Showtime. It's been a tremendous tilt.
Fundora is averaging about 80 punches per round. That is what he wants to do, and when he does that, he's effective.
Luben finding his times, his moments where he's doing what he has to do, which is at the distance. There it is, the body work, great combinations. But again, Fundora keeps coming.
So does Luben.
He's a guy that does not stop throwing, and the uppercuts are really good for Fundora.
Key point is what Kevin Cunningham told him in the corner, and he's still not doing it. Punch, punch, get out, and then punch, punch, and come back. He's staying on the inside. And Kevin's giving him exactly the right advice. Well, we talked about Luben doing well to the body. He is winning the battle of the body. But when it comes to headshots, how many of those are uppercuts that Fundora is landing? 126. I'll bet you half of them are uppercuts. You know?
100 for sure.
I'm going to guess.
Right hook again by Luben, leads with the right hook, and Fundora misses with the left hook on the exit, but then Luben walks into a jab from the southpaw as both lefties. Final 60 seconds of the 6th.
Hands free, hands free.
Uppercut again on the inside by Fundora. This is a recording.
Really, really competitive fight. Really entertaining. Both having their moments. But I think Luben really making the adjustments at points. But again, Fundora just keeps coming.
Right uppercut, left uppercut by Fundora. Body shot by Luben, another one, and then Luben goes upstairs with the right hook. But those headshots by Fundora beginning to swell up the face of Erickson Luben.
You know, Erickson Luben's landing 50% of his punches in this round, but the problem is he's only thrown 29. Fundora's thrown 72 and he's landing 38%, but it's more punches.
When Luben throws, like you say, Hal, he's had success.
He's landing, but...
And we're at the halfway point of what is essentially a title eliminator.
Empiezas un poquito más las piernas.
Round is this? We're going to seventh round.
Bueno, seventh, right? Todavía falta, todavía falta. Yeah.
We in a motherfucking war, but all you gotta do is tighten your shit up on the inside. And tie him up. Okay? Yeah. Get your shots off, and tie him up. And walk around him, walk him to the center of the ring, and then get back on the outside. Alright? Okay. Now, another thing here. The overhand left is there. Okay. When you close, touch, 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 and turn that motherfucker over. Okay. All right? Yeah. Hey, we in dog shape.
Don't get crazy, okay? Don't get dumb.
We begin the second half of this 12-round main event. Living up to the billing as Sebastian Fundora looks to remain undefeated, taking the fight again to Erickson Luben, and you continue to be impressed by the sage advice of Kevin Cunningham in Luben's corner.
You can't do better than what he just did in the corner. He told him exactly what to do. And of course, it's hard to do when you're in the ring. You know, it's not easy.
Luben trying to create some space, but Fundora lands the uppercut again, and another right uppercut.
Listen,
ain't no party like an uppercut party, because the uppercut party don't stop.
He's hurt.
Death by 1,000 uppercuts.
Yeah, you want to change up the punches. Fundora, I mean, he's being effective with the uppercuts, but, you know, give him a different face, give him a different shot.
Speaking of faces, Abner, look at Erickson Luben's mark. My goodness. And Fundora teeing off on Luben on the ropes. And yet, the the desire of Erickson Luben.
And part of the advice Cunningham gave him was to tie up on the inside.
He's unable to do that.
Doing it. And that would at least get him out of that situation for a moment.
And now you got to wonder just how much more punishment Erickson Luben can take. It looks like his nose has been broken. A left hook that landed flush on the face. Another left. A left uppercut that grazes the chin. It's all Sebastian Fundora in round 7.
A lot of headshots that Luben is taking this round.
Oh, but what a counter right by Luben, and yet Fundora's right there, continuing to feed him with these devastating uppercuts.
We talked about this just when we were all chatting. At the end of the day, it may be Sebastian Fundora's chin, because of his defensive liabilities, that makes him a really great fighter, because you can't hurt him. And that's part of the, his mystique.
And Abner, for Erickson Luben, you can admire his guts, you admire his tenacity, and you admire this resiliency. Will they come back? Erickson Luben knocks Fundora for the first time.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Give me the mouthpiece. Stay there. Come here. Let's go.
High drama in Las Vegas. Luben lighting up Fundora with seconds left in the 7th.
Step back. Step back.
Are you kidding me?
Apparently you can hurt Fundora.
What a way to come back. What a round.
A massive hematoma between the eyes of Erickson Luben.
Got you. Don't worry about that. Hey, listen. That mother. Get yours back. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You're smart. But amágalo if you have to.
Well, rounds don't get any more dramatic than the last one. Luben had been raked over the coals for most of the round. Here is where he came back and hurt Fundora, which seems impossible to do, but guess what? He did. And he hit him with his money punch, the right hook, and then went after him. And this is an Erickson Luben who had been just dominated for the first 2 minutes.
Incredible drama continues to be the story of the 154-pound weight class. And here, as we begin round 8, the story of this fight. 10 seconds left in round 2. After several uppercuts, culminating with a right uppercut, Luben hit the canvas. Then with 30 seconds left in round 7, toward the end of a round that Fundora was dominating, he was forced to take a knee, going down for the first time in his career.
Erickson Luben, for the record, has never scored a knockout past 6 rounds. But if he hurts Fundora again like that, he might.
Let's bring in our unofficial score, Steve Farhood. How do you have it after 7, Steve?
Step back.
Mo, what an interesting fight to score. The second round, Fundora 10-8 because of the knockdown. Round 7, I scored 10-9 for Luben. It was almost a 10-8 round for Fundora until the knockdown. But then Luben was the knockdown, so I made that a 10-9 round because Fundora had been so dominant up to that point. I have Luben ahead 67-65. This is a very close fight. It doesn't look like it's going to go the distance, but who knows?
Yeah, hard to believe that it might go the distance based on how Fundora's not stopping going forward, despite him going down in the last round. And again, Luben making the adjustments. Even in the last round while he was hurt, taking a lot of punishment, guess what? He found a way.
And we look at how these fighters have fared, and clearly they have done well in later rounds. But again, remember, I said Luben's never scored a knockout after the 6th round. We'll see. Give Fundora credit. How has he come back this way in this round?
Incredible resiliency, incredible grit, incredible action. Under a minute left here in the 8th. Fundora again, right uppercut. The pace has barely abated.
And you know what? Both men have looked so hurt on a couple of occasions you didn't think they could continue.
And both fighters doing what they were supposed to do in this fight. Fundora, we knew he was going to come forward. He's going to throw his uppercuts. And Luben, just like that. The sight shots, side steps.
Another left, and Kevin Cunningham called for it, said it was there, but there's that left uppercut. Jacking the jaw of Luben.
Step around if you're Luben.
Yep, he can't do it. I think he's a little tired to do it. Yeah, he won't take that step to the right, and that would make the right hook so valuable.
Hands free.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Listen up. When we on the inside hammer, we gotta be the first to go to the body. Short hooks and overhand left to the head. All right? Okay. You gotta be tight with your hands up. Bend your knees. Yeah.
Intelligent, nice and intelligent.
The flex pumping in now. The death is kicking in. Right? The death is kicking in. Okay, I see it now. Come on.
Round number 9, Abner, you've been in pitched battles. Where does it take you emotionally and physically to be in fights like this?
I mean, it's just the head change, really. In the moment, it's really just your willingness, your hard wanting to win. I've been in a position where I've been knocked down, cut, taking a point from me with the Argentinian fight, and I just kept coming. I said to myself, I'm not going to lose this fight, and I made that fight. I won that fight.
There's that overhand left from Luben.
From the side, yeah.
You can't do better corner work than Cunningham's doing. He's telling him some things that are helping keep him in this fight.
Double left uppercut on the inside by Fundora, but Luben continues to target the head successfully.
And Fundora had a great round 8.
Yeah, Erickson Luben's face has taken an absolute pounding. His eyes swelling, and yet continues to march forward. Goes to the body.
On the hip, get him up.
Under 1 minute has gone here in the 9th.
And the interesting thing about this fight is that when Fundora went down, the next round he came back like if nothing happened. The same Fundora moving forward, not showing signs of being hurt.
Remember, only the referee can stop the fight. Under a minute and a half left here in the 9th, and
Luben is trying to hold on the inside. Russell Moore, I think, doing the right thing, letting them fight through it because Fundora is still punching.
Luben just took like 3 consecutive uppercuts.
Let go. This has been another very good round for Fundora.
Yes.
And the volume for Luben, and it speaks to his fatigue. He's only thrown 18 punches in this round. That's, obviously not a good thing for him.
Final minute of the 9th. And
you're holding, let go.
Erickson Luben holding on, trying to somehow mute this barrage by Sebastian Fundora.
And Fundora will not let him grab him enough for Mara to stop the action. That's great work by Fundora.
Yeah. Left hook to the body by Fundora, but the face of Erickson Luben says it all, and you have to wonder, despite his guts, despite the amount of heart he has, Abner, he is taking a beating courtesy of Sebastian Fundora.
But the thing is that he was taking a beating like that, and he came back, and he was able to hurt Fundora. So I mean, that's when it becomes difficult for your coach or even yourself to stop the fight. There it is.
Both of them have been down in what has been a brutal battle, a savage scrap. Your main event here tonight. And there you go, Kevin
Kevin Cunningham stopping the fight. Got hit with some ice, and that caused some concern there. But for this man, Fundora, what a remarkable win.
Tasting adversity for the first time, going down for the first time in his career. Let's listen here. So the fight has been stopped. Sebastian Fundora records his 19th victory and proves that he is worthy of an opportunity at a championship. An incredible display by both fighters in many ways. Both of them went down, both of them bounced back, but for Sebastian Fundora, he records an exhilarating victory here tonight and announces, hey, I'm next.
It was the barrage of punches that Fundora was throwing, not giving up.
We'll take a look at what happened in the corner after that last round. There's Kevin Cunningham saying, we're stopping this fight. He felt that his man had taken enough punishment, and as disappointing as it is, after 6 straight wins to try and get back to a title position, they have to stop the fight. So it's bitterly disappointing for all of them in the Luben corner. There's where some ice came in. Where that came from, I don't know. Maybe someone was distressed that he stopped the fight. Whatever the case, it was inappropriate. But for that man, Sebastian Fundora, who had to get up after being really hurt, and come back in this fight. These numbers are extraordinary. Luben landing 48% of his power punches, and they were big punches. But Fundora throwing almost 300 more than him and landing at 43% for his power punches. And how many of those power punches were uppercuts that were huge shots for Fundora? So this young man showed that he was what they hoped he would be, an offensive machine who could get the job done with a lot of offense, even if his defense sometimes was lacking. And that's what happened tonight.
Luben has the tattoo on his chest, SOHK, School of Hard Knocks. Boy, he took some hard knocks tonight. And as you put it so well, Al, I mean, the heartbreak, the bitter disappointment, and yet, again, how special is Kevin Cunningham, looking out for the welfare of it. Abby, you can speak to this.
You can't be mad at the corner. You were just talking about that, Mo.
Yep.
When do you decide to stop a fight? And it must have been really hard, because we talked about how Luben came back and he was showing that, you know, he was still in the fight, but he was taking a lot of shots and his face showed it.
And that said, all around the world, and you know what? He believed in Fundora.
Let's go to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's main event, upon the completion of round number 9, at the request of the blue corner, referee Russell Mora waves off the contest. The official TKO for the winner, who's still undefeated, the towering Inferno, Sebastian Fundora.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
We take a look at this, and this is the highest that Romero has weighed as a professional. He's had a couple of fights north of 135, but never at this weight. And of course, we've talked about the age factor as well, but it's the reach of
Barroso that I think could be significant here tonight if he can land power punches from the outside.
Rules for tonight's main event here in Nevada. Only the referee can stop the fight. Once again, Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Chelsea here inside the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas as Premier Boxing Champions presents the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by TGB Promotions, Mayweather Promotions, and Showtime. Sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook, this bout is sanctioned by the WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Supervisor is Robert Mack, along with the Nevada State Athletic Commission. The chairman is Anthony Marnell III, with the executive director Jeff Mullen. Our three judges scoring this bout from ringside: from Nevada, Tim Tszyu; from Oklahoma, David Sutherland; and from New Jersey, Steve Weisfeld. Introducing our referee in charge, he'll be giving instructions after the introductions, Tony Weeks. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the vacant WBA Super Lightweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas, it's showtime! Introducing to you first, on my left, fighting out of the red corner, entering the ring wearing yellow trunks with red and blue trim, fighting out of Miami, Florida, by way of El Tigrito, Venezuela. He weighed in at 139.5 pounds. His record stands at 24 wins, 3 losses and 2 draws, with 22 big wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the former world title challenger, currently ranked the WBA #1 super lightweight contender, introducing Ismael Barroso. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing orange trunks with white trim, fighting out of his home and representing Las Vegas, Nevada. He weighed in the same as his opponent, 139.5 pounds. His hard-hitting record stands at 14 wins, 1 loss, with 12 big wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former interim lightweight world title holder. Please welcome the hard-hitting and colorful WBA #5 world-ranked super lightweight contender, introducing Rolando Romero. Once again, our referee in charge, Tony Weeks, now to give instructions.
Caballeros, ustedes reciben sus instrucciones. Aquí está bien, aquí no. Aquí está bien, aquí no. De la cintura para arriba. Y aquí no una play limpia. Escúchame, cuídate. Listos, vámonos.
Tony Weeks, 29 years of professional boxing referee, working his 860th professional fight. Rolly Romero, 5 of his 12 knockouts have come in the opening 3 minutes. He promises to get off to an explosive start. Ismael Barroso, hey, he's won 4 in a row, with 3 of those wins coming by way of KO again. This one not expected to go the distance as we begin round #1. The southpaw, Barroso, he was a classic example of an all-or-nothing fighter. He scores a KO or gets KO trying, has been stopped twice. First when he challenged Anthony Crolla for a 135-pound strap in 2016, and then by Batir Akhmedov in 2018. Both of those knockouts were courtesy of body shots. Akhmedov losing earlier tonight to Kenneth Sims Jr.
And this fight, in some ways, will come down to a couple of singular things. But also, normally a much bigger volume puncher than Romero, so he can win rounds, but he leaves himself open for right hands. Can Romero hurt him, or can Barroso hurt him with the power that he's had at 140?
And Rolly Romero talked about being patient in this fight. He said when he fought Tank Davis, he just got overexcited and made a mistake that he paid dearly. In this fight, he's going to be cautious, he's going to be picking his shots, and something smart you want to do, especially a heavy puncher like Barroso.
Of course, Romero began his athletic pursuits in judo. He's a judoka, started at 8. Trained in judo for over 8 years, and in some of his fights he does resort to some judo-esque takedowns in the boxing ring we've seen. He's a very unorthodox, awkward fighter, but is known for that powerful right hand, but also has a nasty left hook, especially the lead one. We saw him drop Avery Sparrow with that fight in the opening minute of their bout with that left hook.
You know, the last time we were able to see good video of Barroso was against Yves Ulysses, a very good fighter. That was back in 2019. He beat him over 12 rounds, and it was a very good performance. The question is, since that point, has there been any erosion with Barroso? We'll see.
His last fight came last August in Hollywood, Florida, won by 4th round knockout against Fernando David Salcido, and again, Romero awkward, and we've talked about it in watching tape, Abner, about Romero's flaws at times, fighting straight up, leaving his chin exposed, a little awkward with his footwork, throwing himself off balance, lunging forward at times.
Yeah, being with the wide stance that, you know, he overreaches sometimes.
And susceptible to the counter. Ask Gervonta Davis.
Yes, and we're seeing something right now. Barroso applying the pressure, trying to make Romero uncomfortable. And at times it seemed like he was, but definitely Romero does not want to move straight back with his head up.
And Al, he's very much learned on the job. We'll get to that in the second round. Here's Romero, started his amateur career at 18, had a cup of coffee in the unpaid ranks, and now here tonight in his 16th professional fight compared to Barroso, who is fighting for the 30th time as a pro.
And we'll take a look at what these men need to do, the keys to victory. Weather the storm. I thought Barroso would be coming out with much more aggression. He may still, but he's got to get past that. Try a body shot. Mauro referenced twice Barroso has been knocked out with body shots. Romero's not a body puncher that much. Should try it. The right hand. Barroso is available for that punch. Romero has a good one. For Barroso, when he squares up and lunges especially, he can be with those right hands. He does need to be aggressive in this fight and pump up the volume, but he can't be reckless. The straight left hand is a powerful weapon for him, and of course we know that's the punch that Davis used to knock Romero out.
Definitely did not pump up the volume in round one. Romero 1 of 26. Barroso 2 of 22. So much for those fistic fireworks that were promised.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that first round was a little cautious, though.
Definitely not.
That cautious?
No, I mean, you got two heavy hitters right here, and they don't want to make the first mistake. You know, Barroso tried to do, you know, which is right, the pressure for a little bit towards the end of the round. And Romero, he's just measuring. He's trying to figure out what type of style Barroso is bringing.
Oh, I forgot, though, a vacant title is also at stake, so the stakes are higher, and you want to make sure that you fight responsibly.
You know, 42% of what Barroso lands normally are body punches. He hasn't really yet been in a position to throw body punches, but we'll see how much he does with that.
I think, Abner, you noted my sarcasm. You were going to hand me a handkerchief to clean the sarcasm off my jaw.
There's a smirk on my face when you said
2 minutes left here in another cautious frame.
I just ignored it.
Well, just like Romero and Barroso are ignoring offense.
Yeah, so far anyway.
And you can almost sense it when two heavy punchers like this fight, you know, it's just a matter of time before someone walks into a big hand and, you know, gets himself in trouble.
Oh, there's a nice judo sweep.
Now, that was the left hook from Romero. You mentioned that, Mauro. You know, we put the right hand in the keys, but Romero is a good left hook puncher.
Especially with the lead left as advertised. He really does have a nasty left hook.
Yeah, Romero needs to let his hands go a little bit more. I like it when he's. I know a lot of people don't like the awkward style that he brings. It's it's weird, but it works for him, and he gets the opponent to be uncomfortable as well.
Well, I asked the question. We haven't really seen much of Barroso since that fight with Ulysses, where he's an active, volume punching guy. Now, some of this may be due to thinking about Romero's power, or the fact is, has he gone down a bit in the last couple of years that we have not had a chance to really view him?
Yeah, that is a good point out.
We don't know the
because of
answer to
that fight, yeah, there was a lot more volume, a lot more pressure from Barroso's. But again, you got to give it to the fact that Romero is doing a good job of using the entire ring, jabbing, and not letting Barroso get in as easy.
Stop. No, let him go. Suéltalo. Push now. Time.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Well, the closest we had to sustained action was this. Barroso coming in, and he goes out there with the jab, and this is where Romero, as you see with his left foot, trying to keep it outside the foot of Barroso, he clips him with the left hand, but rightfully not called a knockdown by Tony Weeks because their legs tangled up. And of course, lefties and righties, this will happen. And there you see him trying to get that left hand in, and their legs just got all tangled up. Now you talk about a tough fight to score. I'll tell you what, not much happening here.
Exactly.
The bell and round number 3. So far in the fight, Romero 2 of 46, Barroso 5 of 44.
Now, Barroso's doing one thing that's dangerous. He's lunging with his left hand to the body. He's asking for a right hand from Romero. He's got to be very careful of that.
Yeah, he's not double jabbing him his way inside to be able to let go of that left. And yeah, he's putting himself in risk of a counterpunch from Romero.
For Romero, of course, he was getting ready to fight a lefty in Alberto Puello. So he got a lefty in Barroso. So that part he didn't have to rearrange his thinking during training.
Yeah, that always helps, especially if you're already getting ready for a fighter at that stance. And for Romero's credit, he's fought his 4 fights southpaw, so there's nothing new for him.
Yeah, Romero fighting his 3rd consecutive left-handed opponent. Came off the loss to Gervonta Davis, but scored his biggest win against a southpaw against Anthony Can You Dig It Yiggit back in 2021. He says he likes fighting lefties more than righties. They're really fun to knock out, is the quote.
Barroso normally throws about 66 punches a round. He has thrown 54 over 2.5 rounds. So clearly, the volume not there with him. But maybe he's thinking a power shot's going to change things, although he could be winning 2 rounds. There's a good left by Barroso.
Barroso swinging and being neutralized by Romero.
Now, will Romero continue to hold on the inside, and will Tony Weeks allow it? We'll see.
I mean, not saying that that's not the right thing to do if you're putting that position. Romero doing the right thing, holding, turning him. but you can't overdo it also.
Many people believe that Barroso's power, and it has been significant in a lot of fights. So Romero may very well be.
Well, he said, he goes, this
it.
guy can crack. Anytime you're in a fight with a puncher, you know it's going to be difficult.
Oh.
And there it is, difficult. The left hand dropping. Romero.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come to me. Come to me. Come in. Good. Okay, here we go.
The left hand cost him the fight against Gervonta Davis. And here in the dying stages of round 3, Barroso with the left drops Romero for the second time in his career.
Now, if you're Barroso, and he only had a few moments that round, he didn't want to attack too much. He's a happy 40-year-old, isn't he, right now? Well, we said before the fight, the left hand of Barroso is a good weapon. He lunged before that with the left, didn't get countered, and then landed the second left.
Yes, we talked about the pullback from Romero. He pulls back straight with his head up, and that's what happened. 2-3, and the overhand left for Barroso is the one that did it. The bad habit that Rolly Romero has, pulling straight back.
Not so fun fighting lefties after all for Rolly Romero. Barroso looking to build on the momentum that he has following the knockdown in the final seconds of the third round. This is round 4, scheduled for 12 for a vacant 140-pound title. Romero went fishing for the right uppercut.
Now you can feel Romero standing his ground here. He's thinking to himself, I've got to make this fight or I'm going to continue to be in that issue.
I mean, he's the younger fighter. This is the pace that you want to fight if you're Barroso, because he's the older fighter. It's not too much going on. He's picking his shot. He's a heavy shot, heavy power puncher. So, you know, for him, he's comfortable. Romero has to pick it up.
And if you're Barroso, you don't still want to over-attack because you're concerned about Romero's power as well. And Barroso has scored knockdowns in 2 of the 3 fights he's lost. So he has done this before, not always been successful. That doesn't say it's not going to happen tonight.
Again lands the left hand. Romero, lead left hook.
Very little jabbing from Barroso. You know, he's not using that to set things up, but he was able to get the left hand in without the jab.
And I feel like that he's overthrowing that left.
Yes, I agree.
If you're smart, if you're Romero, you want to time that. There it is. Caught him walking in and he hurt him.
Yep, he did. Counter right hand.
Just over a minute left in the 4th. Romero opening up. Barroso coming forward. Hometown crowd chanting for Rolly Romero. Lead left hook, right hand by Romero. Barroso fighting out of the corner, 30 seconds left in the 4th.
That was a beautiful counter left hook from Romero, and he's trying to do it once again. He's waiting for Barroso to throw that left hand, take a step back and counter.
Left hand to the body by Barroso. We are through 4 to Chelsea at the Cosmopolitan Hotel in Las Vegas. Explosive exchange right hand from Romero.
Very good, very good.
Breathe, breathe. Listen to me. You can't go back on him. You have to keep pressuring him, but don't lunge. Don't lunge. Don't lunge.
Oftentimes, righties and lefties, of course, you're going to see the clash of heads, and that one initiated by Barroso, though not necessarily on purpose. And here's on the inside, right hand that strays low by Romero as he's holding with his left hand.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Romero trained by Cromwell Bullet Gordon, but also trained by Osmiri Fernandez. He had a 16-week training camp at Moro's boxing gym in Miami, and just like that, my favorite gym of all time, Al. Fifth round begins as Barroso walking forward, putting the pressure on Romero, who's utilizing lateral movement.
And again, going back to Romero's corner and himself talking about being patient, you know, taking his time. Well, it's the fifth round. It is time to let them hands go if you're Romero, especially if you're down already on the scorecards with that knockdown.
And Barroso coming off his busiest round so far, where he threw 37 punches in round 4. By the way, Romero came in as a huge favorite, 8-1 the last time I checked.
That was interesting. I was actually a little surprised at that. Of course, he would have been a big underdog had Puello continued to engage in this fight, the former champion.
Who's now the champion in recess, and there's a nice exchange.
Yeah, obviously a lot of people going, you know, thinking that Barroso, because of his age, was not going to perform. But let's not forget that Romero is not the most, you know, experienced fighter either.
Yeah, we don't really know about Rolly Romero yet. As I pointed out when he was walking, lost to Davis against Jackson Marinez. Many people thought he lost that decision. It's very close, and other than that, has not faced top competition. So we don't know about Rolly Romero yet.
And even as an amateur, you know, you only had 25 fights.
And here he is vying for a vacant 140-pound title in his first fight at 140 pounds.
It's boxing, I guess.
There's a nice left hand from Barroso, momentarily bothering Romero.
I think this fight is really coming down to whether Romero can counter him and hurt him. Yeah, can he counter Barroso and hurt him, or will Barroso get back to him with a power punch? Made the good point that the pace this fight is being fought at does benefit Barroso a bit. When we last saw him 3 years ago, he was a volume puncher. At age 40, he appears not to be that anymore. So guess what? This pace, he's probably going to like.
Nice right hand by Rolly Romero, backs up Barroso, leads with the left hook. Romero, training at Mayweather's boxing gym, caught the attention of Floyd Money Mayweather when he impressed in sparring, signed him to a promotional contract back in 2016. Now on his bicycle, retreating to close out round 5.
That's what we need. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, now we got our rhythm. Let's build on that rhythm, okay? Now we got that rhythm, we got to build on it. Keep moving. If you're not punching, you step it. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, there were moments in the last round where Romero was trying to land those countering shots. There's the left hook, a pretty good one, a counter left hook as Barroso came in. And then later on in the round, again, reaching with the left hand, Barroso. And when he does that, this one didn't land perfectly, but it's a cuffing punch. You could tell Romero is just looking for the chance to counter him when he lunges with the left.
This is round 6.
That was a good right hand from Romero, timing Barroso's, beating him to the punch, really.
And a check left hook from Romero.
You know what Barroso is doing, though, what he did do in that last segment there is punch with conviction to the body. He's a good body puncher, but we haven't seen him punch with conviction to the body, though he was countered. Total power punches, which is everything other than a jab. Barroso with the edge in this fight, and you know there's been that much thrown and that much landed, but what there is has benefited Barroso.
There's a lead right uppercut to the body by Romero, and Barroso continues to go to the body with the left hand, but pot shots, single shots. 2 minutes now, left in the 6th, and again Barroso goes to the body, sniping with the left hand, and Romero misses with the left.
You know, as dangerous as that move is for Barroso, it's been his most effective thing in the last couple of rounds. But it's dangerous because he can get countered with the right hand.
Yeah, please have me.
I'm sorry. Also dangerous for Romero because he's staying right in front of Barroso's.
Yeah,
look at his foot placement right now. As a southpaw, you want to walk to the left.
Another counter left to the body by Barroso. It was with 25 seconds left in the 3rd frame that Romero went down from an overhand left to the nose. The 2nd time he's been down in his career. The 1st time, well, he was stopped by Gervonta Davis in his last fight. Another left hand to the body by Barroso, but it's single shots, devoid of combinations.
If you're Romero, you got to start taking that left away from Barroso's. And how do you do that with your right hand?
Yeah.
Keep him busy with your right hand.
Try to control that lead hand with your left, and Romero. And Barroso has definitely taken this partisan crowd here in Las Vegas, Romero's backyard, out of this fight.
Yeah, and the lack of volume from Romero.
Oh, another left hand by Barroso.
And that's all you have to do with your Barrosos. You're getting people's attention, the judges' attention with big shots like that.
Yeah, because of the lack of volume from Romero.
We are halfway through this battle, this bout, I should say, it's been anything but a battle for a vacant 140-pound title.
Good job, good job. You're doing a great job. How are you feeling? We keep hitting him and then we surprise him with the left. Keep faking him out and then come in with the left. And we're gonna, the rhythm a little stronger, a little more. Just keep breathing deep.
Well, he's been looking for the left hand, and there it is. That was actually almost a better left than the first one that knocked Romero down. Romero took this one well, but Barroso, and he's looking at the body where Romero thinks he's going, and instead he comes with the left hand.
We've seen in the past both being susceptible to counter punches, but tonight Barroso's left hand has delivered, including that knockdown in the 3rd round. This is now round number 7.
Azmiri Fernandez, the trainer of Barroso, I thought his comments were apt. Hit him a little bit like they are to the body and then surprise him with the left hand. Because the left to the body kind of helped set up that left to the head.
Let's bring in unofficial score, Steve Farrad. How do you have it at the midpoint?
Kind of a painful fight to score, Mo, but very little definitive action and very few definitive punches. But I would say the one thing we know is that the 3rd round was 10-8 for Barroso, and as a result, I think he's probably ahead at the halfway mark. I have him ahead 58-55 after 6.
Take a couple aspirin, call me in the morning, Mr. Farr, to get rid of that pain. 7th round here, and yeah, so he obviously looking at the fight, and as we begin the second half, I always come to you, Abner, for adjustments. Maybe give me one adjustment for each fighter going into the second half of the fight.
Well, starting from Romero, how do you not counterpunch that slow left?
Exactly.
It's a 1-2. 1-2 that Barroso's doing constantly. How do you not counter that? You know, that's one adjustment that Romero should start doing. And Barroso's fighting his pace, fighting at his rhythm, picking his shots, and I would want to say if he could pick up the rhythm a little bit more, but I don't think that would work for him. He would only put himself in danger.
What would you like to add, Al?
Yeah, for Barroso, what he could do is double jab his way in, which would take away that right hand, which he used to do back in the day when I saw him on video against Ulysses.
You say back in the day.
Was that on VHS tape?
Back in the day, 3 years ago, when we saw him on that video, he was able to do that, and then he worked the body and worked the head. He's not doing that. He's lunging with his left hand in this fight.
Under a minute remaining in the 7th round, and again, we've talked about it, and bears repeating, at the age of 40, being through what he's been through with his knockout capabilities, this is the kind of pace that Barroso would like the entire fight.
Yeah.
And obviously the most common way to take the left away from a southpaw, walk to your left if you're a right-hander. Walk to your left constantly. Take that left away, jab, and throw your own right hand. But Romero definitely not doing that right now.
And these rounds will be close ones because neither man is doing great offensive work. Sometimes the showier punches landing by Barroso in a couple of different instances.
And he seems to be winning the foot battle as well. The lead foot, keeping his right to the outside of Romero and setting him up for that left hand. There was that left hook again, the lead left by Romero. As we head to round number 8.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Well, here's Romero. There's the straight right hand, and it comes with the hook. And that was the action he initiated. That wasn't counter-punching by him, which is intriguing. We haven't seen much of that.
And he always gets himself off balance by doing that. Why doesn't he just stick to the right hand at that reach and follows it up with the hook instead?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
You notice that Abner Mares makes a lot of good points?
He does. I've noticed that.
Round number 8. Absolutely.
That's why I'm happy he's sitting here with us tonight.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, guys.
And Romero retreating again, trying to reset. Barroso coming forward, but not able to really put together a lot of sustained action. Barroso's opened up a 4-point lead on our unofficial score, Steve Farhood's scorecard. So Rolly Romero, we asked if he could bring that vaunted power up to 140. He's gonna, if those scores are any indication, he's gonna have to try to rely on his power, and landed the right, but then got countered by Barroso.
And a reminder that quote-unquote vaunted power happened against fighters at a lesser skill set than even Barroso, who, let's face it, Romero got a little bit of a break, did get a break when Puello had to pull out of this fight and Barroso came in, but Barroso is a quality fighter.
Yes, and it was back in April of 2019, a few years back, that Romero produced one of the year's most spectacular knockouts against Andres Figueroa. But it's like you mentioned, Al, now moving up in weight, moving up in competition. Yeah, class. I mean, people, we saw the memes about, the age and the Ismael Barroso, but he is proving here tonight why he's been the #1 contender for almost a year.
And he's showing a certain, ability to take a couple of power punches. He didn't fold when he was hit by a good power punches, and, that's a key element here.
And he's the one that with the constant pressure.
He remains on the hunt.
He might be stealing these rounds just because of that, and obviously those nice timed overhand lefts.
Minute left, and early in this round, Rolly Romero's been retreating.
And the lefts to the body will open up another left to the head at some point if Barroso doesn't get countered by a right, but Romero's not really throwing that punch.
And Romero continues to go around the ring.
And he's hearing it from some of the crowd here.
Now he fires a 1-2, but continues to utilize his feet while Barroso trying to cut him off, trying to stop him, trying to slow him down, but it's been, as Al Bernstein has put it so well so many times, the Romero Invitational track meet in this round.
I've used that line once or twice.
I love it. There's a left again to the body. The left hands of Barroso continue to score to the body, and another left lands. But Romero took a little bit of that off. We're going to the 9th.
Good work, baby. Good work. Good shit. Good shit. Yeah. Now you're demanding shit now. Now you run the show. I still need a little more feints and jabs, okay? When you're moving around. How many rounds you got? This is 9. This is walking into 9 now, okay? Yeah, keep moving, push it in.
Well, as we said early in the round, the lefts to the body would ultimately open one up to the head. Now, Romero tried to counter with the right hand, that left to the body, but didn't quite get it done. And then we're going to see, I believe we're going to see a left hand that got in, not great, but did get into the head of Romero.
Man, Mark Davis, the owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, spending almost as much time at boxing events these days as he is in charge of the Las Vegas Raiders. Always great to see Mark Davis in attendance.
Yeah, we've seen him, and of course he's getting ready for his WNBA Aces to start defending their title.
Unofficial scorecard shows Barroso still maintaining that 4-point, or make it now it's 5-point edge over Romero.
Oh, wow. That was a nice right hand from Romero.
But just one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Romero, I mean, he talked about it.
And he gets countered again, knocked off balance with the left of Barroso.
No.
And now it's Romero sitting down on his punches.
Ooh, is that going to be a knockdown?
And it is being ruled a knockdown despite it looking like a push.
6, 7, 8.
Barroso was hurt at a certain point.
Yes, he was, and he goes down for the 5th time in his career. High drama now here in Las Vegas. Round number 9. Romero went down in the 3rd. Barroso goes down here in the 9th. And Romero sitting down in his shots, landing the left and the thudding right. Barroso trying to hang on.
Stop. No. Turn around.
And just like that, a fight is breaking out here in Sin City. Romero coming alive in the 9th.
It's going to be incumbent upon Barroso to land something significant.
Yeah, and if you're Romero, it's time to close the show. You don't want to let Barroso get any more of these rounds. You want to close the show and get this knockout and make a statement.
And yet Barroso remains a threat with that counter left. Snapped the jab, but finds himself on the ropes. And for a moment there, it was as literal as it was figurative. A minute left in the 9th. Romero putting on the pressure. Lands a straight right, misses with a sweeping right hook. And Barroso replying with chopping shots.
See, and this is the pace that Barroso doesn't like. High volume, constant on him. Like, you know, he's the older fighter. He doesn't like this.
Seconds left in the 9th. That lead right has been effective for Romero. Barroso comes back with the right, and they are just... What the...
Oh my.
That was bad.
Oh my goodness.
Tony Weeks, and I gotta say it, a weak stoppage here tonight.
Wow.
Just sucking the Well, the partisan crowd, they're jubilant, they're ecstatic. Mamma mia. Rolly Romero, thanks to Tony Weeks, intervening, and he stops the fight here in round 9. They had both been down one time each in the fight. Barroso still on his feet, still engaged.
Well, they were exchanging punches. Now, Barroso, to the point, not necessarily complaining. Well, some of his cornermen are. That's.
Oh, yeah, his trainer, Fernandez, was on the apron going, what the?
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking, honestly. They were both exchanging. Barroso landed a couple of right hooks.
You'll be able to dissect the replay, I'm sure, a few times.
Oh, yeah.
As Rolly Romero picks up his 13th knockout win, improving to 15-1. His first fight at 140. He's now a belt holder. And you're right, based on, I mean, the reaction of Barroso there, smiling as they exchange pleasantries.
Oh, we're going to revisit the end of that round and what ended up being the end of the fight. This is where Barroso coming in and landing the left hand against Romero. Then we're going to see where the knockdown happened. And this is where Romero gets him with a nice right hand, and the hook was the main punch. Now, he was pushed down there, so you can make a strong case it wasn't a knockdown. Barroso was hurt, but was that a knockdown? And we'll take another look at it, Abner, and I'll let you weigh in on this.
No, it definitely, I mean, a hook that hurt Barroso's. He's hurt there, followed up with the right, but then he's pushed down. Clearly a push down. Again, not saying that he was not hurt, but that is not a clear knockdown.
Then we're going to take a look at when this fight was stopped. Barroso had been in trouble. Now he's kind of a cuffing left hand. Good pushing right hand by Romero.
Nothing's landed.
Not really a lot significant. Now, Barroso does look a little tired, but honestly, nothing landed.
Nothing landed.
I don't understand that stoppage. And some of the crowd reacting here, I think they're seeing some of the video. We'll take yet another look at it. And Barroso there, you see him reacting as if what?
Come on.
There were no real punches that landed here, to be perfectly candid. That one did, but a pushing right hand. And Barroso does look tired here, but not hurt.
Yeah.
I was going to, and the reaction for Barroso's after this, you know, he was okay with the stoppage, whatever, because yes, he was put in the uncomfortable position, and he knew it was going to start getting ugly like that, but definitely not the stoppage, you know,
now,
the right stoppage
there,
right now.
The react going, really?
Wow.
You know, but so.
Oh, well.
Interesting on every level.
And the beat goes on. Let's go to Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes 41 seconds in round number 9. As the referee stops the contest, he is the winner by way of knockout and the new WBA super lightweight champion of the world, Rolando "Rolly" Romero.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Rolly Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
But this guy, Cruz, he's a world winner. He's like a, you know, Pitbull is a good name for him, put it that way, because when you see him box, he's all over you. Yeah, he's happy to be here, and he's got a lot of fans here to see him.
He has earned respect from these fans. Let's go to the tail of the tape. Cruz is 24 years of age, 23 wins, 16 coming by knockout. Ramirez is 29 years old. Oh, now he's 30 years old, excuse me. Turned pro at the age of 17. Is the taller man slightly. He's got a real reach advantage, though. That could be meaningful. 70 inches to 63. Cruz, though, will get inside and pound away. This is our co-feature. Main event is next. Let's go back to the ring and the classy Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, from the Crypto.com arena here in Los Angeles, California, Premier Boxing Champions continues the action with our co-main event of the evening, brought to you by TGB Promotions in association with Samson Boxing and sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet $1 and win $100 instantly. Download the app, use the code GLOVES, and get in on tonight's action. Well, fans, this bout is sanctioned by the WBC with the president Mauricio Sulaiman. Judging at ringside, Ray Donseco, Esther Lopez, and Raymond Perez. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing in a WBC lightweight world title eliminator. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with silver trim, hailing from Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. He weighed in at 134 1/2 pounds with a record of 27 wins, 2 losses, and 3 draws. He has 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome the all-action world rank contender, introducing Eduardo Zurdito Ramirez. And his opponent across the ring, he's ready to go in the blue corner tonight, wearing black trunks, blue trim, hailing from Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico. He weighed in at the lightweight limit of 135 pounds with a record of 23 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. He has 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the popular and exciting world-ranked lightweight contender, introducing Isaac Pitbull Cruz. And a referee in charge now to give instructions, Jack Reese.
Right here. Abre la boca. Okay. Aquí, por favor. Mírame. Okay. Está bien, abajo aquí no bueno, está bien, aquí está bien. Okay. Préstame atención, protégete en todo tiempo, play duro, play limpio, ¿está bien? Okay, buena suerte.
You know, Joe, I'd like that to be in my intro. The popular and exciting.
Well, I've written you letters where I said you're popular. And you're no, listen,
I appreciate that.
There's yeah, he is popular, and I mean, by the virtue of the crowd, they go nuts over him.
He's a fast starter. Look, again, he bum rushed Diego Magdaleno at the end of 2020, and he knocked down Yuriorkis Gamboa at the end of round 2 in his fight. So he might just come out firing in this fight. We're underway, round number 1.
Listen, I don't think Isaac Cruz has any other way to come out but, firing. That's just in his blood, that's in his style. And I think his size dictates it.
Well, what we were talking about earlier, the tight package. You can see Cruz presents a very tight package as he comes forward.
And we know he knows how to fight a southpaw. He did very well against Tank Davis. He went the distance with Tank. Had, his share of rounds that he won. And, he's in there with the tough guys. Zurdito Ramirez is a good puncher. He's got a right hook that's just devastating. But, Isaac Cruz keeps his hands up real nice, and he's going to have to work real hard, Ramirez, to land that big hook of his.
Cruz is a dangerous man as he moves forward in a menacing fashion. Ramirez, though, to your point, Joe, has fought a high level of competition. He lost a featherweight title shot to Lee Selby in 2017, but he had an impressive knockout in a rematch with Ledoan Bartolome that we called.
Yes.
Where he was a stronger man and kind of learned his lesson from the first fight where it was a draw.
Yeah, he took care of business, and then he came back and he said, look, I'm not going to leave it in the judge's hand.
Right.
And he went after Bartolome.
You know who else he knocked out? Miguel Flores. So
yes,
the guy we just saw fought Ahmetovs to a draw.
Wasn't it on the in Texas we called the fight there, right? Was it Spence Garcia? I think so. It might have been. But he definitely, we were there when he knocked out
Joe, if you're going to quiz me on fast.
Yeah, he hit him with that great hook. I mean, it was a one-punch knockout.
Has a win over Isaac Avalar as well. That was at 126. Again, he's moving up here now, fighting at 135 pounds, and you can see Cruz is just moving forward. Your thoughts, Lennox, on Cruz and what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the right thing. He's applying a lot of pressure, especially with the feet, and trying to get his opponent against the ring so he can, against the rope so he can, launch his attack.
It's a good word for launch.
Yes.
He looks like he's ready to explode. Hands in tight, shoulders in a crouch, just ready to unload. Not much as of yet. Ramirez tries to touch him there with a light jab, and taps him with the left hand. Moving side to side, trying to give him a moving target. That's wise.
Ramirez actually is doing a good job getting away from those punches, because as he goes up against the ropes, he has to go one way or the other, and he has to pick a way, and each way he's going to go, he's going to run into a shot.
You're right, that's a very dangerous moment.
Yes.
He reaches that point. Feeling out round here in round number 1. Ramirez able to stay out of danger. Cruz able to outland Ramirez by a slight difference, at the very least. Heidi Androl was at the weigh-in yesterday and saw these two together. There seemed to be a bit of tension. Heidi?
That's to say it lightly, Brian. Esau Cruz, he comes from a long line of fighters. His father, Esau Cruz Sr., fought for Vernon Forrest back in the day. His grandfather was a boxer. His brother Diego, a welterweight with a record of 29-9. He gets that discipline and focus from his family, he said, and you can see it there. He doesn't break eye contact. He has to be moved physically before he actually removes his eyes from his opponent. His team told me, he's not intimidated. He might be 5'4", but he's not intimidated easily, and we saw that with him going the distance against Tank Davis last year. Guys?
Heidi, thank you. It's funny, Joe, talking to our researcher, producer extraordinaire, Mark Ortega, and Mark said these guys had bad blood at the weigh-in. I said, "Oh, stop with that nonsense. I hate that." And he goes, No. These are the type of guys that mean it. Yeah. I said, "Okay, point taken." And as you can see, right, these are serious fellas.
Yeah.
They're not doing it to go viral. They're doing it because they mean it.
No, absolutely. They're the type of guys that are consummate pros. I mean, they really are, and they take this game very serious. And look, if you don't have a little disgust and anger against your, you gotta, it's a good thing to have,
Cruz is also 24. We're kind of talking about all these young fighters.
Yeah.
Cruz has been through some wars, and again, he's fought high-level fighters, Gervonta Davis, Yuriorkis Gamboa, albeit Gamboa is an older fighter at this point, but he's still a young guy who's developing.
Yeah, he is, and he finally got to Ramirez's body a little bit on the ropes, and he's going to close the gap eventually, because there's only so much moving you can do by Ramirez. That's not in his nature either. Ramirez will come after you like he did Bartholomew, and I expect this fight to settle into a little bit of a brawl pretty soon.
That would be to Cruz's benefit. You would expect that. Smacks him there with a left hook. Again, his knockout of Magdaleno, who's once a very good fighter, an outstanding world-class fighter. Knocked him out in 1 minute. He just assaulted him in the early going.
Yeah, Magdaleno was an excellent fighter.
Right, and so if Ramirez, you can see Ramirez with the slight build, Lennox,
yes.
You wouldn't want him to stay on the ropes against Cruz.
No, and he's aware of it. He's moving pretty quick with his feet, stepping out of the way, jumping out of the way sometimes.
Discretion is the better part of valor, oftentimes. Cruz moving forward, not landing an awful lot of shots.
Oh,
but there it is! One shot, and can Ramirez survive?
5, 6, 7.
Oh, he closed the gap all right.
Mira mí. Está bien. Come on.
Oh, he's messed up.
Come to me. Dame los guantes. Stop. You need to protect yourself. Put the mouthpiece in.
I like Jack Reese.
Jack Reese has a history of letting fighters go and let them fight out, but he's warning Ramirez and wanted to take a good close look. Oh, that's a brutal body shot by Cruz.
Isaac Cruz just letting it go.
Ramirez on the ropes. Can't get hit with one of those right hands. Now he buckles him. Doubles him up with a body shot. Jack Reese warning Ramirez, saying, "You've got to fight. You've got to punch." No, brutal hook and a right hand. And it's over. Pitbull crushes another opponent.
Let me tell you, when he was circling, he dropped his hands and he got hit with that left hook. And I told you, when you're moving one way, you got to watch out.
Well, again,
Cruz is a serious puncher. He's looking to hurt you with everything he throws.
He's got this arena rocking right now. A lot of people are here for the Ruiz-Ortiz fight, but I got to tell you, a lot are here to see Isaac Cruz do exactly what he did tonight, and he's a devastating fighter.
That was a savage attack.
And look, like I said, he was missing at first, but you knew he was going to close the gap eventually. And when he does, when he gets to you, he puts everything behind his punches.
Yeah,
everything.
A guy that throws punches like that, you got to keep your hands up. If you're moving right, you got to keep your right hand up. If you're moving left, you got to keep your left hand up. If it's a little down, which it was, he got caught.
Look, Ramirez has not stopped smiling, sitting here in the corner. They finally got him up. He's been smiling like he's actually PO'd at himself right now for getting clipped like that.
Right.
You know.
I tell you, once there's blood in the water, though, it's over.
Oh, with Isaac Cruz,
there's nothing he could have done. I mean, because he went body, head. He showed an array of punches as well.
Yeah, you think that was killer instinct or what?
Yeah. That stare down at the weigh-in was no joke.
Yeah, that was serious.
That was the real deal. Like I said, he had disgust and disdain for his opponent, and you got to have that. He'll have love for him afterwards, though.
No question. Family of fighters, and Isaac Cruz electrifying this crowd. And in the crowd, I tell you, it's a star-studded crowd here in Los Angeles.
Yes.
And they are here. And there's Chris Arreola, your fighter.
And he looks great right now, Chris.
He does.
And I went over and said hi to him. He texted me that he was in the arena, and I was, what? And I went over and saw him.
Even Chris Arreola is horrified by the violence.
Exactly.
That will tell you something.
And Chris Arreola's middle name has a V in front of it. Let me tell you, that was devastating.
That's a tremendous performance. It's good to see Ramirez is okay.
Yeah.
Because Ramirez's game, but his body type was just not going to allow him to stay into this
here's
fight.
where he just backs up with his left hand, his right hand down, and Isaac Cruz is closing the gap. The last place you want to do is sit on the ropes, Lennox.
Yeah, exactly. He was against the ropes, nowhere to move. He was basically nowhere to go.
Here it is. There's the jab. He leaves it back, bringing it low, and gets hit with the hook. I mean, that's basic boxing 101. You don't let your jab fall to your waist and bring it back up. You put it out, you got to bring it right back, or slip, or do something.
And try and be aware of the rings.
Here's the end of the fight right here, Len.
The ropes.
That was it. Yeah. Well, at this point, he's just running for his life. He's not sure where he's at. Cruz is just hitting him at will. He's just trying to find the right accurate punch to hit him with, and it's going to come up pretty soon. And it's a left hook right hand, and there it is. And then another left hook right hand. So he hit him with 4 clean shots right there. Jack Reese, the great referee, waved it off there, but gave Ramirez a chance.
You look at his eyes as he's on the bench, like a shark attack.
Oh yeah.
not a pit bull.
Yeah.
It's worse.
Yeah.
It pushes him back.
Cruz was smart, not allowing Ramirez to hold him or anything.
Well, he was already hurt at this point, so Cruz could have done whatever he wanted with him, including hit him with those 4 left hook, right hand.
He has dramatic knockouts now, again, over Gamboa, Magdaleno.
Yeah. You can see Ramirez was not, stable on his feet right there. So he was a sit and duck. Jack Reese gave him a chance. It was early in the fight, but Cruz really knows how to close the show like he did with Gamboa. And,
to our point, it's kind of a theme tonight. I thought Jack Reese did exactly the right thing.
Yeah.
He even paused for a second. He's like, hold on, I'm not just going to let this go. You got to step toward me. Let me see you do it. Yeah. Javante Daves saying, wow, guy looked pretty good. Come on now. He's got a win over Cruz.
No way. They definitely shouldn't do him.
Well handled.
He's taking it as a good spot. I gotta love that.
That's Cruz's fans doing that.
Right. Well, of course it is. It isn't his fans. Yeah. But look, I mean, he's having a good time with it. He knows he's in enemy territory right now, and God love him. What the hell?
Yeah. Let's get the official call here. We go to the ring, and here is Jimmy Lennon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes 27 seconds in round number 2. He is the winner by way of knockout, the winner of the WBC World Title Eliminator, Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
boy.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Though Ocampo has the edge in the reach department, he's not likely to use it. He wants to get on the inside.
Rules, no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. Fight is official after round 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Gold Coast Convention and Exhibition Center here in beautiful Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. As No Limit Boxing in the Rose Brothers presents the featured attraction of the evening, presented in association with Premier Boxing Champions and TGB Promotions, sponsored by strategic partners, Major Events Gold Coast, and Tourism and Events Queensland. This bout is sanctioned by the WBO, President Francisco Valcarcel, and the supervisor is Danny Lee, along with the AMBF. Introducing our 3 judges scoring from ringside. From Australia, Christopher Condon. From Japan, Masakusa Murase. And from the United States, Daniel Sandoval. Introducing our referee in charge, he's our 3rd man in the ring, Don Rex Tapdasan. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening, 12 rounds of boxing for the interim WBO Super Welterweight World Championship. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance, and boxing fans joining us around the world, live on Foxtel Main Event and KO Sports Pay-Per-View, and live from Australia's beautiful Gold Coast, it's showtime! Introducing to you first, the challenger on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks with black and white trim, joining us from Ensenada, Baja California in Mexico. He weighed in at 69.74 kilograms, or 153 3/4 pounds. With a record of 35 wins and 2 losses, he has 23 wins coming by way of knockout. Today, making his Australian debut, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former world title challenger and the current hard-hitting world rank contender, introducing Carlos Chema Ocampo. And his opponent across the ring is the defending world champion. Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, residing in Karambah and fighting out of Sydney, Australia. He weighed in at a ready 69.5 kilograms, or 153 1/4 pounds. Representing the acclaimed family boxing legacy, he is undefeated in his career with a record of 22 wins, no losses, 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is boxing's popular young superstar of Australia, presenting the current, undefeated, reigning, and defending interim WBO champion of the world, introducing Tim Tszyu. Once again, our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Don Reps Tapdasan.
Okay, Tim, Carlos, I already gave your instructions in the dressing room. Le explique las reglas en el camerino. Toque guantes, touch gloves. Good luck, buena suerte.
Referee Dan Rex Tapdasan, 14-year pro, working his 531st pro fight. He was also the referee for Tszyu's fight against Tony Harrison. Some felt that he may have stopped that fight prematurely. Interesting. So he gets this assignment. We begin round number 1. The undefeated Tim Tszyu against Carlos Ocampo. It's scheduled for 12 at 154 pounds. Both of them aggressive, both good body punchers. Usually the ingredients for fistic fireworks.
You know, Tim Tszyu is not always the quickest starter.
Ooh, yes,
oh,
he
wow.
is.
Well, how about in this one? Maybe he is the quickest starter.
Vicious one, too.
He's come out with a different mindset here. And, you know, he was dropped against Gausha in round 1. He took a couple rounds to get going against Harrison.
Oh,
now he's going.
And he's sitting down on these combinations. Already has Ocampo on roller skates. Ocampo's against the ropes. And, my goodness, Tszyu is hitting him like a home run already. But he has to be careful. Now Tszyu missing with some wild shots, but Ocampo is still rattled. My goodness, what a start by Tszyu. Down goes Ocampo with the laser right hand.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Carlos, está bien. Voy a continuar. Avante.
Ocampo goes down for the second time, the first time since he was stopped by Errol Spence in the opening round. And it looks like Tszyu's looking to close the show. Mamma mia, lights, camera, knockout! What a statement made by Tim Tszyu!
I would say he had a quick start.
The dog bite brought out the dog in the Soul Taker.
Put this in perspective. Sebastian Fundora, 154-pounder, hit Ocampo a lot over 12 rounds, did not knock him down. Look what Tim Tszyu did. That's impressive.
If this is not a statement of, hey, I want the big names, I don't know what it is. You know, Tim Tszyu did his job in front of his hometown like he always does, but oh my God, in one round, and how he did it, it's phenomenal.
So Tim Tszyu more than ready for his close-up with Jermell Charlo.
I'll say so, and, you know, a shocking win, really, because as we go back and look at it, Tszyu came right out, and we had the right hand in the keys to victory. Who knew it was going to be the end like this so quickly?
Yeah.
And the right hand of Tszyu is a very powerful punch. People believe he's one of the hardest punchers at 154. He certainly is, and he came right out and did it.
Oh, this time he got it wrong because he predicted a 5th-round knockout, and he did it in one round, Tim Tszyu. And just the way he did it, I mean, that's his moneymaker, the right hand. He sets it up really well. It was open for the taking, and he took it, and Ocampo was just trying to survive there.
And the left hook was pretty good, too. And that was it for Ocampo. And the interesting thing is, using the jab as a rangefinder, Tszyu was able to get that right hand in. And it's true, he doesn't always start this quickly. He said, obviously to himself, I'm coming out and I'm going to make a statement to this guy. He's not coming to me, I'm coming to him. And that's exactly what he did.
Now he's coming for Jermell Charlo.
Yeah, we can't wait for that fight, and he has
waited
set
long
the
enough,
table.
but he's getting ready. Of course, Charlo was the 2 fractures in his hand, still recovering from that. But Tim Tszyu making short work, microwaving Carlos Ocampo, picking up his 4th first-round knockout. The building and Tim Tszyu both en fuego.
And for the fans watching, the casual fans that might not realize this, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Sebastian Fundora, one of the best 154-pounders, blasted Ocampo over 12 rounds, hit him with big shots, did not hurt him. Tszyu knocked him out in 1 round. Sharing a nice moment with his wife. This is a big moment for Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, and I gotta add, it's how he did it also. I mean, you mentioned it, Alex. He started off fast, and he did not want to take a step back. We mentioned that Carlos Ocampo is known to pressure, to push you back. He was a big guy, but You know, Tim Tszyu just came here to make a statement, and he did it. Beautiful, fashionable way. I mean, the power was there, the precise punches, the right hand. You saw everything in one round.
Well, he did to Carlos Ocampo what his father did to the Mexicans that he fought Abner. I apologize. Let's make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 1 minute 17 seconds in round number 1. He is the winner by way of knockout and still the undefeated interim WBO champion of the world, Tim Tszyu.
The soul taker taking the soul from Carlos Ocampo in the opening 3 minutes, now 23-0 with 17 knockouts.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
And we get ready for our next fight. We go to the tail of the tape, Fundora and Cota. And again, Fundora's 23 years old, Cota 33 years old, but there's the biggest number right below the age. 6'6". Sebastian Fundora, absurdly tall for this weight class. That's tall for any fighter. A fighter in the heavyweight division even, and he is 5 classes south. Big reach advantage as well, 80 inches to 73.5. Fundora, you can't get past it. Again, Mark Breland was really the standard at welterweight for like the tallest man out there, a full 6'2". Thomas Hearns, also welterweight champion, 6'1". Tony Harrison, 6'1". He's at 154 now. Jermell Charlo is the junior middleweight champion of the world right now. He's 5'11". And Fundora, now perhaps, I don't know, that's a little exaggerated, but he's still 6'6". So huge for this weight class. And look, despite the look at how spindly he appears right there, Fundora has real power, and again, he likes to fight on the inside. He's now a top 10 junior middleweight. Fundora and Cota ready to go. Let's go to Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson, California, Premier Boxing Champions presents the first of our world title eliminators, brought to you by TGB Promotions in association with Samson Boxing. This bout is sanctioned by the WBC, the president in attendance, Mauricio Sulaiman. Judging at ringside, Steve Morrow, Alejandro Rochin, and Fernando Villarreal. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing scheduled for a WBC Super Welterweight World Title Eliminator. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with silver trim and hailing from Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. He weighed in at 153.5 pounds with a hard-hitting record of 30 wins, 4 losses. He has 27 big wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the hard-hitting super welterweight contender, introducing Jorge Demonio Cota. And his opponent across the ring. On my left, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with camouflage trim, fighting out of and representing Coachella, California. He weighed in at a ready 152.75 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 16 wins, no losses, 1 draw, with 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the undefeated world-ranked southpaw contender, introducing the towering inferno, Sebastian Fundora. And referee in charge now to give instructions is Ray Corona.
Aquí está bien. Right here is good. You want to touch gloves? Do it now. God bless.
One thing that stood out to me, Lennox Lewis this week, Jorge Cota, we asked him, hey, do you get sparring partners who are tall to get ready? He said, yeah, I got some heavyweights. I got some guys 6'1", 6'2". And I immediately thought, hey, Jorge, 6'1", 6'2". That ain't 6'6".
No, it's a total difference. I mean, when a guy is 6'6", you know, I've boxed tall guys and middle range guys, but taller guys always gave me problems.
And Fundora, again, he comes in, he likes to fight on the inside, and he has real power, and you can see him. Hard uppercut already tags Cota.
Yeah, this fight's going to be some fireworks right now. Cota said he wants to go right after him, and that's what he's doing. He's not wasting no time.
And Fundora, on his part, said, I know what this fight's going to be. I want to make it a war. So he comes right out. Hard body shot there with the left hand. Again, we have this projection of Fundora. We see him at 6'6", which is unheard of in this weight class, or even the next 2 weight classes. And we say, hey, how come you don't fight tall? Fight tall. Lennox, I think he is what he is, and we'd have to start just appreciating that.
Yeah, but I mean, this fight is fighting a little tall. You know.
Ooh, caught there.
Oh.
Cota caught him with an uppercut and a hook as well. Able to wing some shots, and now Fundora's getting tagged.
Yeah, Cota's throwing some wild shots. I mean, they're looping shots, but they're effective.
Fundora just can't stay there and take a picture, as they say. Oh, a beautiful combination by Fundora. Another uppercut and hook combination landing.
Cota did the smart thing. He got hurt, and he held on.
They're slugging away, boy, at close quarters. Both men seem to want this fight. And want it right there.
Yeah, Cota's throwing some bombs right now.
They are looking for maximum leverage on power shots. Long left hand from Fundora. Cota's got to keep those hands up because the punches are coming from above. Fundora nails him with a left hand.
Oh, they
a
both
shot
nailed
coming
each
back.
other.
Cota landing a left hand as well. Shorter and choppier, but he is right there. You see the huge height difference, 5'11" to 6'6". But Cota's a strong man, 33 years old.
Cota got him with a nice right there. You know, Fundora has to really be concerned about defense when he's throwing his punches.
Cota comes off a knockout win over Thomas Lamana, who got knocked out earlier tonight. But he put a beating on Lamana and just wouldn't stop. So this guy can slug. Fundora not moving his head very well. Right there to be hit. Again, very good offensively. Don't see great defense from him yet as yet in this fight.
And Cota just wants to stay close to him. He wants to stay in punching range. Doesn't want to stay too far from Fundora.
Cota moving in, eats an uppercut from Fundora. Is able to slip under that left hand. I wonder even though we've got Sean Porter and Mikey Garcia up there. They're fighting at 147, but Sean could easily go up to 54. How would you fight a guy like this? You know, what do you do?
It would be difficult. Fundora coming back with some good combination, catching Cota.
That was some first round.
That was the best first round tonight.
Which is saying something.
Yes.
We've had some good ones, but wow.
And this is where Cota scores early. He comes around with a Luben punch, Luben left hand. And here where Fundora comes back with a great uppercut right hook.
That's like out of a video game, Lennox. I mean, it's so accurate.
And here's Cota coming back with a left hook and another right on the chin of Fundora.
Wow.
More Cota coming with his combinations, looping wide punches, but they're effective and they're catching Fundora on the chin. First round, plenty of action.
They threw a combined 160 punches in that first round, and many of them power shots. They weren't just flicking out a jab, Lennox.
No, he means business. They weren't no soft shots. Straight to it again.
Fundora off back-to-back knockout wins, and you see the power punches right here. It's 27 to 15, so they threw for over 110 power shots. Again, lots of power shots. And landing the shots as well. Fundora getting the better of it, but he's in for real against the veteran Cota. Both winging shots now at close quarters.
There you go.
Mentioned Fundora knocked out Nate Gallimore, who's a solid contender last August. Then he made easy work against Habib Ahmed in December, knocked him out in the second round. But Lennox, I think it's fair to say, he was not tested the way he's been tested already by Cota.
Right now, you know, he needs to take a step back and make room for his punches so he can throw some combinations right now.
In those fights, again, we have been, as we've sat here ringside, reasonably critical of the way Fundora does not seem to use his advantages, which is, again, his height. But when he's knocking guys out, like, who are we to say? Now we're seeing where, all right, perhaps it's not smart, just wing shots on the inside against a man who's built like this.
Yeah, but Fundora is doing the right thing. After throwing the combinations, kind of bumping him away, trying to give himself some room.
Cota trying to fight off the ropes, hard body shot he's able to land with that right hand.
Sometimes you have to be careful when guys against the ropes, because they use the ropes to spring right to get you, especially if you step back.
Fundora is smothering Cota right now, trying to get a little bit of room. He really doesn't have it. Cota is able to get the better of things on the inside. There's a smattering of blood. I don't know where that's from. I guess that's from Cota's face. I just can't see it because Fundora's on top of him. And now he's patterning him. Cota is trapped in the corner. He's got to get out. Eats another left hand.
Fundora throwing some great uppercuts.
I tell you, Fundora has just been smothering Jorge Cota. I'm still looking for that blood. I can't see it. I know it's coming from somewhere. It's on the shoulders of Fundora. He is not letting Cota breathe. There it is. I saw off the nose, I believe. So he must have cut him, Lennox, with one of those uppercuts.
You know, it's funny. You usually tell a tall guy, don't bend down. But, you know, Fundora, when he bends down, he gets a lot of leverage behind his uppercuts and hooks.
And that was another good left hand from Fundora. Now he's winging a right hand, trying to trade shots. Cota firing back. Fight in a phone booth with a man 6'6", 154. Good hard left hand again.
This Fundora pushing Cota back so he can get some punching room. This is what he needs to do. He has to do that.
And the funniest thing on the screen right now, round 2 of 12. The fact that this is scheduled for 12. I mean, there ain't no way, Lennox, right?
No, I don't know if this fight's going to go 12.
Not the way they're throwing it right now. Winging uppercut from Fundora. Solid action through 2 rounds.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
So those numbers are going to go up.
You can see the marked up face. Jorge Cota getting right after it.
Straight at it again.
Across the ring. I mean, he's marked up, he's cut up, he eats an uppercut there, but you got to give Cota credit. He actually wants to win this fight, so he runs out at Fundora for round 3. Able to land a left hand, overhand lefts, able to land, and there's a little blood now from Fundora. Or that could be Cota's blood on Fundora.
You know, a lot of people think that Fundora is boxing this fight wrong, but this is how he fights.
Yep.
He loves to fight like this. This is a fight he loves to fight.
Just that Cota is very good on the inside, and he eats another shot. Fundora is really putting a whooping on Cota, but Cota is still there and still dangerous.
I basically haven't seen Fundora ever box. You know, this is the way he boxes
right
from the beginning.
Yep. But this is against a tougher man. Now, the Cota has been in there with Jamel Charlo. He got stopped. He lost close to Jason Rosario, and he got knocked out by Erickson Luben when Luben was on the way up. So when he's fought the top guys, he has lost, but he's lost close to Rosario. And again, he's a step up in class for Fundora.
Yeah, Cota needs to move his head. You know, his head's in one place. He needs to move it side to side, especially when he's leaning over like that. Because Fundora throws great uppercuts, great body shots.
Good job by Ray Corona not getting involved. And now you see him step in, but he let that play out. You can let guys fight out, and there it is. Nice shot there by Fundora. You don't have to keep breaking guys up and fight out.
And none of these guys are electing to hold.
Right. They want to fight on the inside, so let them fight. Good body shot by Fundora. Another one. Busting up Cota on the inside, but he's able to take it for now. Tries his own combination.
Fundora made a good move, not letting his back hit the ropes. He turned Cota around.
Lennox, I like when Cota throws multiple shots to the body. You have to throw combinations against Fundora. Now it's Fundora throwing combinations at Cota. Good uppercut lands from Fundora. Again, both shots landing, scoring shots. Right on top of each other, chopping at each other.
Yeah, Cota needs to move that head inside a little bit.
Good right hand by Cota. Able to move the head back on Fundora. You don't want to eat too many of those. Big uppercut again by Fundora. Cota eats a good shot. He's got a good chin.
He eats a good shot. He's tough.
Trying to get some room, pushes him back. Final seconds. Oof. Let's see Cota come out at the start of that round. Here he is. Look at the Vaseline all over him. He's getting busted up, marked up, and then they put it over his face.
And this, let me tell you why he put that much Vaseline on his face, because he wants these punches to slide off. He doesn't want to catch them full. And Vaseline kind of helps you, helps the punches slide off your face. That's why it's important to always put Vaseline on your face.
See the blood trickling down now from Cota. Lennox, as I'm calling the fight, I'm thinking another uppercut lands, and a hook and an uppercut lands. I mean, Cota's eating these shots. Cota trying to recover there in the corner. Staying calm, sucking in that air. Again, this is a man 33 years old. He's 30-4. He's been through the wars. So he knows how to preserve his energy. You wonder if he has the skill level to change the equation on Fundora, because Fundora is just, outlanding Cota by a wide margin. See the shots landed, 99-51, so just about a 2-to-1 margin on total punches landed. Body shots, it's 18-10 in favor of Fundora.
Fundora would have a lot more success if he just took a step back.
He got a little range there.
Yeah.
Lennox right, and now he gets tangled up, but you're right. From there, only one man can land, and that's Fundora. He lands with an uppercut.
Yeah, all he has to do is take a step back and then throw the uppercut and hooks, and he should be more successful.
Pace slowing down just a bit here in round 4. Again, it was a breakneck pace through 2. Another right hand lands by Fundora. I mean, these guys are fighting chest to chest in each other's grill. You watch old tapes, Lennox, guys fighting in the 50s and the 60s, whether it's the world champions, Tony DeMarco, guys like that, Bobo Olsen, they would get on top of each other, there'd be no holding, and they would just fight this close.
Yeah.
15 rounds.
Oh, I've seen some of those fights, and both guys are usually bloody.
Yeah, and they would just trade, and they just let it go. That used to be the art of boxing. Again, it's a brutal art right now, but that's what you're witnessing. Both men want to fight and trade on the inside and break each other down. Look at that combination. Good sharp, punctuated with a big left hand from Fundora, and Cota looks hurt.
Fundora looks like he's setting him up right now.
Big winging shots, those are landing. Cota trying to stay on his feet, trying to get out of trouble, trying to get close. And now trying to hold on. Cota is hurt.
Cota's hurt.
No
right
question.
Now.
Stagger trying to stay on his feet.
This is a dangerous spot right now for Cota.
He doesn't look good. Up on the ropes. Can Fundora land a few more? He's got a minute left in this round. Digs in a body shot.
And I would say this is a good time for Cota to hold, but there's no holding in him.
Big, hard left hand straight away. Cota trying to stay on his feet. He's wobbled. On shaky legs. Winging out his own hooks. Could be his last stand.
Cota's looking for that one punch.
Fundora trying to get a little space. Teeing him up. Firing from outside.
Referee's getting close.
Hard left hand.
Referee steps in. Yeah, he's stopping it. He's stopping it.
Ray Corona ends it. The fans are booing. He was taking a beating. The fans here in Carson want to see it end, and end in a fight, not by a stoppage. Cota, though, was hurt. I don't know what the right call is, Lennox.
He was hurt, but this is he'll go till he gets knocked out. He wants to go out on his shield, but there's so much fight in him. He hated the referee for stopping that.
And I would say, I'm not disagreeing with Ray Corona. I don't know what the right call is. I'm not either. I would say
he's
normally,
closer to
and normally, Lennox, you tell me, the first line of defense is your own corner.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Your own corner, and you see, look, that was a game effort by Cota, so he's telling the fans, and they appreciate that level of effort.
Yeah.
And look, and that, a Mexican warrior out of Los Mochis, and the fans love him. But I would say it's the corner's job first to make that stoppage and say, we don't want to see it. Let's go back here and take a look at some of the action. There were hard flush shots, and there's no question Cota was hurt.
Yeah, Fundora with those uppercuts. He's given himself some room so he could throw those uppercuts, and there was like 4 uppercuts in a row, and he just keep on punching. And you could see Cota, here's a little bit more, some more uppercuts, combinations from Fundora.
Well, you see it in slow-mo, and it's really building a case for Ray Corona's stoppage. I mean, these are clean, hard shots.
And this is the end of the round, and, you could see Cota. Yeah, Cota was setting him up, landing some punches. He looked unstable, but he was throwing punches.
And at that point, Corona is only looking at Cota, and so he ends it actually as Cota lands a pretty good shot.
Yeah, Cota was still throwing punches. It would be different if he wasn't throwing any punches.
I tell you, I would say this. It felt a bit early.
Yeah.
And Lennox, I think we're in the same spot. That's the guy who lost the fight. There's the warrior. But it felt a bit early, but I don't know if it was early or if it was the right call, because, Cota was absorbing hard, damaging shots.
Yeah, sometimes you have to save a boxer from himself. He's got so much heart, you got to save him from himself.
All right, let's go to the ring, get the official call with Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes, 35 seconds in round number 4. He is the winner by way of knockout. He is still undefeated. He is now the WBC Super Welterweight World Title Eliminator victor, the towering Inferno, Sebastian Fundora.
I've gone the distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
That this might be the last walk-in he has for a while in Australia in front of his home fans. Wants to go to the United States, so hopefully he'll enjoy it. And we see the height and reach advantage for Brian Mendoza. He may not use that because he wants to get on the inside. Both these fighters right in their prime ages. Tsyu will be 29 in 19 days.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Gold Coast Convention Centre here in beautiful Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia, as No Limit Boxing and the Rose Brothers, in association with Premier Boxing Champions and TGB Promotions, presents the main event, the featured attraction of the afternoon, and sponsored by strategic partners, Tourism and Events Queensland, and Major Events Gold Coast. This bout is sanctioned by the WBO, President Francisco Valcarcel, Supervisor in attendance, Danny Lee, along with the AMBF. Introducing our 3 judges, scoring from ringside. From England, Steve Gray. From Australia, Adam Haidt. And from Japan, Katsuhiko Nakamura. Introducing our 3rd man to the ring, the referee in charge. He will be giving instructions after the introductions. From Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the United States, Mark Nelson. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the WBO Super Welterweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance, and boxing fans joining us around the world, live on Foxtel Main Event and KO Sports Pay-Per-View, and live from Australia's beautiful Gold Coast, it's showtime! Introducing to you first the challenger on my right, fighting out of the red corner, entering the ring wearing red trunks with black and white trim, fighting out of of Las Vegas by way of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the United States. He weighed in at 69.85 kilograms, right at the limit of 154 pounds. His record, 22 wins, 2 losses, with 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Today he is making his international and Australian debut. Here is the WBC Interim World Champ and tonight's challenger. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the WBO #2 world rank contender, introducing Brian La Bala Mendoza. And his opponent across the ring, the defending world champion, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing teal trunks with white trim. Residing in Karambah and fighting out of Sydney, Australia, he weighed in at 69.44 kilograms or 153 pounds. Representing the outstanding boxing dynasty, his record stands at 23 wins, no losses, 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome boxing's popular superstar of Australia, tonight making the first defense of his newly acquired title. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the undefeated, the reigning and defending WBO Super Welterweight Champion of the World, introducing Tim Tszyu. Once again, a referee in charge is Mark Nelson, now to give instructions.
Gentlemen, as we discussed earlier, punches right here on the belt are not considered low. You had your instructions earlier. You both know what I expect. A clean championship fight. Just obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck to both of you.
Here in the Gold Coast, the gold on the line for the first time for Tim Tszyu as a belt holder. Brian Mendoza, chip on his shoulder, ready to record another major upset, and he comes out swinging that left hand, and that left arm now has an ornate owl tattoo on it. The story there a few years ago when he was at a crossroads wondering if professional boxing was going to be the right career choice, he came across an owl where they usually aren't seen. He was impacted so much because an owl symbolizes inner wisdom, change, transformation, intuitive development, good luck, and self-actualization. Well, he got the tattoo, and here he is fighting for a championship.
Great opportunity right here for Mendoza. Again, he's been an underdog his whole life, so him being here in a different country in Tim Tszyu's hometown, it's just nothing to him. Again, he's being aggressive like he said he might be in the very opening of this round.
Mendoza came to Australia.
Already. Rocked with the right hand.
Yeah, Tim Tszyu getting it right in right away. Mendoza came 2 weeks in advance to try and acclimate himself, which is a smart move. We talk about Tszyu being knocked out, being knocked down, excuse me, in 2 fights in the first round. But of course, we know he had that great start against Ocampo. We'll see if he can get his power going here early in this fight.
And again, Mendoza is not a big volume puncher, but he is really precise with his punches. And when he lands, oh my God, he's got power. Oh, there's the right hand.
Tszyu walked into the right hand of Terrell Gausha in the opening round of his American debut, the second knockdown of his career, and gets rattled there momentarily as definite feeling out process on Tim Tszyu's part here. 1:15 left in the opening round.
Tim Tszyu usually gets hit with the right hand. There it is again, because he does not walk in with the jab. He does not know how to use that jab. He's got to get on it.
Now the jab is one of the few flaws in Tim Tszyu's arsenal. Under a minute left here in a feeling out process, opening 3 minutes.
been interesting. For most of this round, Mendoza's been kind of on his back foot, even though he's been able to land some power punches from that posture.
There's the right hand from Tsyu that misses, but we saw him club Tony Harrison with that right hand, able to jolt Ocampo. And here in the final 15 seconds, Brian Mendoza's utilized the ring, has initiated some attacks. And there's Tsyu landing a right hand in the final seconds of the first round.
Короткий был хороший, в конце вымерил его и ударил. Еще попытайся джеб найти. Такой, знаешь, бам, немножко фейк, давай его сюда. Tiene que ser ahí. Queremos agua. Toma aire, toma aire.
Back up, guys. Okay, here we go. Well, in round two, Mendoza told us that when you go into the ring against a guy you're expected to beat, it's not the same as upsetting the odds, upsetting the world, and even shocking the world. It's so much sweeter. He's done it in back-to-back fights. The sweetest victory would be right here tonight in Australia.
Yeah, he's definitely getting used to those type of fights. And here he is. He's got another opportunity to prove that and do so. Again, the first round, a really tactical, methodical fight, but a lot of power shots landed from both sides.
And Mauro mentioned earlier how few jabs they collectively land in fights. Both these men throw power punches, anything other than the jab, most of the time, and that's what they essentially land most of the time.
Yeah, coming into this fight, Tsyu averages around 54 punches per round, which is slightly below the division average of 56. Coming into this fight, Mendoza just throws an average of 42 punches per round.
Yeah, Mendoza's very economical, and that has created some close decisions. He kind of walked away with one against Lamana, but in some other fights, he's put himself behind the 8 ball with not
Jesus
enough
Ramos, he landed an average of 5 punches around over 10 rounds over the then undefeated Jesus Ramos. Argument can be made that he should still be undefeated following that encounter with Erickson Luben.
And then that fight with Ramos, he got ripped to the body. So that's a good thing. I mean, that's a thing for Tsyu to go and attack the body, because Mendoza can't take those body shots.
Well, and Tim Tszyu has on 2 different occasions landed over 90 body punches in a fight, so he can do that.
Yeah, he dropped Jeff Horn with 2 body punches, dropped Steve Spark with 2 body punches. Tim Tszyu loves to go to the body.
Both fighters, going in forward with no jab, having their moments. I could see Mendoza landing that uppercut that he knocked down Rosario. And again, I could also see Tim Tszyu land the right hand. So, I mean, it's just the waiting process really on who lands a big shot.
Stakes have never been higher, hence the cautious start. Half-hearted attempt at that right uppercut by Mendoza. Ooh, wings and misses wildly with an overhand right does Mendoza. There's a 1-2 from Tsyu.
The straight right hand of Tsyu is he's inching it closer and closer. What it does when it lands, we'll see, but it's going to land pretty soon. He's starting to even use the jab a little bit to set it up.
Yeah, against Tony Harrison, that's what he did. He started to pick it up after the third, break him down little by little, take him to the ropes, and it seems like that's what he's trying to do against Mendoza.
And he told us tonight he thought the 4th round is when he would pick things up.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Well, we just saw Miguel Flores said he'd start to pick things up in round 6 when it started right away in the last fight.
То, что ты второй раунд сейчас сделал, контролируешь защиту, так и делай. И под правый он тебе откроется, правый чуть-чуть.
There's the jab that we don't always see from Tim Tszyu, but when he does throw it, it's very, very effective. And there you see him trying to get the right hand in behind it. But Brian Mendoza showing us a jab. We talk about the fact that that's not a weapon they use a lot, but they both have one and can use it. And that's Mendoza trying to land the left hook, which is, of course, a big weapon for him.
Round number 3, Tsyu trained by his uncle Igor Golubev, married to his father Costa's sister, while Mendoza trained by Ismail Salas, who has been his trainer since Mendoza's entire family moved from Albuquerque to Las Vegas in 2018, where we have definitely seen Mendoza's fortunes change, and in fact he's being supported tonight in Australia by none other than Mario Barrios, who made the trip down. They've sparred with each other. Barrios coming off his best win over Yevgeny Zugas.
Beautiful jab right now from Mendoza. Beautiful straight punches, taking that step back and waiting for Tsyu to come in. And again, landing those right hands.
Framing as well by Mendoza. Overhand right. Tsyu misses with the left hook to the body. There's a left hook to the body that lands for Mendoza.
Not a lot
known for his angles and movement.
Not a lot thrown in this round so far from Tsyu. So Mendoza taking advantage of that.
Nice combination by Tsyu. Jab to the body, right hand upstairs, back comes Mendoza.
You know, both these men are capable of being a good combination punchers, even though they don't throw a lot of volume. And we're seeing little signs of that.
Triple jab from Mendoza.
A little more accuracy, precise punching and volume, both sides. But again, being more effective right now, Mendoza. But again, when Tsyu lets his hands go, I mean, they're really lethal.
Yeah, they both, again, throw below the division average in terms of punches thrown per round. Tsyu usually throws a lot more.
And Tsyu normally lands about 40% of his power punches, everything other than the jab, which is a very respectable figure. And tonight, he's not quite there, I don't think, yet, but he's starting to set up those power punches.
A lot more volume
by Mendoza.
A lot more volume from Mendoza. Good. You want to take advantage of these moments. Tsyu's giving you the frame right there. He's standing right in front. Let his hands go. And here comes the pressure from Tsyu.
Mendoza has never been down as a pro. Durable fighter. And this is 25th professional fight, 22-2.
You know, so far the hand speed of Mendoza has been pretty impressive.
Yeah,
in this fight.
Yeah, you're right.
Ve a ver si se puede tú llevarlo para atrás ahora. Con tu movimiento. No es que vas a formar lío ni una pinga, pero con tu movimiento lo llevas para atrás. Que cuando él va para atrás no tira. ¿Oíste?
And here is where Tsyu trying to get the right hand in and going downstairs as well. You could see what Tim Tszyu's up to here. He's trying to get that chopping right hand in and exhorted for his efforts. But he's a young man who right now wants to change things with his power.
Passionate fan base in Australia for Tim Tszyu and his maiden voyage as the champion, looking to get on track here in the 4th. There's a left hook to the body by Tsyu, but it's Mendoza's mobility that took a lot off of that fight, and Mendoza utilizing his footwork and angles, making it hard for him to be hit, and he just scored a nice jab splitting the guard of Tsyu.
That was a good jab from Mendoza. You want to keep Tsyu busy with that jab. When he does that, Tsyu goes on that guard, and he stops throwing. So again, Mendoza's got to get on it.
Good body combination by Mendoza.
Ahora, vivo, vamos a hacerle algo.
Tim Tszyu's lack of activity so far in this fight is obviously an issue for him. But again, he told us he thought these early rounds he's going to have to figure things out with Mendoza. But whether he's giving rounds away, they're pretty close rounds. I don't know.
Yeah, last round I thought Mendoza took it. This round again being more effective with his punches, more volume from Mendoza. Tsyu's he's
waiting for that power
exactly.
shot.
It looks like he's trying to trap Mendoza into a corner and land a big shot. He's looking for something.
Meanwhile, the clock ticks away. He's looking for that right uppercut. Triple jab by Mendoza, using it as a range fighter. That was a harder jab.
But while Tsyu looks for something to land, you take advantage of those moments again from Mendoza. And you got to keep those hands up, though.
Mendoza's doing a little bit of trying to hold on the inside to buy time and then get outside. And you know what? He has the height and reach and goals, Mendoza, but there he took a big right hand. He's trying to use it by boxing there.
Tsyu told us Mendoza style, awkward, that herky-jerky motion, landed a good shot there. Mendoza goes upstairs, but boy, you could see the look on Mendoza's face. He felt the power of Tsyu with that punch.
Yeah, that definitely worried him a bit, that right hand. He took it like a champ. But again, you got to keep those hands up.
And that's the thing about Tsyu. This kind of mental pressure on you in his fights, it oftentimes produces results as the fight wears on.
Yeah, well said. As it might look like he's not doing much, yeah, he's putting that pressure and definitely that mental pressure against Mendoza.
Mendoza closes the round with more punches thrown and landed.
Увеличивать сейчас давление. Немножко как будто аж
There's Mendoza jabbing and then throwing a couple of really nice left hooks, and that speaks to the fact that he's just throwing more, he's doing more work. But that was the spot that you guys alluded to where Brian Mendoza said, this guy can have a little bit, and that was a really nice right hand following the jab for Tsyu. And of course, that sequence is exactly the strategy he'd like to employ a lot in this fight.
Back up, guys. Start of round 5, and Mendoza goes upstairs with a jab before going to the body. Faster start here to the 5th frame.
Last round was a really close round. Both of them had their moments. Even though Tsyu's volume is not as much as Mendoza, but he's being really effective with the right hands.
And one of the loudest supporters you'll hear in the crowd is Tim Tszyu's partner, Alexandra.
There's the jab from Tsyu, cornering Mendoza. You want to stay away from the ropes.
Yeah, ask Tony Harrison.
But you know, Mauro talked about the fact, and it's true, Mendoza's never been down in his career. He has just took a huge left hook from Tim Tszyu, and boy, he fought right through it.
Punch resistance, one of his fortes.
Yes, it is.
And that was before he took the uppercut, because he also landed an uppercut, and you alluded to that, Al, that both of them have beautiful uppercuts.
Oh, on cue, a beautifully executed left uppercut by Tsyu.
And Mendoza has this too, so, you know, you got to be careful.
What did Tsyu tell us after round 4? I'm going to start taking over.
Well, he's taking over here in the 5th, especially with the more eye-catching shots.
What have these fighters done to the head? They're both good body punchers, but Tsyu has landed more than Mendoza to the head, according to show stats.
And there's a mouse underneath the right eye of Mendoza. That hard jab, the left hooks of Tsyu beginning to take their toll.
Yeah, Mendoza letting Tsyu get off first, and again, just backing up and going to the ropes. That's a big no-no. He's got to step on it again and stop. Entertain Tsyu with the jab.
Upper body movement by Tsyu.
That sequence was key. He lands a good body shot, Tsyu, and then gets away from the left hook counter of Mendoza. So that's what he wants to keep doing, and things have changed here in this round. But remembering, Brian Mendoza took a pounding from Fundora before he found a big punch.
6 rounds before he found the murderous left hook, right hand left hook combination that recorded one of the biggest knockouts of the year, and definitely one of the biggest upsets of the year that set up Brian Mendoza for this opportunity, his first championship fight.
Yeah, the point is that neither of these fighters will be out of this fight until it's over.
Right. And I like that attack that Tsyu's giving right now, Mendoza, because he has him in a position where Mendoza doesn't know what's coming.
Yeah.
Doesn't know if the right hand's coming or the uppercut. He has him guessing.
And a left hook, too, from Tsyu.
I've gone a distance more than a few times to win my titles, but you can get an instant victory with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly, no matter how the fight goes down. Whether it's an early KO or a battle to the final bell, you're bringing home a win. Download the app, enter the promo code, and bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Lots of good father-son combinations in the history of boxing. On September 30, Kostya and Tim Tszyu became the 6th father-son combo to have won world titles. You see some of the other names there, big names like Floyd Patterson, Leon Spinks, and Corey Spinks. Kostya Tszyu, a Hall of Famer who was clearly the best 140-pounder of his era. He last fought in 2005. And if you want a father-daughter team to add to the mix, may I suggest Hall of Famers Muhammad Ali and Layla Ali. Pretty good pair as well.
The uppercuts, and then the right hand from Tsyu. And as Abner aptly pointed out, a variety of punches last round from Tsyu that really made a difference and is starting to show on the face of Brian Mendoza.
Tim Tszyu with his best round, the 5th, and we begin round number 6. And Tsyu looking to establish the jab, using it not only as a rangefinder, as a bit of a feint as well, trying to get Mendoza to bite him. Mendoza now coming forward with the jab and lands that hard left hand. So Mendoza looking to bounce back here in the 6th.
Very important point for Mendoza to try and do this, to reclaim a little bit of the edge that he may have had in a couple of those early rounds.
Yeah, Mendoza's always going to be in this fight, no matter what. We saw it against Fundora, down in all the cards, and then next thing you know, boom, he knocked him out. So again, good start for Mendoza, boxing good, angles, body work. He's got to keep churning Tsyu.
Jabs to the body by Tsyu now. And Tsyu loves to go to the body, as we've mentioned. Al's had 4 knockdowns courtesy of body shots in his past.
One of the things that Tim Tszyu is using the left hook for, among other things, is stopping the movement of Mendoza when he's trying to get away.
Yeah, Mendoza was mobile in the first few rounds and used that to his advantage, but you're right, Al, beginning become more stationary in front of Tsyu. Good head movement there by Mendoza. Remember, coming in, we expected a power display.
That 40% is exactly what Tsyu normally lands, and power punches everything other than the jab. And that's where Mendoza doesn't want to languish on the ropes.
Definitely not as many power punches thrown as was anticipated going into the fight. When you look at their respective resumes, but again, every fight is its own entity. And as we've mentioned, this one is for a championship. An unlikely championship opportunity for Brian Mendoza just a year and a half ago. And all he's done is work his way into title contention, coming down under for the first time, leaving the United States, has said all the right things, has handled himself like a professional, but now has to get the job done against the undefeated Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, an opportunity of a lifetime here. There's the title on the line. I mean, he's got the goods. He's got enough to perhaps, win this fight, Mendoza. But again, Tsyu is always there.
Countered left hand by Mendoza to the face of Tsyu.
And that's the punch that, he really wants to land in this fight. And Tsyu has been able to avoid it for the most part.
There's a left hook upstairs by Tsyu. Ooh, misses with that sweeping left hook.
And if you're Mendoza, you want to use Tsu's aggression to your benefit. All right, wait for him to come in and catch him with that either right hand or overhand right.
We have reached the midpoint of this 12-round, 154-pound championship fight from Australia.
La mano arriba, oíste, trate de mantener la mano arriba, pero todo está bien.
Mendoza throwing a nice uppercut on the inside. Of course, both men, as we pointed out, have that weapon. And that was one of the counter left hooks, but Tsyu also got his right hand in during that sequence. Neither of those punches landing perfectly, but they're kind of giving you an idea of the strategy of these men.
Round number 7. If you were asked, Tim Tszyu, hey, are you a boxing fan? He'd say, no, not really. I love to fight. I'm a huge basketball fan. I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, although we saw in that feature also a big Chicago Bulls fan. But yeah, a guy who really is here to make the best living, but just to show that he is at his heart a blood and guts warrior.
Well, he grew up in boxing rings. He grew up around it. And while he was interested in other sports, he kind of knew this was where the talent was at.
In fact, he enrolled in gymnastics first when he was 6, then rugby at 10. And both he and Mendoza took up the sport of boxing at the same time, at the age of 15. And they both had limited amateur experience. So let's bring in our unofficial scorer, Steve Farholt.
Well, Mo, I think this is a very interesting fight. 3 of the 6 rounds, I think, were very, very close. I have it dead even. I thought Mendoza, he's fighting the fight of a cutie. He's taking a couple of steps left, couple of steps right, making Tsyu miss. Very uncharacteristic for Mendoza, but it's working for him. I have it 57-57 after 6 rounds.
Steve Farhold's in the Boxing Hall of Fame, where he should be. Interesting by Tsyu.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Well, here comes
triple right uppercuts by Tsyu. And here comes Mendoza. Finish your point out.
No, he was saying Mendoza's fighting the fight of a cutie, but now he's having a hard time. He's got to fight back because Tsyu earned it. So it really speaks to Steve's point.
Midpoint of the 7th. 3 hard right uppercuts. There's an uppercut from Mendoza. But Tsyu beginning to take it to Mendoza. Has him in the corner. Mendoza trying to hold on. Gets clipped with a right hand. Another right hand by Tsyu.
Very few fighters in boxing can land that chopping right like Tsyu, but Mendoza's landed some good power punches to kind of thwart him a little bit.
And Mendoza biting down on his mouth guard. Doubled over, but continues to fight back, Abner.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were expecting. The back and forth type of action. And again, power shots landed from both sides, but Tim Tszyu definitely shot the uppercut. got the best of Mendoza, and right now he's retreating. No.
Careful with that punch, a rapid punch, but again, the clubbing right hand. And now Tsyu going to the body. Mendoza looking to stand his ground, gets hit with another uppercut, a left hook. Tim Tszyu beginning to really come into his own here with 30 seconds left in the 7th.
And Ismael Salas told Mendoza in the corner, you got to pick your hands up. Put your hands up, you're getting hit too much.
$6,000 loud and boisterous Australian fight fans. Majority, large majority supporting Tim Tszyu. Goes to the body of Mendoza. Great round for the champ. Can never go wrong with a bucket hat, by the way.
Y entonces él mismo te gira y te pega con eso.
Oh, that was a big round for Tsyu, and it started. Well, did we mention Brian Mendoza has never been down? Yeah. And that's why he takes a monstrous uppercut and doesn't go anywhere. I mean, look at that punch. And he was hit with so many chopping rights. I'm right on cue from Tim Tszyu. And, you know, he was hit with as many good power punches as Tim Tszyu can hit you within a round. He didn't go down.
Yeah, the right uppercuts that have been landing for Tsyu, similar to the right uppercut that Mendoza used to defeat Jason Rosario when he took a fight on 10 days' notice, moved up to 160 pounds, and then stopped the former unified 154-pound champion. Rosario has never fought since.
Yeah, we haven't seen that uppercut from Mendoza in this fight. I mean, he'll throw it here and there, but he's got to let it go a lot more. Tsyu's right there.
There's that jab by Al Bernstein's key to victory, double jab from Tsyu.
And, you know, part of the reason is, as Steve pointed out, Mendoza was fighting a very tactical fight, trying to win these rounds, and he used the word cutie, which was a good phrase. And so that's not going to put you in a position to land some of those big power punches. And he had to fight back in the last round with power punches because he was hurt. And there's their record. You know, by the way, Brian Mendoza has never been 12 rounds. Tsyu has been there twice and won. So as we get into the championship rounds, it'll be a place where Mendoza has not been.
Yeah, I mean, the constant pressure from Tsyu right now, putting Mendoza on the back. Not a lot of punches thrown for Mendoza either. So it's definitely making it a lot easier for Tsyu to get in.
Tim Tszyu said, you know, he was very blunt. He said, people think my defense is shit. He said it's better than that. I don't think that, but he has some defensive liabilities. But
definitely hittable. But
he is hittable, but for the most part, he's worked on that. And his offense oftentimes is his defense.
Is that the first time you said that word on Showtime?
It's funny you're saying that. I've never said that on the air in my life. It's a quote. It's a quote. What can I say?
But he kind of has like that shoulder roll. He pulls back Tsyu with his guard. So great defense. There it is. Kind of pulls back, comes back with the right hand. So great defense in this fight.
Mendoza's hands are low, and he's backing himself into the corner. Tim Tszyu stalking, measuring, looking to uncork that right hand.
Yeah, he's kind of breaking down Mendoza. Again, not a lot of punches thrown from Mendoza.
Clubbing right hand, that left hook clipped Mendoza. Final 30 seconds of the 8th round. Good exchange. That right missile, like straight right hand, lands for Tsyu.
And look how Mendoza takes that right hand. He just smiles and then walks to his side like nothing. Again, he's got to pick those hands up. He's doing too much of the showboating.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Rolly Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
Again, the power. Now, that was Mendoza setting down on a good right hand, but what happened? Tszyu walked through that punch and hit him with the left hook. So a lot of power from Tszyu emanating from the right. Again, Abner pointed out he took that right hand so well, Mendoza, but I think some of that showboating was almost frustration by him because he knows he's not able to land the power punch. He's getting hit with them. And, you know, Tszyu, that's the point right there. There's a three-punch combination from Tszyu. People think he is just a one-dimensional plotter. That's not really true.
We begin the 9th round, the round in which he stopped Tony Harrison earlier this year. Mendoza, of course, carries his power late into fights, going to work with the jab, backing up, resetting, trying to utilize some of that mobility and footwork again, but again, finds himself against the ropes, although fires off a lead uppercut, and Tszyu responds with an uppercut in kind.
A lot of more body work that, you know, Tszyu gave Harrison than he is doing in this fight against Mendoza, but definitely landing a lot of headshots, a lot of power shots. And that has to do with Mendoza's mobility. He's moving a lot.
Yes, that was, and there was that one sequence where Tszyu really went to the body a lot, but then he started landing all those headshots.
There's that overhand right from Tszyu. Known for his relentless combination of precision, power, and aggression, and putting it on display here in the 9th.
Yeah, that right hand is starting to get in a lot easier.
Short clubbing right hand by Tszyu.
Body shots, head shots, who's landing more of what? Body shots, interestingly, Mendoza with a few more than Tszyu, and Abner alluded to Tszyu not throwing, but when it comes to headshots, not only is there a gap, but Tszyu's have been much harder.
Tszyu known for his good timing, able to control distance well, and has Mendoza cornered. Less than a minute and a half left in the 9th. Tszyu digs to the body.
And the big point that Abner made is not a lot of offense coming back from Mendoza.
No, Mendoza's offense has been muted by the pressure and the attack of the defending champ.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's there from Tszyu, but I mean, you got an opportunity to let your hands go and keep Tszyu busy as well, but he's not doing so. He's moving his head, he's moving backwards, but not throwing punches, Mendoza. He tried there, but came up short.
Which he was doing a little more of in the early
Yeah, he was, exactly.
Yeah.
When Steve mentioned that he was being cute with those punches, yeah, that's what he's doing that.
Cuffing right hand again by Tszyu that lands. Oh, stabbing jab to the body by Tszyu, and another jab to the body before he goes upstairs with a left hook. And Tszyu now beginning to tee off on Mendoza. Keeps him in front of him, Mendoza backing up, and Mendoza fires off a jab.
I'm liking this Tszyu tonight. I like how he's so responsible with this offense, the defense as well, pressuring well, picking his shots good. I mean, again, the body work, not as much as we've seen in the past, but again, great work from Tszyu.
Smart pressure by Tim Tszyu. Picked off those punches from Mendoza with his high guard, does it again. There's a counter right by Mendoza.
Tim Tszyu landing the right hand again, as he has been doing. And that one was a lead right hand there. That one, he didn't even require the jab to get it in. And Mendoza lounging and languishing on the ropes and in the corner more. And I mean, those are right hands that when Tim Tszyu lands them, people get hurt.
Yeah.
You know, it is astonishing that Mendoza is able to take those. But of course, Tszyu winning these rounds now with this dramatic offense. That's the chopping right hand from Tszyu. That is such an effective weapon for him.
Round number 10. We just heard Drake in between rounds, and Maybe that's what the owl tattoo is about for Brian Mendoza. It's October. Drake just dropped another album.
Could be.
Maybe he's an OVO supporter. But the way things are going right now, he might have to knock out Tim Tszyu like a light. Hey, like a light, Ahmetovs.
And like a light.
Hey, even I get that reference.
Oh, and Tim Tszyu looking to continue that attack with the uppercuts, and Mendoza has to get away from the ropes. That is obvious.
Yes, he's got to stay away from the ropes. He's got to stay away from taking those right hands. Al mentioned that he's taking them really well, but then again, how many can you take? And Tsyu is definitely landing those really well. So again, you know, great chin from Mendoza, but he's got to do a lot more. He's got to be busy with the punches.
And since the second half of this fight started, it's been all Tim Tszyu, according to our unofficial scorer, Steve Farhood. 2 minutes left in the 10th.
Now that was Mendoza from too far out, throwing an uppercut, but he was committed to the punch, and that's at least what he has to try and do. But boy, if he does that too many times from far out, he'll get countered and hurt. Now there's Tsyu going downstairs.
And upstairs.
Yeah.
Mixing it up well.
Yeah, Mendoza's giving Tsyu more of a body frame, standing right in front of him for Tsyu to let go of those body shots.
There's a lead right hand by Tsyu.
And again, this 10th round is the farthest that Mendoza has ever gone. So should we get into round 11, that will be foreign territory for him, but not for Tsyu, who has twice won over that distance. And the total power punch is everything other than the jab. Tsyu is right at the 40% mark that he normally is at.
But not the numbers any of us expected in terms of power punches thrown and landed.
You would have thought more from probably overall, but nonetheless, Tsyu is landing enough to control his fight.
But again, it's the mobility from Mendoza. He's moving a lot.
Got hurt by that right hand, Abner. He's trying to hold on here. He got clipped with another right hand. Mendoza in trouble along the ropes, digs down, goes to the body. Tsyu sells it as a low blow. Referee says keep fighting.
That was not a low blow. That was a good body shot from Mendoza.
The action now getting as rough as the outback in Australia with 15 seconds left in the 10th. Tsyu beginning to try to unload on Mendoza. Right hand, another right. Right uppercut, jacks the jaw. How in the hell is Mendoza still standing? That guy can take a shot.
You good? That's a punch.
Oh, blood.
El problema es que te dormiste, Brian. Te dormiste a hacer y no te puedes dormir. Oíste, Brian. Mira bien duro. Le metiste abajo y te paraste. Ciérrate bien a hacer y métesela. Aquí no hay de huevonar ni nada. Métesela por los brazos, por donde sea. Oíste, Brian.
You're good? Yes, sir. Just defend yourself. Keep your hands up.
Well, Tim Tszyu had a monster round and hurt Mendoza at various times in the round. The right hand was a primary weapon, but trying the uppercut, well, that punch it did stray a little bit low, I think, underneath the thing. But you know what? Mark Nelson wasn't buying it, and Tsyu had to go back to work, and after that, he hurt Mendoza again.
And that's exactly what Mendoza's corner told him. Hey, you hurt him with that body shot and you stopped. Defend yourselves at all times. He had the opportunity right there for Mendoza. So he told him, go to the body, protect yourself, put your hands up, and give it your all. These are the last 2 rounds.
Round 11 for Brian Mendoza, his 100th as a professional fighter. It's round number 128 for Tim Tszyu.
And really, these are the do or die type of rounds for Mendoza. He's got to go all out. I mean, we guess that he's losing this fight, so it's either a knockout for him to get the victory.
I'm going to be the guy to say it because somebody has to. Those early rounds may have been close, maybe they weren't close. I don't know. I'm just saying, I certainly think Tim Tszyu is winning this fight, but and he's dominating.
Especially in his hometown, we would think.
Yeah.
Oh, Mendoza clubbing him with the left, and against the ropes. Tsyu unloading on Mendoza. Mendoza valiantly firing back. Our unofficial scorer, Steve Farhood, has Tim Tszyu opening up a big lead. Tsyu looking for that moneymaker, the right hand.
And the key element is the last 4 rounds straight. And that's what Tsyu has done. He is closing the show here. And again, 11th round that Mendoza's never seen before in his career.
Another right hand, another right. And Mendoza comes back with a combination, goes to the body, eats a right uppercut. Another right uppercut on the inside. Mendoza desperately trying to stay on his feet.
Yeah, he's just being overwhelmed by the punches by Tsyu, and he doesn't want to open up if you're Mendoza. He's trying to throw some punches, but if he does, he's going to get hit.
Overwhelming pressure, an offensive onslaught from Tim Tszyu in the 11th. Brian Mendoza desperately trying to hold on, goes to the body with a couple of lefts, is back on the ropes.
There on the inside, you see Mendoza ripping off a nice uppercut, but he's not able to hurt Tsyu at this juncture.
Mendoza along the ropes using the jab to try to buy some time, to try to keep Tim Tszyu at distance, but he needs to get off the ropes. And Tim Tszyu is not allowing him to do so. Body shot by Tszyu. Tim Tszyu methodically breaking down Brian Mendoza. Another lead right hand from Mendoza, but he eats a couple of rights from Tszyu, a third right hand at the bell.
Sebastian Fundora steps up to take down Tim Tszyu, but the champ has other ideas. Plus, Romero never minces words, but Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.
All good. Listen, are you guys good?
All good.
Yes. Protect yourself. I'm gonna have the doctor look at the cut.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call time.
Okay.
The cut's good. I just want you to look at it because it's on the lip. But we got one full round left, that's all.
Ya vamos para el último 3 minutos nada más, cojones. All good. All good.
Doctor's gonna look at it. Doctor's gonna look at the cut. Time. Can you say? I'm good. Good. Okay. Here we go. Time in.
12th and final round. Brian Mendoza told us it's crazy how the world turns. One day you're at the bottom. You're not getting any calls and everybody's forgotten you. The next, you're fighting for a world title. He has less than 3 minutes to try to ensure that he brings that title back to America, as Tim Tszyu putting on a clinical performance, especially in the second half of this fight.
He told us after round 4, I was going to go to work. That's almost exactly when he started doing it, and he has put together a series of terrific rounds, and the last, from round 7 on, it's just been an onslaught from Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over, and Mendoza has the power to put you down in these later rounds too. But even though these rounds are new for him, but he's known to come back. And again, towards the end, he landed some really good right hands at Tsyu. So again, he's still dangerous.
And Tim Tszyu said to us, you can't relax or be unfocused against Mendoza because of that, and because he throws these punches from different angles.
It is that boxing that Mendoza slept on. He stopped doing that.
Tim Tszyu's gone 12 rounds twice against Takeshi Inoue and in his American debut against Terrell Gausha. March of 2022 as Brian Mendoza comes back with a combination.
And in both those fights, Tim Tszyu did exactly what he's done here, closing super strong in the final round. Though in this round, actually Mendoza's done some better work than he did in the earlier round, or in the recent rounds.
Yeah, definitely Mendoza's doing a great job of just boxing, staying in the outside.
But would winning this round be enough even to win him this fight? Unlikely, I think.
Final minute of Tim Tszyu's first fight as full 154-pound belt holder. One of 3 male champions from Australia, hoping to solidify his standing as a champion with his first successful title defense. Just over 30 seconds left in the fight. Does Mendoza have one Hail Mary left in his arsenal? Upset Jason Rosario with a 5th-round knockout. Came from behind, sensationally knocking out Sebastian Fundora to earn this title fight. 15 seconds to change his life. They go the 12-round distance, and from where we sit, Tim Tszyu doing more than enough to retain the title. Again, supported by his partner Alexandra and their pet dog. He has a small circle of friends, which I think got smaller after one of his friend's dogs bit him for 26 stitches prior to the fight with Ocampo.
And look at the numbers. The power punch is the big difference here, obviously. You know, and the power of those punches and landing close to the 40% that he normally lands. Not maybe as many, but still, it was that accuracy as a power puncher that ultimately did the trick. Neither man had a lot of volume in this fight.
Surprising.
A little bit, yeah. Although they're not super volume punchers, it seemed like there'd be a little more.
Well, when we talked about at the start of the fight that coming in, you know, they combined for 24 of their 29 punches landed being power shots. I, for one, definitely expected a more pyrotechnic.
Right, but most of what they landed were power punches, which is the point. And Tsyu, of course, landed. Here's the thing. If Brian Mendoza didn't have the chin he had, we'd be probably talking about a knockout by Tsyu.
Yeah, it was more of the boxing that Mendoza was trying to do.
Yeah, and here we'll take a look back at some of the offense.
Right hand, man.
Yeah, Tim Tszyu was so effective with the right hand. He landed from every posture. And there's Mendoza trying to hold on, and that chopping right hand from Tsyu is what's impressive. And, you know, the funny thing about it is we talk about him needing to set that right hand up with the jab. He often lands it like that as a lead punch.
Yeah, that right hand's always a lead punch for him. Forget the jab, he's got a lead right hand and a powerful one too. And I mean, just the barrage of punches, the uppercut. I mean, he just overwhelmed Mendoza with those punches. And again, you got to give it to Mendoza. He took some shots, some really hard shots. So the chin's there for Mendoza.
Still never been down as a pro in this fight. His 25th professional fight.
Those were all knockout punches. They're all punches that are supposed to knock you out. And as we mentioned, Mendoza had never been that 12-round distance, so he couldn't pull a rabbit out of his hat later in the fight.
And seeing that replay, you perhaps think that the fight will continue like that.
After 12 rounds of action, the judges are in agreement. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Adam Height scores about 116 to 111. Steve Gray sees it 116 to 112, and Katsuhiko Nakamura scores about 117 to 111. All three in favor of the unanimous decision winner, and he is still the undefeated WBO Super Welterweight Champion of the world, the Soul Taker, Tim Tszyu.
And now he's a champion. He successfully defended the title for the first time. Tim Tszyu, 24-0. He and Brian Mendoza forging respect.
I told ya, it's my last hooray. And we finished off with a bang.
hopefully we can go to Vegas all together.
Well, the word for not only the people of the Gold Coast who've embraced you, but Australia, who's been on this journey with you since the beginning and particularly in recent years. Just tell everyone what it means to you.
It's unbelievable, man. I've got a pack of lions with me, all the boys at training camp, all the boys behind in my team, all my sponsors, and fucking everyone here, every single person in Australia. The support's been unreal. Thank you to all my day ones.
Congratulations, Tim Tszyu. You are and you remain the world champion.
See you all in Vegas.
Tonight, rising star Sebastian the Towering Inferno Fundora steps up to take down undefeated champion Tim Tszyu. But the wonder from down under has other ideas.
Bring it on.
Plus, world champ Romero never minces words.
Pitbull, all bark, no bite.
But Mexican powerhouse Pitbull Cruz is ready to silence the trash talker. It's a night full of world title fights, live on PBC pay-per-view on Prime Video.